with force. Then we need to grow faster than he can respond. Shen Wei looked at the map. 100 realms, 100 spheres of light, dim and dimming and dark. We start with the realms I have connections to. The 72nd, the 55th, the 41st. Then the 12th and the 33rd, Zhun Bao's and Yao Mingzhu's realms. Each successful demonstration provides evidence for the next recruitment. Each recruited realm strengthens the network. And each strengthened realm reduces the arbiter's justification for his enforced system, until the network reaches critical mass, Mu Feng said. At which point, voluntary circulation becomes self-sustaining, and the arbiter's tournament becomes unnecessary. And when the tournament becomes unnecessary, we reconfigure the seal, restore the founder's design, and wake the guardian. Simple, Zhen Bao said, his voice carrying the particular tone he used when the word meant exactly the opposite. Just revolutionize the interdimensional energy infrastructure of 100 worlds, overcome the opposition of a 10-millennia-old realm sovereign cultivator, and rehabilitate a corrupted cosmic entity, all before the seal fails and the Hollow King eats everything. In the Ashen Waste, Shen Wei said, we have a saying, the best time to start digging is before you know what you will find. That is a terrible saying. It kept me alive for 19 years. That is not a recommendation. It is a statistical anomaly. Lin Yueshan squeezed Shen Wei's hand, and the fragment pulsed. 6 notes. Each one a stolen world. Each one a connection to a realm that needed what only this cracked crystal could provide. The melody was healing, the crack was closing, and through its narrowing gap, the signal from the containment sphere still pulsed. Help me remember how. They would. Starting tomorrow. Starting with the 72nd realm, where the storms had died and the people blamed the champion they had sent to the tournament, not knowing that the tournament itself was the disease and the champion's defeat was merely a symptom. One realm at a time. One projection at a time. One step closer to proving that 100 worlds could share energy willingly. If someone was stubborn enough to show them how. Chapter 51. The 72nd realm had forgotten what wind felt like. Shen Wei and Lin Yueshan emerged from the void corridor's dimensional boundary into a world that had once been defined by perpetual motion. Hurricanes, typhoons, gale-force winds that carved the landscape into flowing, aerodynamic shapes. The 72nd realm's people had built their civilization in the wind's architecture. Towers that channeled gusts into energy, homes designed as airfoils that rode the currents, clothing woven from fibers that rippled and flowed with every breeze. Even their language was wind-shaped, consonants that whistled, vowels that hummed, a linguistic tradition built on the assumption that the air was always moving and communication required projecting through it. Now the air was still, not calm, still. The difference was the difference between a sleeping person and a corpse. Calm implied the possibility of motion. Stillness implied its permanent absence. The wind-shaped towers stood like monuments to an extinct phenomenon, their aerodynamic curves serving no purpose in an atmosphere that had stopped flowing. Clothing hung limp. Crops that depended on wind-carried pollination drooped in fields where the air was so thick with unmoving humidity that walking through it felt like pushing through warm water. The 72nd realm's champion, Gao Peng, the wind cultivator Shen Wei had defeated in the round of 64, absorbing the wind fragment that now orbited his core, had been the realm's connection to its origin core. When the departure portal extracted the stolen energy after his elimination, the realm's wind aspect's spiritual foundation had begun to fail. Without wind aspect origin energy cycling through the realm's core, the perpetual storms that defined the world's ecology weakened, stuttered, and died. The death was not dramatic. There was no catastrophic final storm, no apocalyptic silence. The wind simply stopped, the way a heart stops, one beat present, the next absent, the body continuing to function for a while on momentum before the systems that depended on the beat began to fail. Crops that depended on wind-carried pollination failed within weeks. Energy towers that converted wind force into cultivation resources stood idle, their generators cold, their stored reserves depleting at rates that the realm's administrators tracked with the grim precision of accountants watching a ledger bleed red. Water cycles that relied on storm-driven evaporation and precipitation disrupted, leaving some regions flooding as moisture accumulated without dispersal and others desiccating as clouds that should have been blown inland dissipated over open water. The 72nd realm was not just declining, it was suffocating, dying of stillness the way a fire dies of oxygen deprivation. The realm's elders met them at the corridor boundary with the reception appropriate for an enemy invader, armed guards, defensive formations, and the cold fury of people whose world was dying because of the man who stood before them. The guards were wind cultivators, or had been. Their techniques flickered with the erratic instability of a cultivation style that depended on an elemental foundation that no longer existed. Wind blades that should have been razor-sharp wavered like heat mirages. Air-step movement techniques that should have provided fluid mobility produced halting, stumbling locomotion. They were warriors fighting with broken weapons, their cultivation as wind-deprived as the crops in the fields. You, the head elder, a woman whose windswept features and flow-designed clothing marked her as someone who had spent a lifetime in the 72nd Realm storms, stepped forward with killing intent that did not need cultivation enhancement to be effective. Her hair, which should have been flowing in perpetual wind current, hung straight and lifeless against her shoulders. The sight was wrong in the way that a familiar face becomes wrong when a fundamental feature changes, not dramatic, just deeply, viscerally unsettling. You are the one who took our champion's fragment. Our storms died because of you. Your storms died because the tournament was designed to kill them, Shen Wei replied, keeping his voice even and his cultivation subdued. The last thing he needed was a nascent soul's spiritual pressure spike intimidating people he was trying to help. I defeated your champion in the arena. The departure portal extracted the origin energy. The energy was channeled into the sealed chamber to feed a creature that has been growing beneath the tournament's arena for 10 millennia. Your realm's decline is not a consequence of your champion's loss. It is the tournament's intended function. Losing realms are drained. That is the system's purpose. Words. The Elder's fury did not diminish. You bring words to a dying world. What use are words when the wind has stopped? I bring more than words. Shen Wei extended his hand, palm upward, and reached for the wind fragment in his core. The fragment responded, eager, straining toward its home realm with the instinctive pull of an element recognizing its origin. Through the crack in his shard, narrower now, healing but still open enough for projection, he pushed. Wind chi flowed outward, not into the air but into the dimensional substrate of the 72nd realm itself, following the pathways that the Founder's circulation system had built into every realm's infrastructure. The projection traveled through the corridor's connections, through the realm's boundary membrane, and into the 72nd realm's depleted origin core. The effort was immense, far greater than the 20-meter projection during the Mu Feng match. This was inter-realm scale, pushing energy across dimensional boundaries through infrastructure that had been idle for 10 millennia. His reserves dropped, 40%, 30%, 25%. Lin Yueshan's hands pressed against his back, jade energy flowing into his channels, buffering the drain, managing the throughput with the precise control of a healer whose entire career had trained her to regulate energy flow through damaged systems. She monitored his meridians, his shard integrity, and his consciousness simultaneously, adjusting her stabilization in real time to keep the projection sustainable when his own body wanted to shut down from the energy expenditure. The wind fragment's energy reached the 72nd realm's core, connected, merged with the depleted foundation, filling cracks that the tournament's extraction had created, restoring a fraction, a small fraction, measured in single-digit percentages, of what had been stolen. The core responded like parched earth receiving rain. Absorption, saturation, the slow reactivation of dormant systems that had been waiting for the energy that sustained them. A breeze stirred. The Elder's hair moved. Her clothing rippled. The defensive formations around them, wind aspect arrays that had been dormant since the tournament, flickered to life, drawing on the trickle of restored wind energy as a dying fire draws on a handful of kindling. The guard's wind blades sharpened by a visible degree. The airstep techniques stabilized. The change was small in absolute terms, a fraction of a percent of the realm's original wind capacity, but in a world that had been completely still, any motion was a resurrection. The breeze strengthened. Not a storm, not even a gale. A gentle, persistent movement of air that carried with it the faint smell of ozone and the distant sound of wind through canyon walls, sounds and smells that the 72nd realm had not experienced since their champion's elimination. Wind chimes that had hung silent on every building in the settlement began to ring. 1, then 3, then dozens, a cascade of small silver sounds spreading outward from the corridor boundary as the restored wind energy propagated through the realm's infrastructure. The Elder stared at the breeze as if it were a resurrection, which, in a sense, it was. Her hand rose to touch her hair, which was beginning to lift in the growing current, and the fury in her expression cracked. Not vanished, transformed. The anger was still there, but beneath it, something older surfaced. Hope, cautious and fragile. The hope of a person who had been mourning and had just felt the dead move. How, she whispered. The champion fragments are not just power sources. They are circulation keys, designed to connect realms through shared energy. I carry your realm's wind fragment. Through a crack in my shard, I can push that energy back, not extract it, but project it outward, returning a portion of what was stolen. He lowered his hand, swaying from the exertion. Lin Yueshan caught his arm, her jade energy already working to replenish his depleted reserves from the corridor's ambient supply. I cannot restore everything. The projection is partial, and each transfer costs me. But I can stabilize the decline. I can give you enough wind to hold on while we find a way to fix the system permanently. The elder looked at the breeze, then at Shen Wei, then at Lin Yueshan. Behind her, the guards had lowered their wavering wind blades, their attention caught between defensive posture and the wind chimes that had resumed their silver melodies after weeks of silence. A child, no older than 6, wearing the miniature airfoil clothing of a 72nd realm child who had been born in the wind and had never known stillness until the tournament took it away, ran out of a nearby building with arms spread wide, laughing as the breeze caught the fabric of her sleeves. You are telling me the tournament is a lie, that our realm's suffering is by design, and you are offering to return a fraction of what was taken, knowing that the fraction is not enough. I am offering proof that the energy can flow back, that circulation is possible, that the founder's original design, energy shared willingly between realms, can work if enough realms participate. And if we participate, what do you ask in return? Nothing material. Only this. Tell other realms what you saw here today. Tell them the wind returned. Tell them it came from a champion who carried their stolen fragment and chose to give it back instead of keeping it. Tell them there is an alternative to the Arbiter's tournament. The elder was silent for a long time. The breeze continued, gentle, insufficient, but real. The wind chimes sang. The child spun in circles with her arms outstretched, catching the current on her airfoil sleeves, and the guards watched her with expressions that held more pain than any combat wound could produce. The pain of adults watching a child experience something they had believed was lost forever. We will tell them, the elder said finally, and we will remember that the scavenger from the dead earth gave us back our wind when no one else would. Shen Wei nodded, too exhausted for eloquence. Lin Yueshan half-carried him back to the corridor boundary, her jade energy maintaining his stability while his reserves rebuilt from the ambient clean energy that the corridor provided. Behind them, the 72nd realm breathed, shallow, incomplete, but alive. One realm, one projection, one breeze in a world that had forgotten the concept. The first step of a journey measured in 100 worlds and the stubbornness required to visit them all. Chapter 52 words spread through the void corridor like wine through canyon walls, which was appropriate, given that the first demonstration had literally been about wind. Within days of the 72nd realm visit, representatives from 6 other defeated realms found their way to the way station through the corridor's dimensional boundaries. Some had detected the energy transfer through their depleted origin cores, a flicker of movement in systems that had been dying in silence, like a patient's heartbeat registering on a monitor that the nurses had stopped watching. Others had heard through realm-to-realm communication channels, the subtle information network that the cracked shard's projection had activated, carrying messages between champion fragments the way the founder's system was designed to carry energy. They came with questions, with demands, with the desperate hope of people whose worlds were ending and who had been told there was nothing to be done about it. Their representatives were not champions. Most defeated realms' champions had been processed through departure portals, their shards extracted, their cultivation shattered. The representatives were elders, administrators, healers, alchemists, the people who managed the declining infrastructure of dying worlds and who understood, in practical terms that champions often did not, exactly what the origin core's depletion meant for food supplies, energy generation, dimensional stability, and the 1,000 daily functions that a realm's spiritual foundation sustained. Shen Wei healed what he could. He met each delegation in the way station's central chamber, listened to their reports with the careful attention of a scavenger evaluating damage. How far had the decline progressed? Which systems were failing fastest? What resources remained to support a stabilization effort? The conversations followed a pattern: disbelief that he was offering to return stolen energy, suspicion that the offer carried hidden costs, and then, when he demonstrated the projection, when a trickle of their realm's native element flowed back through the crack, and they felt their world brightened by a fraction, the particular silence of people whose despair had been interrupted by evidence. Not every delegation accepted immediately. The representative from the 29th realm, the Formation Master's realm, whose champion Shen Wei had defeated in the round of 64, demanded guarantees that Shen Wei could not provide. The 77th realm's shadow cultivators wanted operational details that compromised security to share. But most said yes, because the alternative to yes was watching their world die in silence, and silence was the one thing that dying realms had in abundance and wanted least. The 55th realm, iron aspect, its mineral deposits thinning since the tournament extracted its champion's fragment. Shen Wei projected iron chi through the corridor, stabilizing the realm's mineral veins and preventing the collapse of the deep earth formations that provided the structural foundation for the realm's cities. The transfer was painful. Iron energy was dense, requiring more throughput than wind, and his shard protested the volume with spikes of pain that Lin Yueshan managed through increasingly complex buffering techniques. She developed a rotation system, alternating between direct stabilization and passive monitoring, giving the shard micro-recovery periods between projection bursts that prevented the cumulative strain from overwhelming the fracture's healing progress. The 41st realm, formation aspect, its defensive barriers degrading without the sustaining energy of its champion's fragment. Shen Wei projected formation chi through channels that the formation fragment itself helped optimize, the absorbed energy providing a template for efficient inter-realm transfer. The realm's barriers stabilized, preventing the dimensional erosion that would have eventually collapsed the realm's boundaries and merged it with the void between worlds. The formation elder who met them wept, not from gratitude, but from the overwhelming relief of a structural engineer watching a cracking dam receive reinforcement minutes before failure. Each projection cost him. Each transfer burned through reserves that the corridor's ambient energy replenished slowly. The clean founder's energy was restorative, but it could not match the output rate of a projection that was designed to deliver inter-realm scale energy infusions. Each effort pushed the crack in his shard to the edge of the healing threshold, threatening to reverse the repair process and widen the fracture. The margin between sustainable operation and catastrophic overload was measured in single-digit percentages, and Lin Yueshan tracked every decimal point with the obsessive precision of a healer whose patient insisted on using the injury that she was trying to heal. "You are operating at the margin," she told him after the 4th realm visit, her hands glowing jade green as she assessed the shard's condition. The crack heals during rest and widens during projection. The net result is near zero progress. If you keep projecting at this rate, the shard will never fully heal. The realms cannot wait for my shard to heal. And I cannot heal your shard if you keep cracking it. She withdrew her hands and sat back with the frustrated expression of a doctor whose treatment plan was being sabotaged by the patient's heroism. "We need to reduce the energy cost per projection. Either the technique becomes more efficient, or we find a way to supplement your reserves externally." Zhen Bao, she confirmed. "His realm's alchemy. If anyone can create a pill that enhances energy projection efficiency, it is the man who once created a pill that caused sentient acid to chase people around an arena." They returned to the way station, where Zhen Bao had transformed the founder's old laboratory into a functioning alchemical workspace that would have been impressive even with full cultivation support. Without cultivation, he operated through chemistry alone, mixing compounds by hand, measuring reagents by weight rather than spiritual sense, running reactions in glassware rather than formation-enhanced crucibles. The results were cruder than what his full capabilities would have produced, but they were functional, and functionality was the only standard that mattered when the alternative was watching a friend project himself to death. "Projection efficiency compound," he said, presenting a small pill that glowed faintly with the amber light of the corridor's clean energy. "Based on the principle that energy transfer between systems is limited by the friction of the transfer medium. Your shard's crack is the medium. This pill reduces the friction by aligning your meridian's energy output with the corridor's natural flow patterns, creating a smoother pathway for the projection. In theory, this reduces the energy cost per projection by 30 to 40%. In theory. In practice, it might explode. There is a 12% chance of detonation due to the unstable interaction between the corridor's clean energy and the corrupted residue in your meridian network. I have managed to reduce the explosion probability from the initial 43%, which I consider significant progress. 12% chance of exploding inside my body. 11.7, technically. And the explosion would be localized, your meridian network only, not the surrounding area. Lin Yueshan could probably contain the damage if she was standing within 3 meters and had her healing formation pre-activated. Lin Yueshan looked at Zhen Bao with an expression that combined professional respect with personal horror. "You are asking me to pre-activate an emergency healing formation every time he takes a pill. Only until I reduce the detonation probability below 5%, which I estimate will take 3 more iterations. In the meantime, yes, please stand nearby with your best emergency protocol ready. Think of it as trust-building exercise." Shen Wei took the pill. It did not explode. The energy efficiency improvement was measurable and immediate. His next projection to the 72nd realm, a follow-up infusion to strengthen the initial restoration, cost 31% less energy than the first. His shard did not widen. The healing process continued. The margin between sustainable operation and catastrophic overload widened from single digits to double digits, and Lin Yueshan's expression shifted from clinical alarm to cautious optimism. 31% improvement, she confirmed. At this rate, projections are sustainable. The shard heals faster than it degrades. The way station became a hub. More realms sent representatives. More champions, hearing through inter-realm channels about the scavenger who returned stolen energy, sought him out in the corridor. The network grew, not dramatically, not all at once, but steadily, the way a seed grows in ash-gray earth. Slowly, stubbornly, pushing through the dead surface toward a light it could not see but refused to stop seeking. Chapter 53, the 33rd Realm. Yao Mingzhu's poison miasma realm was worse than any of them had expected. Shen Wei and Lin Yueshan emerged from the corridor boundary into a world that was actively trying to kill its own inhabitants. The poison miasma that had once been the 33rd Realm's defining feature. A toxic atmosphere that the realm's cultivators had evolved to breathe, drawing power from its corrosive properties the way the 72nd Realm drew power from wind, had turned against its people. Without the stabilizing influence of the realm's origin core energy, the miasma's toxicity exceeded even the inhabitants' evolved tolerance. The air was not just poisonous. It was lethal, its composition shifting unpredictably as the destabilized origin core failed to regulate the chemical balance that kept the realm's ecology functional. People wore filtration masks, crude, improvised devices that their ancestors would have found laughable, because in a healthy 33rd Realm, the miasma was not a hazard but a resource. Children stayed indoors, their developing respiratory systems unable to tolerate the fluctuations that adult cultivators could survive with difficulty. The realm's famous miasma gardens, cultivated patches of controlled toxicity that produced alchemical ingredients of extraordinary potency, had become kill zones, their carefully balanced chemistry destroyed by the origin core's fluctuations. A garden that had produced healing herbs last month might produce nerve toxin this week, and the unpredictability had forced the realm's alchemists to abandon centuries of cultivation infrastructure overnight. This is what happens when a realm's fundamental element turns hostile, Lin Yueshan said, her healing formation creating a protective bubble around both of them. The jade energy filtered the miasma with the diagnostic efficiency of a healer whose training included toxicological countermeasures, breaking down the atmospheric compounds and neutralizing the lethal components before they reach their lungs. The miasma is the 33rd Realm's lifeblood. Without core stabilization, it becomes a poison that the realm poisons itself with. The element does not know how to be inert. It only knows how to be active, and without regulation, active means destructive. The realm's current leadership, Yao Mingzhu's replacement, and a council of elders who had been managing the crisis since the tournament's conclusion, met them in a sealed chamber built from neutralizing stone that dampened the miasma's effects. The chamber's atmosphere was breathable but stale, the air quality of a bunker rather than a home. The elders' faces carried the drawn, exhausted look of administrators managing a slow-motion catastrophe with resources that were inadequate and declining. The 88th Realm's champion, the replacement champion said, a young woman whose name was Feng Suyin, with the iridescent haze of miasma cultivation flickering erratically around her shoulders like a flame running out of fuel. She was young, younger than Shen Wei, and carried the champion shard with the uncertain grip of someone who had inherited a weapon she had not been trained to wield. Yao Mingzhu spoke of you before she left for the tournament. She said you were either the realm's best hope or its most dangerous fool. She was probably right about both. She also said that if you came here, I should trust you. She was not a woman who distributed trust carelessly. Feng Suyin studied him with eyes that carried the chemical awareness of a miasma cultivator, reading his spiritual signature the way an alchemist read a compound's composition. What are you offering? Shen Wei projected the poison fire fragment, the energy he had absorbed from Yao Mingzhu's final attack, the technique she had deliberately calibrated to trigger his breakthrough, back into the 33rd Realm's origin core. The projection was different from the others. The poison fire energy was not a stolen fragment from a defeated champion. It was a gifted fragment, offered willingly by Yao Mingzhu as her contribution to the investigation. The energy recognized its home realm with a resonance that Shen Wei felt in his bones, a homecoming that made the projection easier, more efficient, more complete than any of the previous transfers. The crack in his shard barely widened. The energy flowed like water finding a riverbed it had carved centuries ago. The path was there, waiting, needing only the current to fill it. The miasma shifted. The The random toxicity that had been killing the realm's inhabitants began to stabilize, the chemical balance restoring itself as the origin core received back a portion of the energy it needed to regulate the atmosphere. Not fully. The projection was partial, as always, but enough to reduce the lethality from fatal to manageable. The filtration masks came off. People emerged from sealed buildings, blinking in the iridescent haze that was, after weeks of lethal volatility, merely uncomfortable rather than deadly. The miasma gardens showed signs of renewed growth. Tendrils of controlled toxicity reaching toward the light with the tentative enthusiasm of organisms that had been expecting extinction and received a reprieve. Yao Mingzhu left something, Shen Wei said to Feng Suyin. A message embedded in the realm's core. Coordinates. Can you help me find them? The champion nodded and led them to the realm's central formation, the nexus of the origin core's energy distribution network, accessible only to those carrying the 33rd realm's champion fragment or a compatible energy signature. Shen Wei's poison fire fragment qualified. Through the nexus's interface, he found Yao Mingzhu's hidden message, not inscribed in stone or jade, but encoded in the realm's energy patterns themselves, a message that could only be read by someone carrying the right fragment at the right frequency. The message contained coordinates, not corridor coordinates, dimensional coordinates, specifying a location that existed outside the 100 Realms' normal boundaries. A hidden space, accessible through a specific junction in the void corridor, protected by formations that only the Founder's circulation keys could unlock. The coordinates were precise, 12-digit spatial references that specified not just a location but an approach vector, a formation key, and a timing sequence that aligned with the corridor's natural energy rhythms. The Architect's Vault. Yao Mingzhu's predecessor found partial information, Shen Wei told Lin Yueshan as they returned to the corridor. The seal formation map, the anchor point coordinates, the reconfiguration instructions. But the predecessor found them in the arena's archive, the Arbiter's domain, filtered through the Arbiter's modifications. The Architect's Vault contains the original blueprints. Unmodified, uncorrupted. The Founder's complete design for the circulation system. If such a thing exists. Yao Mingzhu believed it existed. Her predecessor believed it. The coordinates are real. I can feel the formation key responding to them through the shard's realm connections. The resonance is specific, directional, and matches the Founder's energy signature that we have been detecting in the corridor's infrastructure. Something is at those coordinates. Something old, something designed by the same mind that built the circulation system. Then we go. After the remaining realm visits. The 12th realm needs iron chi supplementation, Zhun Bao's home. The 55th needs a second formation stabilization pass. And 3 more defeated realms have sent representatives to the way station requesting projection assistance. You cannot heal every realm, Shen Wei. No, but I can heal enough to prove the concept. And when the concept is proven, the realms will begin healing each other. That is the point of circulation. It does not depend on one person. It depends on a network. They walked through the corridor, 2 champions from dying realms carrying the stolen fragments of other dying realms, using a cracked crystal and a healer's art to do what the Founder had designed the entire tournament to do. Share energy between worlds voluntarily, without coercion, without competition, without the machinery of a system that turned cooperation into conflict and sharing into theft. The 33rd Realm's miasma gardens bloomed behind them. Cautious, incomplete, but reaching for the light with the stubbornness of living things that refused to accept that death was the only option. And somewhere in the dimensional coordinates that Yao Mingzhu had hidden in her realm's energy patterns, the Architect's Vault waited, containing the original blueprints for a system that had been corrupted 10 millennia ago and might, if the 4 people searching for it were stubborn enough, be restored. Chapter 54. Duan Heyu found them in the 33rd Realm's outskirts, where the unstabilized miasma still churned with lethal intensity. He descended from a dimensional rift that crackled with the Arbiter's signature energy, not a corridor portal, but a direct tear in the realm's boundary, created by a cultivation technique that should have been beyond any spirit condensation practitioner's capability. Heiyu's cultivation had changed since their last encounter in Shen Wei's quarters. The dark energy in his channels was denser, more integrated, less like a borrowed power and more like a native cultivation that had always been there, or that was replacing what had always been there, displacing Duan Heiyu's original spiritual foundation the way an invasive species displaces a native ecosystem. His eyes were black, not brown turning black, as they had been during the midnight ambush. Solid, lightless black, the irises consumed by the same dark energy that now suffused every meridian in his body. The sight was wrong in the way that a familiar face becomes wrong when the eyes change, not a stranger's face, but a friend's face wearing a stranger's expression, the topology identical and the meaning entirely different. Nascent soul, Lin Yueshan breathed, her diagnostic sense reading Heiyu's cultivation with alarm that she did not bother to conceal. He has reached nascent soul. Through the creature's energy. That should be impossible. Corrupted origin energy does not support stable cultivation advancement. The toxicity would destroy his meridians before the energy could consolidate into a functional nascent soul formation. It does if the advancement is not stable, Shen Wei said. Reading the fluctuations in Heiyu's aura with his formation fragments enhanced perception. The fluctuations were there, hidden beneath the surface, masked by the density of the corrupted energy, but present. Heiyu's nascent soul was not a true advancement. It was an inflation, like a building propped up by scaffolding that had been integrated so thoroughly into the structure that removing it would collapse the walls. His cultivation is burning through his channels. The nascent soul is sustained by continuous infusion, not internal generation. The moment the arbiter's supply stops, his cultivation collapses. Shen Wei. Heiyu's voice was different, deeper, resonant, carrying harmonics that did not belong to a human vocal system. The creature's influence was not just in his channels now. It was in his body, his voice, his very identity blurring at the edges where the dark energy pressed against the boundaries of who Duan Heiyu had been before the Arbiter offered him a shortcut to the power he believed he deserved. The Arbiter sent me. I can see that. He is not pleased with your realm healing project. Every realm you stabilize reduces the energy flowing into the containment sphere. Every projection weakens the feeding mechanism. He considers you a nuisance that has graduated to a threat. Good. Threats get attention. Nuisances get ignored. Threats get eliminated. Heiyu raised his hands, and the dark energy condensed into visible tendrils, the same grasping, hungry appendages that the departure portals used to extract fragments from eliminated champions. The technique was not Heiyu's. It was the creature's, channeled through a human body that was rapidly becoming more vessel than person. The tendrils moved with an alien precision that had nothing to do with Heiyu's fighting style. No feints, no setups, no tactical pattern. Just direct, efficient pursuit of the target, like a predator that did not need strategy because its speed and power made strategy irrelevant. Heiyu attacked. The dark tendrils struck with the coordinated precision of a predator that had been consuming champions' energy for 10 millennia and knew exactly where to strike. They targeted Shen Wei's shard, not his body, not his cultivation, but the cracked crystal against his heart, the piece of the founder's system that the creature recognized and wanted. The tendrils phased through his external defenses with a dimensional shift that bypassed conventional barriers, reaching for the shard the way roots reach for water, through any obstacle, around any defense, with the patient inevitability of a hunger that did not understand the concept of failure. Shen Wei's fragment resonance activated, 6 elements cycling through his core in defensive configuration, creating a barrier of combined realm energies that the dark tendrils crashed against. The collision was violent. Fire burned through tendrils, wind deflected them, iron absorbed their impact, formation energy disrupted their structure, lightning shattered their cohesion, shadow created gaps in their targeting. But the tendrils regenerated. They were not cultivation techniques. They were extensions of the creature itself, projected through Heiyu's body, and the creature's regenerative capacity exceeded anything Shen Wei could destroy through conversion. Lin Yueshan joined the defense. Her jade phantoms created a perimeter of solid illusions that intercepted tendrils before they reached Shen Wei, buying him time to calibrate his conversion cycle to the dark energy's composite frequency. The conversion was difficult. The energy was a blend of stolen realm essences, each one requiring a different transmutation pathway, but it was possible. Each tendril he converted added fire chi to his reserves, building toward the counterstrike he needed. Lin Yueshan's phantoms fought with the coordinated efficiency of a healer who understood combat anatomy. Each phantom targeting the tendril's energy junctions, the points where corrupted essence connected to the main supply, severing the flow and forcing the tendril to draw more deeply on Heiyu's channels to regenerate. The fight lasted 4 minutes. Heiyu pressed the attack with the relentless, mechanical precision of a man whose tactical decisions were being made by an intelligence that did not tire, did not doubt, and did not care about the human body it was using as a weapon. His movements lacked the personal touches that had characterized Duan Heiyu's fighting style, the feints borrowed from scavenging knife fights, the footwork developed in the uneven terrain of the Ashen Waste. The creature had overwritten his combat instincts with its own, and what remained was efficient but impersonal, like a weapon being wielded by someone who had never met the person who forged it. Heiyu. Shen Wei shouted between exchanges. Listen to me. The power you are channeling is consuming your channels. Your meridians are deteriorating. Look at your hands. The corruption has spread past your wrists. Heyu glanced down. The gray-black discoloration that had been limited to his fingertips during the midnight ambush now extended past his wrists, reaching toward his elbows. The skin was not just darkened. It was thinning, becoming translucent, the dark energy visible beneath the surface like veins of shadow running through glass. His hands, the hands that had once gripped scavenging tools beside Shen Wei in the Ashen Waste, that had trained for years with practice weapons carved from petrified wood, were becoming something other than human, and the transformation was visible enough that even the creature's influence could not prevent Heyu from seeing it. It does not matter, Heyu said, but his voice cracked, a human crack, a Duan Heyu crack, breaking through the creature's harmonics like sunlight through storm clouds. The Arbiter promised. The Arbiter promised you power. Look at what the power is doing to you. Look at your hands, Heyu. Those are your hands. The hands you used to dig salvage. The hands you trained with every morning for 3 years. They are disappearing. The power is eating them. Is that what you wanted when you said yes? Shen Wei dropped his defense and fired the counter-strike, not at Heyu, but at the dark tendrils themselves. 6-element fragment resonance, calibrated to disrupt the creature's energy composite, severing the connection between Heyu's channels and the external infusion that sustained his corrupted nascent soul. The strike was precise, formation-guided, wind-accelerated, lightning-fast, and it cut through the tendril supply lines with the surgical accuracy of a healer excising a parasite. The tendrils dissolved. Heiyu's cultivation dropped, nascent soul to core formation to spirit condensation, each level falling away as the creature's energy drained from his channels like water from a cracked vessel. He collapsed, his body convulsing as meridians that had been stretched beyond their natural capacity contracted in the absence of the force that had inflated them. The convulsions were violent, his back arching, his limbs flailing, his spiritual signature fluctuating so wildly that Lin Yueshan's diagnostic sense registered it as critical instability. No, Heyu screamed, a human scream, raw with terror and loss. No, I need it. Give it back. I need the power. Shen Wei caught him before he hit the ground. His former friend's body was light, too light, the muscle mass that the creature's energy had sustained withering as the infusion cut off. The blackness in his eyes receded, revealing brown irises that were bloodshot and wild with panic. The gray-black discoloration on his hands began to fade, slowly, painfully, the corrupted energy seeping from his skin like poison being drawn from a wound. Heyu, listen, the power was killing you. Another week and the corruption would have reached your core. You would have become a shell, empty, consumed, another vessel for the creature to inhabit. I know, Heyu whispered. Tears streaked his face, cutting tracks through the gray-black discoloration on his cheeks. I knew. The Arbiter told me what would happen. He told me the conversion was permanent, that once the corruption reached my core, I would become part of the feeding infrastructure, a node in the network. He told me, and I accepted, because the alternative was being nothing, a backup champion with no fragment, no power, no purpose. Just a spare part for a machine that did not need me. That is not the alternative. The alternative is being Duan Heyu from the Ashen Waste, who trained for 3 years because he loved his realm enough to dedicate his life to protecting it. The Ashen Waste is dead. The Ashen Waste is dying. Dying is not dead, and I am trying to save it, to save all of them, but I cannot do it without the 7th person at the 7th anchor point, and that person is you, Heyu. Not because of power, not because of destiny, because you are the only person I trust with the 88th realm's future besides myself. Heyu lay in his arms, trembling, the corruption slowly receding from his skin as his body expelled the creature's residual energy. The process was painful, visible, audible, the dark energy seeping from his pores like sweat and evaporating in the 33rd realm's toxic atmosphere. Lin Yueshan knelt beside them, her jade energy flowing into Heiyu's ravaged channels with the gentle insistence of a healer treating a patient who had been poisoning himself and needed the poison removed more than the damage repaired. I will think about it, he said, which was what he had said before. But this time the words carried a different weight, not the defiance of a man considering the Arbiter's offer, but the tentative openness of a practitioner who had been shown the cost of borrowing power and was beginning to consider the value of earning it instead. Shen Wei helped him to his feet, and Lin Yueshan's healing energy continued to flow into his damaged channels, beginning the long process of repairing what the creature's corruption had wrought. Heyu looked at his hands, still discolored at the fingertips, but recognizably human, recognizably his. and flexed them with the careful attention of someone relearning the dimensions of a body he had almost lost. The Arbiter had sent his weapon. The weapon had been disarmed. But the message was clear. The Realm Healing Project had crossed the threshold from nuisance to threat, and the next response would not be a corrupted friend with borrowed power. It would be something far worse. Chapter 55 The Realm Liberation Front began with 12 champions. Mu Feng's recruitment, conducted through the corridor's inter-realm communication channels using the Iron Sutra's compartmentalized communication protocols, bore fruit within 2 weeks of the planning session. The mid-tier champions who had witnessed the rigged final, the moment when the Arbiter declared Feng Zhantian the winner despite Su Qianli's superior performance, had been simmering with the kind of righteous anger that the Iron Sutra cultivated as fuel for justified action. Mu Feng's messages found fertile ground, and the seeds he planted germinated with the speed of conviction that had been waiting for a framework to grow in. Jian Ro of the 15th Realm, a compact, fierce woman whose crystal aspect cultivation produced barriers that could deflect nascent soul attacks. Her crystals grew from her skin like armor, each facet tuned to a specific defensive frequency, and she could create walls of crystalline force that were transparent, allowing her allies to see and strike through barriers that stopped enemy techniques cold. She had been in the stands during Shen Wei's speech and had believed every word. I watched 64 champions walk through those portals, she told Mu Feng during her recruitment briefing. I watched the light leave their eyes, and the Arbiter called it sacred purpose. I have been waiting for someone to call it what it is. Han Zhao of the 22nd Realm, a lanky, methodical man whose sand cultivation controlled the arena floor itself, turning solid stone into fluid terrain that swallowed enemy footing and provided his allies with shifting platforms of compressed sediment. His realm was mid-tier, stable, and thoroughly disillusioned with a tournament that had drained 30% of their neighbors into ghost realms over the past 3 cycles. The math does not work, he said, with the precision of a man whose cultivation technique was built on granular calculation. A system that destroys 30 realms per cycle to benefit 10 is not circulation. It is liquidation. And I did not become a champion to liquidate my neighbors. Pei Xiaolan of the 71st Realm, an older woman, the tournament's most experienced non-finalist, whose vine cultivation could restrain even upper-tier champions with tendrils that grew faster than they could be cut. She had competed in 2 consecutive cycles and had seen enough to know that the system was broken long before Shen Wei's speech confirmed it. I have watched this tournament consume champions for 20 years, she said. I stayed quiet because quiet champions survive. But surviving a broken system is not the same as living in a functional one, and I would rather fight for function than survive in brokenness. From the 44th Realm, Wei Junren, a gravity cultivator whose match against Feng Zhantian in the semifinals had ended in 17 seconds, the fastest elimination in the tournament's final rounds, and whose realm's decline had accelerated sharply since the loss. His gravity technique was limited in range, but devastating in effect, creating localized fields that could triple an object's weight or reduce it to near zero. His daughter, 8 years old, had asked him when the heavy feeling would stop, and he had not been able to answer her. And 8 more, scattered across the mid-tier and lower-tier realms, each one carrying a champion fragment that connected them to the network Shen Wei's projection ability was building. Each one with a story of decline, of loss, of watching their world diminish and being told that the diminishment was the natural order of things. The way station expanded. Mu Feng organized it with military precision, sleeping quarters allocated by realm affinity to optimize comfort and cooperation, training areas designed to accommodate a dozen different cultivation styles simultaneously, a communications hub where inter-realm messages were received and transmitted through the prayer bead's seal energy resonance, and a strategic planning chamber where the formation table displayed the real-time status of every realm in the network. 12 combat-ready champions. Mu Feng reported during the first formal briefing, his prayer beads projecting tactical data onto the formation table's display. Combined with our core team, Shen Wei, Lin Yueshan, myself, we have 15. 3 at nascent soul or equivalent. 7 at core formation. 5 at spirit condensation. And Zhen Bao, who is not combat ready, but whose alchemical support multiplies our effective capability by a factor I estimate at 2.5. 2.7. Zhen Bao corrected from his laboratory corner without looking up from the reaction vessel he was monitoring. I have developed a detection compound that can identify the Arbiter's surveillance formations at 50 meters, a stamina pill that extends continuous combat duration by 40%, and a formation disruption sachet that creates a 10-meter blackout zone in any security grid. The factor is 2.7, possibly 2.8 once I finish the nerve acceleration serum. but that one has a side effect of temporary color blindness that I am still working to eliminate. Shen Wei stood at the formation table, studying the map of realm connections that his projection ability had been building over the past 2 weeks. 17 realms now participated in the voluntary circulation network, each one receiving small but measurable infusions of energy through his shard's projection, each one contributing data about the founder's infrastructure that helped optimize the transfer process. The connections glowed on the map as golden threads between realm spheres, thin but visible, a skeleton of the circulation system that the founder had designed and that 10 millennia of corruption had dismantled. The network is growing, he said, but it is growing too slowly. At this rate, we reach 50 realms in 6 months. The seal fails before we hit that number. We need a force multiplier, Mu Feng said. We need the architect's vault. Shen Wei pointed to the coordinates that Yao Mingzhu had hidden in the 33rd realm's energy patterns. The original blueprints. The founder's complete design for the circulation system. If we can understand the full architecture, we can optimize the projection technique, reduce the energy cost, and scale the network faster. When do we go? Lin Yueshan and I leave tomorrow. The coordinates are deep in the corridor, a hidden junction that requires the founder's key to access. My shard's fragment energy should function as the key. Should. Lin Yueshan's voice carried the emphasis that she applied to conditional words that determined whether plans succeeded or killed people. Should. Shen Wei confirmed. And the rest of us? Train. Prepare. Continue recruitment. The network needs to be ready when we return with the blueprints, because the moment we start scaling, the Arbiter will notice, and his response will not be a single corrupted champion. It will be everything he has. The briefing ended. The Liberation Front dispersed to their duties. Jian Rou and Han Zhao to the training area. Pei Xiaolan to the communications hub to assist Mu Feng with recruitment message encryption. Wei Junrin to the way station's edge, where he practiced gravity compression exercises that shook the floor and made Jun Bao's glassware rattle. And Shen Wei stood at the formation table, watching the 17 connected realms pulse with the faint light of energy that was flowing between them voluntarily, willingly, without the machinery of a tournament forcing the exchange. 17 realms. Not enough. Not nearly enough. But each one was a proof of concept, a demonstration that the founder's dream was not just idealistic fantasy, but achievable reality. If enough people were willing to share what they had with strangers who needed it more. The 88th realm's curtain flickered at the edge of the map, barely visible, barely alive, but connected to the network through the fragment that Shen Wei carried in his chest. His homeland had never had anything worth sharing. Its gift to the network was something less tangible than energy. The stubbornness of a people who had survived 3 generations of dying and had not stopped fighting for the possibility that the next generation might live in a world where the sky was blue. That stubbornness was the network's foundation. Everything else, the energy, the techniques, the realms, was built on top of it. Chapter 56. The Architect's Vault existed in a fold of dimensional space that the void corridor protected like a heart within a chest. Shen Wei and Lin Yueshan followed the coordinates through a narrow junction in the corridor, a passage barely wide enough for 2 people walking abreast, hidden behind a dimensional membrane that only responded to energy matching the founder's circulation pattern. Shen Wei's cracked shard provided the key, its fragment energy resonating with the membrane at a frequency that caused it to part like a curtain, revealing a chamber that had not been accessed in millennia. The membrane sealed behind them with a hum of recognition, the founder's security system identifying an authorized user and granting access. 10,000 years of dormancy overridden by a fragment key that the system had been designed to accept. The vault was not large, perhaps 50 meters on each side, carved from dimensional crystal that glowed with the warm golden light of the founder's original energy. But what it lacked in size, it compensated for in density. Every surface was inscribed with schematics, formation diagrams, energy flow calculations, dimensional architecture blueprints, cultivation theory notations, covering the walls, the floor, the ceiling, even the crystalline pillars that supported the chamber's structure. The inscriptions were not static. They pulsed with the founder's energy, each line and symbol a functioning component of a formation array that preserved the information and maintained the vault's dimensional stability simultaneously. The knowledge was the architecture. The blueprints were the building. At the center stood a formation table similar to the way stations, but vastly more complex. When Shen Wei's shard energy touched it, the table activated with a hum that resonated through his bones, projecting a 3-dimensional model of the 100 realms that made the way station's map look like a child's drawing compared to a master architect's blueprint. The projection showed not just realm positions, but energy flows. Every connection, Every pathway, every node of the circulation system rendered in golden light with a clarity that revealed the full scope of what the founder had built and the arbiter had corrupted. The founder's complete design, Lin Yueshan breathed, her eyes reflecting the golden light of the projection. The original circulation system. Every realm, every connection, every energy pathway. This is, she paused, rotating the projection with her hands. Her healer's perception reading the energy patterns with the same diagnostic clarity she applied to patients. This is beautiful. The circulation is not just a distribution network. It is an ecosystem. Each realm contributes its unique elemental energy to the flow, and the flow distributes it to realms that lack that element, creating complementary relationships across the entire network. Wind realms feed storm energy to agricultural realms. Iron realms provide structural stability to water realms. Formation realms maintain the dimensional boundaries for all their neighbors. It is symbiosis at a 100-realm scale. The blueprints revealed what 10 millennia of the Arbiter's modifications had obscured. The Founder's circulation system was not just an energy distribution network. It was an organism, a living architecture that connected the 100 realms through a web of shared energy flows designed to maintain balance, promote growth, and prevent the kind of energy hoarding that had caused the system's initial failure. The Realm Guardian, Wei Shou, before its corruption, was the system's heart, a living entity that monitored the circulation, adjusted the energy distribution, and maintained the dimensional stability of all 100 realms simultaneously. The Guardian was not a separate creation. It was an integral component of the circulation system, designed to operate in symbiosis with the 100 realms, drawing a small portion of the circulated energy to sustain itself while providing the computational intelligence needed to manage a 100-way energy exchange. The relationship was mutualistic. The realms fed the Guardian, and the Guardian maintained the realms. Neither could function optimally without the other. The Arbiter corrupted the circulation by redirecting the energy flow from circulation to accumulation, Shen Wei said, tracing the modifications on the blueprint. The Arbiter's changes were visible as red overlays on the golden original. Conduits rerouted, nodes disabled, pathways blocked or reversed. The modifications were systematic and thorough, the work of a mind that understood the Founder's design well enough to subvert it without destroying it. But the corruption did not destroy the original pathways. It overlaid them. The Founder's circulation channels still exist, dormant and used, but structurally intact. The reconfiguration does not need to rebuild the system. It needs to reactivate it. And the Guardian? The Guardian needs the circulation to function. Without circulated energy, it cannot perform its designed role. The Arbiter's feeding gives it energy, but the wrong kind. Accumulated rather than circulated, concentrated rather than distributed. The feeding feeds the predator aspect. The circulation would feed the protector aspect. Lin Yueshan studied the blueprints with her healer's eye, reading the biological specifications of the Guardian's design. The Founder built redundancies into the system. If the Guardian became corrupted, the circulation system could function at reduced capacity without it. The 100 realms could manage their own energy exchange through a simplified protocol that the blueprints call manual circulation. But the manual protocol requires conscious effort from participating realms, making it unsustainable as a permanent solution. The Guardian is necessary for automated, unconscious circulation, the way a heartbeat is necessary for blood flow. You can pump blood manually, but you cannot do it forever. So we need to restore the Guardian as well as the circulation. We need to wake the protector inside the predator. And the blueprints show how. She pointed to a section of the schematic that detailed the Guardian's consciousness architecture. The Founder designed a reset protocol, a specific sequence of energy inputs that would restore the Guardian's original programming if it ever deviated from its intended purpose. The protocol requires the simultaneous input of at least 50 realm energies, channeled through the circulation pathways, in a specific harmonic pattern. 50 realms. We have 17 in the network. We need more, and we need them fast. But the blueprints give us something else, the optimized projection technique. She highlighted a section of the formation diagram that detailed the Founder's energy sharing methodology. Your projection ability through the cracked shard is a crude version of what the Founder designed. The complete technique uses the corridor's infrastructure as an amplifier, reducing the energy cost per projection by an order of magnitude. With this optimization, you could project to 50 realms simultaneously, if your shard can handle the throughput. We need Jinbao to assess the shard's capacity limits. And we need more projection efficiency pills, the optimized versions, not the ones with a 12% chance of detonation. They spent hours in the vault, absorbing the founder's complete design with the desperate efficiency of students cramming for an exam that would determine whether their civilization survived. The blueprints provided answers to questions they had not known to ask: the dimensional mechanics of inter-realm energy transfer, the Guardian's behavioral programming, the Arbiter's specific modifications, and how to reverse each one, and the founder's key. Not a metaphor. A physical artifact, a 100-sided polyhedron that the founder had created as the master controller for the circulation system. Each face represented a realm. The key was designed to be carried by the system's primary operator, originally the Guardian, later intended for a champion who could coordinate the manual circulation protocol. The key was hidden in the containment chamber, inside the Guardian's cracked sphere, protected by the seal that was currently fracturing under the pressure of the creature's metamorphosis. "We need the key to restore the circulation," Shen Wei said. "And the key is inside the thing we are trying to restore the circulation to fix." "A circle," Lin Yueshan said. "The founder's last security measure, ensuring that anyone who restored the system had to be willing to enter the creature's domain to retrieve the tool that made restoration possible. Or the founder's last test, proving that the person who retrieved the key was brave enough or desperate enough to face what the Guardian had become." They returned to the corridor carrying the blueprints in jade slip format, the optimized projection technique memorized, and the knowledge that their plan required them to enter the containment chamber, the Arbiter's most guarded location, containing a creature that had been growing for 10 millennia, and retrieve a key that the founder had hidden inside the Predator's shell. The mathematics of the situation were unchanged: impossible odds, insufficient resources, and a deadline that shrank with every day the accelerated feeding continued. But the variables had shifted. The blueprints gave them a path. The optimized technique gave them scalability. And the knowledge that the Guardian still existed inside the Hollow King, that the Protector was buried inside the Predator, dormant but not dead, gave them something that no amount of mathematical analysis could quantify. It gave them a chance, and a chance was the only currency that mattered. Chapter 57. The cultivation advancement came without warning. In the quiet hours after their return from the Architect's Vault, while Shen Wei sat in the Way Station's meditation chamber reviewing the founder's optimized projection technique. The 7 origin fragments in his core, fire, wind, iron, formation, lightning, shadow, and poison fire, had been orbiting his nascent soul in a stable but unstructured configuration since his breakthrough during the Yao Mingzhu fight. Now, as the founder's blueprints provided context for what the fragments were and how they were designed to interact, the fragments began to reorganize. It was not a forced restructuring. It was a recognition, the fragments understanding, through the blueprints' encoded energy patterns, that they were not random acquisitions but pieces of a larger design. Each fragment occupied a specific position in the founder's circulation architecture. Wind connected adjacent realms through kinetic transfer. Iron provided structural stability to the energy pathways. Formation energy maintained the dimensional boundaries. Lightning accelerated transfer speed. Shadow provided security through concealment. Poison fire represented the cleansing function that kept the circulation free of corruption. And the 88th realm's native fire, the Ember Rebirth Technique's foundation, was the conversion function that transformed any form of energy into any other, the universal translator that allowed realms with incompatible energy types to share freely. 7 pieces of a 100-piece puzzle, finding their positions without being told where they belonged. The fragments moved within his core like planets settling into orbital resonance, each one adjusting its position in response to the others, the group seeking a configuration that minimized friction and maximized flow. The process was not painful. It was musical, a 7-note chord resolving from dissonance into harmony, each fragment's individual frequency blending with the others to produce a combined tone that Shen Wei felt in his marrow rather than heard with his ears. The fragments aligned, not in a combat configuration, but in a circulation configuration, the pattern described in the founder's blueprints as the operator array, the energy arrangement that the primary circulation coordinator was meant to maintain. His cultivation surged. Nascent soul compressed, refined, and expanded beyond its previous boundaries. The void refining rank, the 6th level, manifested not as a brute force advancement, but as a comprehension. The understanding that cultivation was not about accumulating personal power, but about facilitating the flow of energy between systems. The stronger the flow, the stronger the facilitator. The more realms connected through the circulation, the more energy available to the coordinator. It was a cultivation model that grew stronger through sharing rather than hoarding, the exact opposite of the Arbiter's Tournament, which rewarded accumulation and punished distribution. Void refining was not about refining the void. It was about understanding the void. the space between realms, the dimensional medium through which the Founder's circulation flowed, the infrastructure that connected 100 worlds and made them more than 100 isolated points of light in the cosmic dark. The void was not empty. It was a medium, a carrier, a bridge. And understanding the bridge was the key to crossing it. A new ability emerged from the advancement, Realm Bridge. The capacity to open temporary portals between nearby realms without using the Arbiter's portal system. The Founder's infrastructure provided the framework. Shen Wei's void refining comprehension provided the activation. He could now move between realms through the corridor's original pathways, bypassing the Arbiter's surveillance entirely. The portals were not large, person-sized, temporary, energy-intensive, but they were independent of the Arbiter's control, and independence was the most valuable resource the Liberation Front possessed. Void refining, Lin Yueshan said, entering the meditation chamber and reading his cultivation with her diagnostic sense. Her expression mixed relief with concern. The advancement was significant, but each advancement through fragment absorption pushed Shen Wei further toward the identity fusion she had warned about. The fragments are not just orbiting your core anymore. They are integrating into your spiritual architecture. Your cultivation base is becoming the circulation system's operator array. I know. You are becoming the system, Shen Wei. Not just using it, becoming it. The distinction between you and the fragments is eroding with every advancement. Your spiritual signature is less Shen Wei and more network. The diagnostic readout looks like a circulation map, not a cultivation profile. I know that too. And you are comfortable with it? He considered the question honestly, because Lin Yueshan deserved honest answers even when the honest answer was complicated. The fragments had been separate presences in his cultivation, distinct energies with distinct identities, orbiting his core like planets around a sun. Now they were merging with the core itself, their energies blending into a unified field that was neither Shen Wei's native fire nor any individual stolen element, but something new. Something that matched the Founder's blueprint for what the circulation coordinator's cultivation was supposed to look like. Was he comfortable? The scavenger part of him, the part that evaluated risk by instinct and trusted patterns over promises, said no. The part that had read the Founder's blueprints and understood what the circulation system needed said that comfort was irrelevant when the alternative was 100 worlds dying. Comfortable is not the right word, he said. Necessary. The system needs an operator. The Founder designed the role. The fragments are configuring themselves to fill it. I can fight the integration and remain a collection of stolen pieces, or I can accept it and become what the system needs me to be. And what about what you need? I need the same thing I have needed since the fragment buried itself in my chest, to save the 88th realm. To save all of them. If becoming the circulation operator is what that requires, then that is what I become. She sat beside him and took his hand. The jade energy of her healing arts interacted with the circulation pattern in his core, and for a moment, they formed a two-node microcirculation, his conversion energy flowing to her, her healing energy flowing to him. The exchange clean, voluntary, mutual. The connection was warm, stable, and carried the particular quality of an energy exchange between two people who trusted each other without reservation. This is what it is supposed to feel like, she said softly. The Founder's design. Energy flowing between people who choose to share it. Not extracted. Not stolen. Shared. We need 50 realms sharing like this to activate the reset protocol. Then we have work to do. She released his hand and stood, her expression shifting from reflective to operational with the practiced speed of a healer whose bedside manner and battlefield efficiency occupied the same body. The Realm Bridge ability changes everything. You can reach realms directly now, no corridor travel required. The network can expand exponentially. If my shard can handle the throughput. If. That word again. She smiled. The fierce, survival-hardened smile that the Jade Blossom realm had taught her to wear when the odds were terrible and the alternative to smiling was despair. Let us go give Zhen Bao something new to worry about. The void refining advancement settled into Shen Wei's cultivation like a key turning in a lock. Not the physical Founder's key, still hidden inside the containment sphere, but a conceptual key, a comprehension that unlocked the next stage of a plan that was racing against a seal's collapse and an ancient cultivator's patience. 50 realms. The reset protocol, the Founder's key, and somewhere in the containment sphere, a guardian buried inside a predator, waiting for someone to remind it what it was. The Realm Bridge opened at his command, a portal of golden light that connected the way station to the corridor's main channel with the clean, precise geometry of a system operating within its designed parameters. He stepped through it, feeling the dimensional membrane part around his body like warm water, and emerged on the other side with a void refining cultivator's awareness of the space between worlds. Not empty, not threatening, but full of potential. A medium waiting for a message, a highway waiting for traffic, a circulation system waiting for blood. The 100 realms were out there. 50 of them needed to say yes. And the scavenger from the dying 88th was going to ask them, one at a time, until the number was enough or the seal broke first. Chapter 58. The Arbiter's response came 3 weeks after the Realm Liberation Front established its base in the Void Corridor way station. Feng Zhantian descended on the way station with the precision of a blade designed to cut through exactly this kind of resistance. He was not alone. 12 enforcers accompanied him, each one a construct animated by the Arbiter's distilled cultivation energy, each one operating at the equivalent of core formation with the mechanical efficiency of weapons that did not tire, did not hesitate, and did not question the orders that drove them. The constructs were identical, white and gold livery, featureless faces, standardized combat formations, 12 copies of a single combat template, deployed with the factory precision of a military that had been manufacturing soldiers for 10 millennia. The attack came through the corridor's dimensional walls, not through portals, which could be detected and defended, but through direct dimensional breach, the Arbiter's heaven-severing cultivation, tearing holes in the corridor's fabric through sheer force. The breaches appeared simultaneously at 6 points around the way station, each one disgorging 2 enforcers who began systematically destroying the base's infrastructure before the Liberation Front could organize a defense. The constructs targeted communication equipment first, then alchemical supplies, then formation arrays, the support infrastructure that a military commander would identify as force multipliers. The targeting was not random. It was strategic. Someone, presumably the Arbiter, had analyzed the Liberation Front's capabilities and designed the attack to degrade their effectiveness before the main assault began. Mu Feng responded first. His prayer beads, charged with the Founder's seal energy and augmented by weeks of attunement to the corridor's clean energy, created a defensive perimeter that disrupted the Enforcer's formation coordination. The constructs operated on synchronized spiritual wavelengths, and the beads' interference shattered that synchronization, forcing each enforcer to operate independently rather than as a coordinated unit. Individually, the constructs were dangerous but manageable. Collectively, their synchronized attacks would have been devastating. Mu Feng's disruption reduced the threat from overwhelming to merely severe. The Liberation Front's champions engaged. Jian Ro's crystal barriers deflected the enforcer's attacks, her crystalline walls absorbing the construct's energy blasts and redirecting the force downward into the way station's foundation, preventing structural damage. Han Zhao's sand cultivation turned the way station's floor into a shifting, unstable surface that the construct's rigid combat protocols could not adapt to. Their standardized footwork, designed for solid ground, stumbled and staggered on terrain that flowed like water and trapped like quicksand. Pei Xiulan's vines wrapped around enforcers and held them immobile, while Wei Juanren's gravity techniques crushed them into deactivation. The localized gravitational fields compressing the construct's formation cores until they fractured and the animating energy dissipated. 6 enforcers fell in the first 3 minutes. The remaining 6 adapted, their individual combat routines compensating for the lost synchronization with brute force technique variation. But the adapted response was slower, clumsier, less efficient than the original coordinated assault. But the enforcers were a distraction. Feng Zhantian was the real weapon. The 3-time tournament champion entered the way station through the largest breach with the unhurried confidence of a fighter whose power level exceeded the combined capabilities of everyone present. His heavenly sword materialized in his hand, brighter than before, more refined. The accumulated energy of 3 tournament victories compressed into a blade that sang with the frequency of dozens of conquered realms. His killing intent filled the way station like pressure filling a sealed chamber, and even at a distance, the Liberation Front's champions felt their techniques waver under the weight of a spiritual pressure that belonged to a different category of power than anything they had trained against. "Where is the scavenger?" he demanded, his voice cutting through the combat noise with the casual authority of absolute power. Mu Feng stepped forward with his prayer beads raised and his missing arm a visible reminder of the cost of opposing the tournament's machinery. "Here, you face me first." "Gladly." The fight between Feng Zhantian and Mu Feng lasted 90 seconds. The champion's sword technique, refined by 3 lifetimes of combat, shattered Mu Feng's bead defenses in 12 exchanges. The warrior monk fought with the Iron Sutra's characteristic endurance, absorbing punishment that would have killed lesser cultivators, redirecting force through discipline and willpower rather than technique. But one-armed, against a heavenly sword at full power, endurance had limits. Each exchange cost Mu Feng ground. Each retreat opened gaps that the sword exploited with the patient efficiency of water-eroding stone. Feng Zhantian's killing blow, a diagonal slash that would have bisected Mu Feng from shoulder to hip, was deflected by a realm bridge portal that opened between the sword and its target. The portal appeared from empty air, a window of golden energy that swallowed the blade wave and deposited it harmlessly into the void between realms. Shen Wei stepped through a second portal, void refining cultivation blazing, fragment resonance array fully deployed. 7 elements cycled through his core in the founder's circulation pattern, their combined output creating an aura that the corridor's infrastructure amplified, the golden light of the original system, visible and unmistakable. Behind him, Lin Yueshan emerged from a third portal with jade phantoms already manifesting around her in a combat formation that turned the healer into a 6-body assault team, each phantom independent, each one capable of both offensive strikes and defensive interception. Feng Zhantian, Shen Wei said. Again, void refining. The champion assessed the advancement with the clinical eye of a veteran fighter evaluating a rising opponent. His sword hand adjusted, a micro-correction that spoke to the automatic tactical recalibration of a fighter whose body reacted to threat assessment faster than conscious thought. Impressive growth. But void refining is still 2 ranks below my peak. The math has not changed. The math has changed. I am not alone. Mu Feng, battered but standing, flanked Shen Wei's left. His prayer beads hummed with renewed energy, the corridor's ambient supply replenishing what the fight had drained, the founder's seal fragment responding to the circulation pattern in Shen Wei's aura with a resonance that strengthened both of them. Lin Yueshan, phantoms deployed, covered his right. Behind them, the Liberation Front's champions formed a second line, 12 fighters whose combined capabilities, while individually inferior to Feng Zhantian's, created an operational complexity that even the tournament's strongest champion could not dismiss. Feng Zhantian attacked. His heavenly sword carved the air with the accumulated power of 3 victories, the blade wave traveling at speeds that made wind blades look stationary. Shen Wei met it with fragment resonance, 7 elements cycling through his core in the founder's circulation pattern, creating a defensive field that did not just block the attack, but redirected it through the corridor's infrastructure, dissipating the energy across dimensional boundaries rather than absorbing or deflecting it. The technique was new, born from the architect's vault blueprints and the void refining comprehension that understood the void between realms as a medium for energy transfer rather than empty space. Feng Zhantian's attack did not hit a wall. It hit a redirect, a dimensional funnel that channeled the blade wave's energy into the corridor itself, where it dispersed harmlessly across a 100-realm network. What technique is that? Feng Zhantian demanded, his sword already reforming for the next strike. The founders. The technique that the tournament was designed to use before it was corrupted. Circulation, not accumulation. Sharing, not stealing. Feng Zhantian launched a barrage. Ice, stone, spatial distortion, lightning, gravity. Every element in his stolen arsenal, each one deployed at championship level. Shen Wei redirected through realm bridge portals. Lin Yueshan's phantoms intercepted what the portals missed, their jade energy bodies absorbing elemental attacks and dissipating the energy through healing frequency conversion. Mu Feng's prayer beads disrupted the spiritual cohesion of each attack, weakening the techniques before they reached their targets. 3 fighters, each contributing a different defensive capability, their coordination creating a layered defense that no single fighter could have maintained. 3 against 1. Void refining, nascent soul, and core formation against whatever rank Feng Zhantian occupied above them all. The odds were still against them. The champions' raw power exceeded their combined output by a margin that mathematics could quantify and courage could not bridge. But the efficiency of their cooperation, the optimization of the founders' techniques, and the tactical advantage of fighting in the corridor's clean energy environment narrowed the gap from impossible to merely improbable. Feng Zhantian was forced to retreat when Shen Wei's combined fragment attack, all 7 elements harmonized in the circulation pattern, threatened to strip away his accumulated origin fragments through the same resonance that the founder's system used for energy transfer. The champion felt his stolen energies respond to the circulation frequency, reaching toward the shared flow the way a river's tributaries reach toward the main channel, and for one terrifying moment, his cultivation base trembled on the edge of redistribution, the fragments wanting to return to the network they had been stolen from. He broke contact. His enforcers, though still functional, followed. The dimensional breaches sealed behind them. The way station was damaged, but standing. 2 allied champions were dead. Wei Junrin of the 44th realm, killed by an Enforcer construct's gravity reversal technique before the main defense could organize, and Luo Shan, a spirit condensation fighter from the same realm whose sound cultivation had been coordinating communications when a breach opened directly beneath his station. The losses were real, personal, and carried the weight that every casualty carried in a conflict where the enemy had unlimited resources and the resistance had only what it could scrounge from the wreckage of a broken system. Shen Wei stood in the damaged way station, his fragment resonance array cooling, his reserves depleted, and the knowledge that the Arbiter would send more, would keep sending more, escalating force until the resistance was crushed or the system was changed. The race was accelerating. The Arbiter was responding. And somewhere in the containment sphere, the Hollow King pressed against its cracking seal, feeling the resonance of a circulation pattern that had briefly activated during the fight and recognizing it, remembering it, reaching for it with the desperate need of a creature that had been buried inside its own corruption for 10 millennia and had just heard the song that could set it free. Chapter 59. Shen Wei opened a realm bridge portal directly into the Grand Arena's airspace. The battle against Feng Zhantian had proven two things. First, that the Founder's circulation techniques could counter the Heavenly Sword's accumulated power by threatening to redistribute its stolen fragments. Second, that the Arbiter would escalate until the Resistance either submitted or demonstrated the capability to match his escalation. And matching escalation required not just military capability, but narrative power. The ability to tell a story that 100 realms could see, believe, and choose to join. Matching the Arbiter's escalation required something beyond tactical victories in the Void Corridor. It required a statement, a demonstration visible to all 100 realms, that the alternative to the Arbiter's system was not just theoretical, but operational. The corridor battles were invisible to the broader population. The realm healing visits were local, individual, one world at a time. To change 100 worlds, you needed 100 worlds watching. Feng Zhantian was waiting. The three-time champion stood in the Grand Arena's center, his heavenly sword manifested, his killing intent flooding the space with the dense spiritual pressure that had made him the tournament's apex predator for 3 consecutive cycles. Around the arena, broadcasting formations activated. The Arbiter had allowed this confrontation, Shen Wei realized. Allowed it because it served his narrative. The Resistance, defeated publicly, would discredit the alternative and reinforce the tournament's legitimacy. The Arbiter was not defending his system through force alone. He was defending it through spectacle, using the same broadcasting infrastructure that carried the tournament to carry its rebuttal. "You came to me this time," Feng Zhantian said. His voice carried across the empty arena, empty of audience, but not of broadcasting formations. Every word was being transmitted to 100 realms in real time. Bold or foolish. I came because the next battle needs to happen here, where the 100 realms can see it. Not hidden in the corridor. Not between enforcers and rebel champions. Here, in the arena, where the system displays its power. And what will the 100 realms see? They will see the future. Shen Wei attacked. Not with fragment resonance, with circulation. The void refining comprehension gave him access to the arena's dormant founder infrastructure, the original energy pathways that the Arbiter had overlaid but never destroyed. Through those pathways, Shen Wei channeled the projection ability at its maximum range, reaching out through inter-realm connections to the 17 realms in the voluntary circulation network. The connection was instantaneous, the optimized technique from the Vault blueprints reducing the throughput cost to a fraction of what his crude projections had consumed. Each connected realm felt the call and responded. Energy flowed, not the trickle of individual realm healing projections, but a coordinated flow, 17 realms simultaneously channeling a portion of their origin energy through the corridor's infrastructure, through Shen Wei's shard, and into the arena's ancient circulation pathways. The Founder's system, dormant for 10 millennia, flickered to life. Pathways that had been dark since the Arbiter's corruption lit up with golden energy, the original circulation pattern reasserting itself through the infrastructure that had preserved it in silence for 100 centuries. The arena lit up, not with the dark bioluminescence of the creature's feeding energy, but with the golden light of circulation, clean, shared, voluntary energy flowing through pathways that the Arbiter had spent 10 millennia blocking. The light was visible to every broadcast formation on the platform, transmitted to 100 realms in real time. Billions of beings watched golden energy flow through an arena they had been told was powered by competition and witnessed, in a sight no living being had ever seen, what the system looked like when it worked as designed. Feng Zhantian's eyes widened. The golden light interacted with his accumulated origin fragments, dozens of stolen realm energies, each one responding to the circulation frequency with the resonance of components recognizing their original design. His cultivation base trembled. The fragments he carried were not just power sources, they were circulation keys, and the circulation was calling them home. "Stop that," Feng Zhantian said, his voice carrying a note that Shen Wei had never heard from the champion before: uncertainty, not fear. Feng Zhantian did not fear combat, but the sensation of his own power responding to another system's call, reaching toward a flow that threatened to redistribute everything he had accumulated, was outside his combat experience. He had fought every form of attack the 100 Realms could produce. He had never fought an invitation. "I am not attacking you. I am showing you what the system was designed to do." Shen Wei stood in the center of the activated circulation, the golden light flowing through his body and outward through the arena's pathways, reaching for the containment sphere in the depths below. Your fragments know this pattern. They remember it. They want to participate in it. Every stolen realm energy you carry is a piece of the Founder's circulation, and the circulation is calling them home. Feng Zhantian's sword hand shook. His heavenly sword, formed from the combined elemental affinities of dozens of conquered realms, flickered in his grip as the fragments responded to the circulation frequency. The blade dimmed, brightened, dimmed again, the stolen energies fighting between the champion's control and the circulation's pull. The internal conflict was visible, not just in the sword's fluctuations, but in Feng Zhantian's expression, which shifted between the iron discipline of a champion maintaining control and the bewilderment of a man feeling his own power choose a different allegiance. "You do not understand what you are doing," Feng Zhantian said, his voice strained with the effort of holding his fragments in place against the circulation's pull. "If the fragments redistribute, if the circulation takes them back, every realm I conquered recovers, but you lose the power you accumulated through 3 tournament victories. Yes, I am nothing without that power." The admission cost the champion more than any combat wound. His face, usually composed into the mask of absolute confidence, showed the naked fear of a man who had defined himself by his strength and was watching that strength respond to a call that did not belong to him. The heavenly sword, the champion's crown, the respect, the authority, the ability to protect my realm from the tournament's drain, all of it comes from the fragments. Without them, I am a competent swordsman from the first realm. Nothing more. "The tournament taught you that power is measured in what you take," Shen Wei said. "The founder designed it to measure power by what you share. The difference is not strength, it is direction. The same energy, the same fragments, flowing outward instead of inward." The circulation pulsed through the arena. Through the golden light, Shen Wei could feel the containment sphere responding. Not the creature's dark, predatory hunger, but the guardian's buried awareness, reaching toward the circulation with the desperate hope of a protector that had been imprisoned inside its own corruption and was being reminded, for the second time, of what it had been created to do. Feng Zhantian made a decision. He did not lower his sword. He did not yield. But he did something that, for the 3-time tournament champion, required more courage than any combat technique. He stopped fighting the circulation. His fragments aligned with the golden light. The heavenly sword's blade shifted from the cold blue of accumulated power to the warm gold of shared energy. His killing intent, the dense, suffocating pressure that had been his signature for 3 cycles, dissipated, replaced by something Shen Wei could not name, but could feel. The spiritual pressure of a powerful cultivator choosing to share rather than dominate. The sensation was unfamiliar, not weaker than killing intent, but fundamentally different in quality, like the difference between a fist and an open hand. The audience, projected from 100 realms, watched in stunned silence as the tournament's greatest champion stood in a field of golden light and let his stolen power flow outward. It lasted 11 seconds. Then the arbiter intervened, his heaven-severing cultivation crushing the circulation pathways with a single pulse of force that shattered the founder's infrastructure and plunged the arena back into the dark, familiar hum of the corrupted system. The golden light extinguished. The fragments in Feng Zhantian's core snapped back to their accumulated configuration. The circulation died, but 11 seconds was enough. 100 realms had seen the golden light. 100 realms had felt the circulation, however briefly, through inter-realm connections that the Arbiter's corruption had suppressed but not destroyed. And the seed that Shen Wei had planted during the closing ceremony speech had just sprouted into something the Arbiter's system was not designed to crush. Not resistance, not rebellion, but an alternative. Visible, functional, and undeniable. Feng Zhantian stood in the darkened arena, his fragments once again under his control, his heavenly sword once again cold and blue. But his eyes held something new. Not fear, not doubt, but the recognition of a champion who had just experienced the future and was deciding whether to fight for it or against it. He turned and walked away without a word. The arena emptied. The broadcasting formations powered down. And somewhere in the depths, the containment sphere pulsed with a new rhythm. Not the slow, patient-feeding pulse, but something faster, more urgent, more alive. The Guardian, stirred by 11 seconds of circulation, was pressing against the Predator's consciousness with renewed strength, and the seal, weakened by millennia of strain, cracked a fraction wider. The clock was ticking. The race was accelerating. And the scavenger from the Ashen Waste had just demonstrated to 100 worlds that the future they had been promised, the future of competition and sacrifice and endless tournament cycles, was not the only future available. Chapter 60 The Aftermath was measured in consequences. The Realm Liberation Front's Void Corridor base was compromised. The Arbiter's dimensional breaches had mapped the way station's coordinates, and any return to the base risked ambush by Enforcer squads that were now calibrated to the Liberation Front's combat patterns. They evacuated, Mufeng overseeing the withdrawal with the disciplined efficiency of a military commander executing a planned retreat. Every piece of recoverable equipment packed and transported, every formation array deactivated and dismantled to prevent the Arbiter from reverse engineering their defensive protocols, and established a temporary camp in a different corridor junction, protected by newly installed Founders Infrastructure security formations that Shen Wei's void refining comprehension could activate and maintain. 2 allied champions were dead. Their loss was not abstract. It was personal, specific, weighted with the particular gravity that comes from knowing a name, a face, a motivation. Wei Junren had left a daughter in the 44th realm who would grow up in a world whose gravity was weakening because her father's champion fragment had been extracted by the departure portal. He had joined the Liberation Front because she had asked him when the heavy feeling would stop, and because he could not give her an answer that did not involve changing the system that had stolen their realm's gravitational stability. Luo Shan had been the first person in the 44th realm's history to volunteer for the resistance after hearing Shen Wei's speech. A sound cultivator whose resonant voice had been the communications hub's primary instrument, whose loss silenced not just a frequency, but a faith. Shen Wei stood at the new camp's edge, looking out into the corridor's luminous expanse, and felt the weight of their death settle into his awareness like stone into water, not displacing anything, not changing the shape of the vessel, just adding mass to the burden that every leader carries and no technique can convert into something lighter. The scavenger's calculus: weigh the cost, assess the gain, decide whether the salvage is worth the risk, applied to supplies and formation stones and salvage halls. It was not designed for lives. Nothing was designed for lives, because lives were not commodities, and the systems that treated them as such were the systems he was fighting to change. You are thinking about re-entering the tournament. Lin Yueshan appeared beside him. Her jade energy a faint green aura that she maintained habitually now, the constant healing field that buffered Shen Wei's fluctuating cultivation and kept her own destabilizing realm bond from degrading further. The 47th realm's curtain, visible in the distance, was brighter than it had been a month ago, the voluntary circulation network providing a trickle of stabilizing energy that slowed the decline Lin Yueshan could feel through their shared bond. Not enough to save her realm. Enough to buy time. The Architect's Vault blueprints show a way to fight without triggering the drain, he said. The Founder's circulation technique redirects combat energy through the voluntary network rather than through the Arbiter's extraction system. If we re-enter the next tournament cycle and fight using circulation-based techniques, the energy released during matches feeds the network instead of the containment sphere. And the Founder's key? Inside the containment chamber. Inside the Guardian's cracked sphere. The only way to retrieve it is from within the arena itself, during the tournament, when the chamber's security systems are focused on processing match energy rather than detecting intrusions. You want to enter the tournament, fight through the bracket, reach the containment chamber, retrieve the key, and reconfigure the circulation system, all within the framework of a competition controlled by the Arbiter. Yes, that is insane. It is necessary. Lin Yueshan was silent for a long moment. The corridor's light played across her features, turning her jade-green eyes luminous against the darkness behind them. The light caught the fine lines that exhaustion had carved around her mouth, lines that had not been there when the tournament began, the physical evidence of a healer who had been operating at the margin of her own capacity for weeks, keeping Shen Wei functional, treating the Liberation Front's injuries, and managing her own realm bond's deterioration with the quiet endurance of someone who could not afford to acknowledge how tired she was. Re-entering the tournament means fighting more champions, defeating them, triggering the departure portal extractions, draining more realms. Her voice carried the controlled precision of a surgeon listing the side effects of a necessary procedure. The circulation technique reduces the drain but does not eliminate it entirely. Each match will still cost a losing realm some portion of its origin energy. The alternative is doing nothing while the seal fails. The accelerated feeding means the Hollow King breaks free within months. When it breaks free, the drain will not be partial, it will be total. Every realm, consumed simultaneously, to fuel whatever the creature becomes after its metamorphosis completes. I know the math. Then you know there is no option that does not involve cost. The question is which cost is lower, the partial drain of tournament matches fought with circulation techniques, or the total drain of an unconstrained Hollow King consuming everything. I know the math, she repeated quieter. I also know the human cost, which the math does not capture. Every champion we defeat is a person with a name, a realm, a family. The circulation technique reduces the energy drain, but it does not reduce the human weight of looking someone in the eye and sending them to the departure portal. No, it does not. Then we carry that weight. Together. The way we carry everything else. She took his hand, the scavenger's hand, scarred and calloused, glowing faintly with the 7-element circulation pattern that had become as much a part of his identity as the calluses themselves. When does the next cycle begin? 6 months. The Arbiter's announcement at the closing ceremony specified 1 year, but the accelerated feeding may compress the timeline. We need to be ready for either. 6 months to expand the network, refine the circulation technique, and prepare a team that can re-enter the tournament and reach the containment chamber. She squeezed his hand. Not impossible. Not easy. But not impossible. The Founder's blueprints include a method for fighting without triggering the drain, the circulation combat technique. It redirects all match energy through the voluntary network. If our fighters use it, the losing realm's drain is 0. The energy goes to the network instead of the creature. The realms still lose their champions in the bracket, but their worlds do not suffer for it. 0 drain. Lin Yueshan's eyes widened with the particular brightness of a healer hearing that a treatment exists for a condition she had believed was terminal. That changes everything. It changes the math. It does not change the weight. We still fight people. We still defeat them. We still send them to portals. But their realms survive. Their sacrifice costs their world nothing. That is the difference between a tournament and a harvest, between competition and exploitation. If the drain is 0, then the tournament becomes what the Arbiter claims it is, a competition. Not a sacred one, not a necessary one, but a genuine one, where losing costs pride rather than existence. If the technique works as the blueprints describe, we have not tested it in actual tournament combat. Then we test it. In the 6 months before the next cycle, we test it in controlled sparring, in simulated tournament conditions, in every scenario we can model. And if it works, when it works, we re-enter the tournament with the knowledge that our victories do not cost the defeated realms their future. The plan crystallized, not as a single decision, but as a convergence of necessity, capability, and the stubborn refusal to accept that the Arbiter's system was the only way. The decision was not heroic. It was practical. The scavenger's calculus applied to a cosmic problem, weighing costs and gains with the same unsentimental precision that Shen Wei had used to evaluate salvage hauls in the Ashen Waste. They would re-enter the tournament. They would fight with circulation techniques that redirected energy from the containment sphere to the voluntary network. They would reach the sealed chamber. They would retrieve the Founder's key. And they would reconfigure the system, not from outside, not from the corridor, not from a position of resistance, but from within the machine itself, using the machine's own structure to dismantle its corrupted function and restore the Founder's original design. It was the most ambitious plan in the history of the 100 Realms. It was also the only one that had a chance of working before the seal failed and the Hollow King consumed everything. The fragment pulsed, 7 notes, circulation configured, the melody carrying the undertone of a guardian's distress signal and the faint, golden resonance of a system remembering what it was built to do. The crack in the shard was nearly healed. The void refining cultivation was stable. The network encompassed 17 realms and was growing. 6 months. 1 tournament. 100 worlds balanced on the edge of extinction and salvation. And a scavenger from the Ashen Waste, carrying 7 stolen fragments and the stubborn conviction that 100 worlds could share energy willingly. If someone was patient enough to show them how, brave enough to fight for the demonstration, and determined enough to keep digging in dead earth until the dead earth remembered it had once been alive. Chapter 61. 6 months passed like water through cracked stone, slow enough to feel each drop, fast enough to leave the vessel emptier than expected. Shen Wei stood in the training chamber that the Realm Liberation Front had carved from a stable pocket of the void corridor, watching his hands trace the circulation pattern for the 400th time that week. The golden light bloomed between his fingers, threaded with the seven-element resonance of his merged fragments, and flowed outward in the spiraling channels that the founder's blueprints described as the natural breath of willing energy. The technique was beautiful. It was also, as far as anyone could verify, untested in actual tournament combat. Your left meridian channel is lagging by a quarter beat, Lin Yueshan said from the observation platform. Her jade-green healing aura illuminated the notes she had been taking, a meticulous record of every circulation practice session, cross-referenced with the architect's vault blueprints and annotated with her own observations about energy flow patterns. 6 months of documentation filled 3 bound journals. The lag creates a window where combat energy could default to the Arbiter's extraction pathway instead of routing through the voluntary network. A quarter beat. Shen Wei adjusted his stance, widening the gap between his palms by a finger's width. How long is a quarter beat in combat terms? Long enough for a single strike's worth of energy to be redirected. If you are fighting at full intensity, and you will be, that single strike could drain the losing champion's realm by a measurable fraction. Measurable, but not significant. Measurable, but not zero. And you promised zero. She was right. He had promised zero drain. He had promised it to the 17 realms in the voluntary network, to the Realm Liberation Front's surviving members, to Mu Feng and Jun Bao and every champion who had bet their world's future on the premise that Shen Wei could fight in the tournament without feeding the machine. A quarter beat of lag was not zero. It was a crack in the foundation of everything they were building. He ran the pattern again. Left meridian channel, synchronized. The golden light pulsed evenly. Better, Lin Yueshan said. Again. He ran it again. And again. And again. Until his muscles burned and his chi reserves dipped below the safety threshold she had established, and she descended from the platform to press her palm against his back and let her healing energy wash through his exhausted channels like cool jade water through overheated stone. You will be ready, she said quietly. The certainty in her voice was not performance. She had watched every session, measured every improvement, tracked every fraction of progress across 6 months of relentless refinement. She knew his capabilities better than he did, because she observed them from outside while he experienced them from within, and the outside perspective was less susceptible to the doubt that plagued every cultivator who was preparing to bet 100 worlds on a technique that had never been tested in the environment it was designed for. The technique will work, Shen Wei said. The question is whether I can maintain it under combat pressure while simultaneously navigating the bracket, avoiding the Arbiter's detection, and reaching the containment chamber to retrieve the key. One problem at a time. Today we fix the quarter beat lag. Tomorrow we simulate combat pressure. Next week we test against Feng Zhantian's sword intent. The week after, against Mu Feng's prayer bead barrage. Step by step. Step by step. The scavenger's method. Never look at the whole salvage haul. Never calculate the total distance. Just the next piece. Just the next step. Just the next breath. He ran the pattern again. The void corridor junction that served as their temporary base had evolved over 6 months from a hastily established camp into something resembling a permanent settlement. Founder's infrastructure security formations ringed the perimeter, maintained by Shen Wei's void refining comprehension and reinforced by contributions from the 17 networked realms. Inside the perimeter, the Liberation Front had built training facilities, medical stations, a communications hub that Jun Bao had somehow equipped with inter-realm broadcasting capability using salvaged formation stones, and a war room where tactical maps of the tournament arena hung alongside the architect's vault blueprints. The war room was where the team gathered each evening to review the day's progress and refine the plan. Tonight, the core group sat around the central table. Shen Wei, Lin Yueshan, Mu Feng, Jun Bao, and 4 allied champions who had committed to re-entering the tournament as circulation technique fighters. Registration opens in 3 weeks, Mu Feng said. His voice carried the flat, factual tone of a military briefing. The prayer beads at his wrist clicked softly as he gestured at the tactical map. The Arbiter's announcement confirmed the compressed timeline, 6 months instead of 12. He cited unprecedented inter-realm instability as the justification. We know the actual reason. The accelerated feeding. Shen Wei's fragment pulsed at his core, the 7-note resonance that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat, threaded now with the faint distress signal from the guardian trapped inside the Hollow King's consciousness. The signal had grown stronger over 6 months. The guardian was fighting harder against the predator's madness, emboldened by those 11 seconds of circulation during the closing ceremony. But the seal was cracking faster too, the feeding pulse accelerating as the creature's hunger deepened. The containment sphere's degradation has reached critical phase. The Arbiter needs more tournament energy to maintain the seal while he continues harvesting. If the feeding stops, if the seal fails before he is ready to absorb the creature, the Hollow King breaks free uncontrolled, which is precisely what we want to prevent while simultaneously undermining the system that prevents it. Zhen Bao popped a stabilization pill into his mouth and chewed with the resigned expression of a man who had long since accepted the logical absurdity of their situation. We are fighting to save a seal that exists to imprison a creature whose prison is maintained by the very exploitation we are trying to end. Has anyone else noticed the circular reasoning, or am I the only one paying attention? The circulation technique breaks the circle, Lin Yueshan said. Tournament matches fought with circulation-based combat redirect energy to the voluntary network instead of the containment sphere. The matches still generate energy. Combat energy is combat energy regardless of technique, but the energy flows through the Founder's original channels rather than the Arbiter's corrupted extraction system. The seal receives nothing. The voluntary network receives everything. And the seal degrades faster because it receives nothing, Zhen Bao pointed out. The seal is already degrading. The Arbiter's feeding has weakened it beyond repair. No amount of tournament energy will restore it. The only solution is the Founder's key, which reconfigures the entire system, replacing the containment seal with the original circulation-based Guardian protocol. The key is inside the containment chamber. We can only reach the chamber during the tournament, when arena security is focused on match processing. So we fight to weaken the system that keeps the monster imprisoned, in order to reach the tool that turns the monster back into a protector. And if we fail, if we weaken the seal but do not retrieve the key, the monster breaks free and devours everything. Zhen Bao swallowed his pill. I retract my earlier complaint about circular reasoning. This is not circular. It is a straight line toward catastrophe with a single off-ramp labeled impossible plan. Do you have an alternative? Mu Feng asked. No, I have complaints. Alternatives are above my pay grade. I make pills and identify logical fallacies. Speaking of pills, he produced a small jade bottle from his sleeve. I have finished the combat circulation stabilizers. Each pill maintains the circulation pattern for approximately 90 seconds during high-intensity combat, compensating for technique degradation under stress. I have enough for 6 fighters, 8 doses each. That is 48 doses for the entire tournament bracket. How many matches will we need to fight to reach the containment chamber? Shen Wei asked. Minimum 12 rounds, assuming optimal bracket placement and no complications. Maximum 18 if the Arbiter manipulates the bracket to put our fighters against each other. He will manipulate the bracket, Mu Feng said flatly. He manipulates everything. Then we plan for 18 rounds. 48 doses across 18 rounds for 6 fighters is tight, Shen Wei said. I was going to say insufficient, but tight is the diplomatic version. Zhen Bao set the jade bottle on the table. I can produce more if I have access to the 12th Realm's Crimson Cauldron herbs. The voluntary network provides energy, but herbs require physical transport across realm boundaries. The Void Corridor Waystation system is still partially compromised from the Arbiter's dimensional breaches. I will arrange a supply route, Mu Feng said. The 63rd Realm's merchant caravans have been using secondary corridor paths that the Arbiter's forces have not mapped. It will take 2 weeks. We have 3 weeks before registration. That works. The planning continued. Logistics, tactics, contingencies. Each detail mattered. Each decision carried the weight of 100 worlds. Shen Wei listened, contributed, guided the discussion when it drifted, and kept one part of his awareness on the fragment at his core, where the Guardian's distress signal pulsed with increasing urgency. 3 weeks. Then the tournament. Then everything. Chapter 62 registration day arrived with the impersonal efficiency of a system that had been processing champions for 10,000 years. The convergence platform, the massive structure at the center of the void corridor where all 100-realm connecting pathways met, hummed with administrative energy as formation arrays activated, broadcasting formations powered up, and the tournament infrastructure emerged from its dormant state, like a machine waking from a scheduled sleep. Shen Wei had been here before, 6 months ago, as the 88th Realm's reluctant champion. He remembered the sensory assault of that first arrival, the noise, the energy signatures, the overwhelming presence of 100 realms worth of cultivation pressure compressed into a single space. This time was different. He was void refining now, not spirit condensation. His senses were sharper, his chi reserves deeper, his comprehension of the energy flows around him more nuanced. He could feel the Arbiter's corrupted extraction pathways running beneath the platform's surface like infected veins beneath healthy skin, dark channels that pulsed with the slow, patient rhythm of the Hollow King's feeding cycle. He could also feel the voluntary network's counterpathways, threading through the platform's original founder's infrastructure. 17 realms connected by golden light, circulating energy through channels that had been dormant for millennia and were now alive with willing power. The network was invisible to anyone who was not attuned to it, a hidden circulatory system operating beneath the Arbiter's corrupted one. Registration checkpoint ahead, Mu Feng said. He wore his iron sutra robes, the formal attire of the 63rd Realm's champion, and carried his prayer bead weapon openly. His nascent soul cultivation radiated outward with the controlled intensity of a soldier presenting arms. Standard protocol, identity verification, cultivation assessment, realm confirmation. The Arbiter's formations will scan our cores. The circulation pattern is dormant during passive scans, Lin Yueshan said. She walked at Shen Wei's left, her jade-green aura dimmed to a subtle shimmer that read as standard healing cultivation rather than the sophisticated realm bond energy it actually was. They will detect our cultivation ranks and fragment configurations. They will not detect the circulation technique unless we activate it. And the voluntary network, shielded behind the Founder's infrastructure. The Arbiter's scans use his own formation architecture. The Founder's systems operate on a different frequency, older, deeper, invisible to anything built after the corruption. He cannot see what he did not build. They approached the registration checkpoint, a massive arch of crystalline formation stone that scanned each entrant with beams of white light. Champions from dozens of realms queued in orderly lines, their cultivation pressures creating a complex tapestry of competing energies. Shen Wei recognized several faces from the previous cycle, champions he had fought, allies he had made, rivals who had watched his closing ceremony speech with expressions ranging from contempt to curiosity. The scan washed over him. White light penetrated his core, reading his cultivation rank, his fragment configuration, his elemental affinities. Void refining, 7 merged fragments, multi-element cultivation. The scan's results appeared on a formation display visible to the processing clerk, a middle-aged woman from the 34th realm whose bored expression suggested she had been registering champions since before Shen Wei was born. Shen Wei, 88th realm, returning champion. She glanced at his cultivation reading and raised an eyebrow. Void refining? You were spirit condensation at the start of last cycle. I had a productive 6 months. Clearly. She stamped his registration token and handed it back. Bracket assignment will be posted 3 days before the opening ceremony. Combat rules are unchanged. The Grand Arbiter's office has issued an addendum regarding prohibited techniques. Formation disruption attacks targeting arena infrastructure are now grounds for immediate disqualification and fragment extraction. I assume that addendum is specifically about you. I would not presume to know the Grand Arbiter's motivations. Smart answer. She waved him through. Next, they registered without incident. Shen Wei, Lin Yueshan, Mu Feng, and the 4 allied champions. Each passed the scan. Each received their bracket token. The circulation technique remained dormant and invisible. The voluntary network hummed beneath the platform's surface, undetected. But Shen Wei noticed something during his scan that the others did not. The white light had lingered on his core for 3 seconds longer than standard protocol required. 3 seconds of additional scrutiny, focused on the area where his 7 fragments merged. 3 seconds that suggested the Arbiter's scan was looking for something specific, something the standard protocol was not designed to detect. He did not mention it to the others. Not yet. One problem at a time. The Convergence Platform's Champions' Quarters had been expanded for the new cycle, with additional wings added to accommodate the increased number of entrants. The Arbiter had opened registration to secondary champions. Realms that had lost their primary champion in the previous cycle could now nominate replacements. This meant the bracket was larger, the competition denser, and the energy output per round significantly higher. More champions means more matches, Shen Wei said that evening, studying the preliminary bracket structure posted on the main formation display. More matches means more energy flowing through the system. The Arbiter is not just maintaining the feeding cycle, he is accelerating it. The seal's degradation must be worse than our estimates, Lin Yueshan said. Her healing senses had been monitoring the containment sphere's resonance since they arrived. The pulse rate has increased by 40% since we were last here. The Hollow King is consuming energy faster than the seal can regenerate. The Arbiter needs a larger tournament to produce more energy to keep the seal functional. How long until the seal fails completely? At this rate? If the tournament proceeds normally and feeds energy to the seal at the projected output, for months. If we disrupt the feeding by using circulation techniques, less. How much less? Impossible to calculate precisely. The seal's degradation curve is nonlinear. But the Founder's key can replace the seal entirely with the Guardian Protocol. We do not need the seal to last forever. We need it to last until I reach the containment chamber, which requires winning enough matches to advance through the bracket to the inner arena, where the chamber access point is located. Mu Feng traced the bracket structure with his finger. 12 rounds minimum. Each round lasts approximately 2 hours of combat time. The circulation technique requires constant qi expenditure to maintain. Your void refining reserves can sustain the technique for approximately 8 hours of continuous combat, Shen Wei said, plus 90-second extensions from Zhenbao's pills. 12 rounds at 2 hours each is 24 hours of combat. Your reserves cover 8. The pills cover, Mu Feng calculated, an additional 12 minutes total, spread across the tournament. The gap is 16 hours. We do not need continuous coverage, Lin Yueshan said. There are rest periods between rounds. My healing technique restores qi reserves. Between rounds, I can replenish your circulation capacity. How much replenishment per rest period? Enough for 2 additional hours per session, assuming the rest periods are at least 4 hours long. Shen Wei studied the bracket structure. The schedule shows 6-hour rest periods between rounds in the early bracket, decreasing to 3 hours in the later rounds. If Lin Yueshan replenishes 2 hours per rest period, and I have 8 hours of natural capacity plus 12 minutes from pills, it is still not enough, Mu Feng said. The math does not work unless you can reduce the qi cost of the circulation technique or increase your reserves. There is a third option. Shen Wei touched the fragment at his core. The voluntary network. 17 realms circulating energy through the founder's infrastructure. If I draw on the network during combat, not draining the realms, but letting their circulating energy flow through me as a conduit, the qi cost is distributed across the network rather than borne by my reserves alone. You have not tested that in combat. I have tested it in training. The principle is sound. The network's energy supplements my own, reducing the effective qi cost by approximately 60%. That brings the total coverage to enough. Lin Yueshan's voice carried the careful precision of someone who had done the math 3 times and arrived at the same answer each time. Barely enough, with no margin for error, no allowance for unexpected complications, and no safety net if any single element fails. But enough. Then we proceed. Shen Wei folded the bracket diagram. First match in 4 days. We train every waking hour until then. Chapter 63. The opening ceremony of the second tournament cycle was a spectacle engineered for 100 worlds. Broadcasting formations projected the event across every realm simultaneously. A technological achievement that would have been impressive if its purpose were not the maintenance of a system designed to harvest losing worlds. The Convergence platform's central arena had been rebuilt since the closing ceremony incident. The structural damage from the circulation demonstration repaired with fresh formation stone that gleamed under the arena's artificial lighting. The stands were packed with projections of realm audiences, ghostly figures that watched with the attention of people whose world's survival depended on the outcome. The Grand Arbiter stood at the arena's center, his presence a weight that pressed down on every champion like atmospheric pressure before a storm. His heaven-severing cultivation, still concealed from the public as something lesser, radiated through carefully managed channels that made him appear as a dignified elder rather than the most powerful cultivator in the 100 realms. His robes were white and gold. His expression was serene. His voice, amplified by the broadcasting formations, carried to every corner of every realm with the warm authority of a leader addressing his people. Champions of the 100 realms, he began. Welcome to the second cycle of the Ascension Tournament. The purpose of this sacred competition remains unchanged, to determine which realms possess the strength, the will, and the worthiness to receive enhanced energy from the inter-realm circulation system. Victory strengthens. Sacrifice ennobles. The tournament provides. Shen Wei stood among the assembled champions and listened to the lies with the patient attention of someone cataloging evidence for a future reckoning. Every word the Arbiter spoke was technically accurate and fundamentally misleading. The tournament did determine which realms received enhanced energy. Victory did strengthen the winning realm. Sacrifice was demanded. The system did provide. It provided stolen life force to a creature imprisoned beneath the arena floor, while the Arbiter harvested the overflow for his own ascension. I note several returning champions. The Arbiter continued, his gaze sweeping the assembled fighters with the practiced ease of a predator surveying a herd. His eyes paused on Shen Wei for a fraction of a second, long enough to acknowledge, short enough to appear casual. I also welcome the secondary champions nominated by realms that lost their representatives in the previous cycle. Your courage in stepping forward to carry your realm's hopes is commendable. The secondary champions were easy to identify. They stood slightly apart from the returning fighters, their cultivation generally lower, their expressions a mixture of determination and poorly concealed terror. They had watched their predecessors lose, watched their realms suffer the consequences, and had volunteered anyway. Shen Wei respected their courage even as he recognized the system's cruelty. These were replacements for consumed resources, fresh fuel for a machine that had burned through the previous batch. The bracket has been assigned by random selection, the arbiter announced. Formation displays materialized throughout the arena, showing the tournament structure. A sprawling elimination tree with 112 entries, the additional slots filled by secondary champions from realms that had been drained hardest in the previous cycle. First-round matches begin tomorrow at dawn. May the worthy prevail. Random selection. Shen Wei studied the bracket and identified the arbiter's fingerprints within 30 seconds. Mu Feng was matched against Lin Yueshan in round 3. Two of their 4 allied champions faced each other in round 2. Shen Wei himself was placed in the bracket quarter that required the most wins to reach the inner arena access point. 18 rounds instead of 12, assuming he won every match. Not random, Mu Feng observed, standing beside Shen Wei in the champion's viewing area after the ceremony. He has separated our fighters to prevent coordination and placed you on the longest path to the containment chamber. He knows we are coming for the key. He knows you are coming for something. The specific objective may still be unclear to him. The founder's infrastructure shields the key's exact location, and our planning has been conducted entirely within the voluntary network's secured channels. But he knows you are not here to win a tournament. You are here to disrupt his system. The bracket placement is his first countermeasure. 18 rounds. Shen Wei recalculated the chi expenditure. 18 rounds at 2 hours each, 36 hours of combat. Even with the voluntary network supplementing his reserves and Lin Yueshan's healing during rest periods, the margin had shrunk from barely enough to something that could not honestly be described as enough at all. We adapt, Lin Yueshan said. Mu Feng and I forfeit our match in round 3. I join your support team and provide continuous healing during your rest periods. Mu Feng enters the secondary bracket as an observer and feeds us intelligence on upcoming opponents through the network. Forfeiting means the departure portal activates for the loser's realm, Shen Wei said. One of your realms takes a drain, a measured drain, from a forfeit rather than a combat loss. The energy extracted from a forfeit is roughly 10% of what a full combat defeat generates. The 63rd realm can absorb that. It has been stockpiling reserves through the voluntary network. Mu Feng's voice was matter-of-fact. The prayer beads at his wrist did not click. I volunteered for this. I did not ask you to sacrifice your realm's energy. You did not ask. I offered. There is a difference, and the difference matters. It is the entire principle your system is built on. Willing sacrifice versus forced extraction. If I cannot demonstrate that principle with my own realm, I have no business fighting for it. The logic was clean, and the commitment was genuine. Shen Wei accepted it with a nod that carried more gratitude than words could convey. 18 rounds, he said. We start tomorrow. Chapter 64. Shen Wei's first opponent was a secondary champion from the 29th realm, the Jade Cascade realm. A young woman named Bai Lifan, whose cultivation sat at core formation and whose combat style relied on water element techniques that flowed with the graceful efficiency of a mountain stream, finding the path of least resistance. She was also terrified, not of Shen Wei specifically, of the tournament, the arena, the consequences. Her predecessor had been eliminated in round 4 of the previous cycle, and the 29th realm had lost 15% of its aquatic ecosystem as a result. Rivers dried, lakes shrank, fish populations collapsed. Bai Lifan had watched the water recede from the banks of her village's central river and had volunteered as secondary champion because no one else would. Shen Wei knew all of this because the voluntary network's intelligence system had provided dossiers on every champion in his bracket quarter. He knew Bai Lifan's cultivation rank, her technique preferences, her realm's current energy status, and the name of the dried river that had motivated her to enter the tournament. The information was tactically useful and emotionally devastating. Begin, said Xiaoling, the childlike spirit who served as the tournament's referee. Her voice carried the synthetic cheerfulness of an entity fulfilling a function it did not fully understand, or perhaps understood too well and had learned to disguise understanding as innocence. Bai Lifan attacked immediately, launching a sequence of water element techniques that filled the arena with cascading waves of blue-green energy. The attacks were competent, well-trained, properly channeled, executed with the precision of a cultivator who had spent months preparing for this moment. Against another core formation fighter, they would have been formidable. Against a void-refining cultivator with 7 merged fragments, they were the equivalent of a rainstorm striking a mountain. Shen Wei activated the circulation technique. Golden light bloomed through his meridians, threading through the seven-element resonance pattern and reaching outward to connect with the voluntary network's channels running beneath the arena floor. The energy that Bai Lifin's attacks released, the combat energy that would normally flow through the Arbiter's extraction pathways to feed the containment sphere, hit the circulation pattern and redirected. Instead of draining downward into the corrupted system, it flowed outward through the Founder's infrastructure, spreading across the voluntary network's 17 connected realms. Zero drain. The technique worked. In live combat, against a real opponent, with real energy at stake, zero drain. Shen Wei felt the confirmation like a physical sensation, the golden light pulsing steady and clean, the network humming with redirected energy, the Arbiter's extraction pathways going hungry. For the first time since the tournament began, a combat match was generating energy without feeding the creature beneath the arena. Bai Lifin pressed her assault, unaware of the invisible revolution happening in the energy channels around her. Her water techniques grew more desperate as Shen Wei deflected each one without counterattacking, not out of arrogance, but because he was monitoring the circulation pattern, ensuring every joule of combat energy was properly redirected. "Why are you not fighting back?" she demanded, launching a cascading falls technique that created a 20-foot wall of pressurized water aimed at his chest. Shen Wei sidestepped the technique and let it dissipate against his chi barrier. I am fighting the system that drained your realm's water." "What? When this match ends, your realm will not lose a single drop. The energy from our combat is being redirected, not to the extraction system, but to a network that will return it to the realms. Your rivers will not dry further because of this fight." Bai Lifin hesitated. Her water techniques wavered, the combat pressure dropping as confusion disrupted her focus. "That is not possible. The departure portal activates when a champion is defeated. But the energy it extracts depends on how much combat energy was processed through the Arbiter's system during the match. If no energy was processed through his system, if all of it was redirected, the portal activates, but the extraction is negligible. A formality. Your realm loses nothing of substance. You expect me to believe that? I expect you to feel it. Your realm bond, the connection between you and the 29th realm's origin core. Close your eyes. Feel the bond. Is it being pulled, the way it was during your predecessor's matches? Is the drain pulling at your world?" Bai Lifin closed her eyes. 3 seconds passed. When she opened them, her expression had changed from confusion to something raw and unguarded, the look of someone who had been bracing for pain and discovered its absence. "Nothing," she whispered. "I feel nothing pulling. The bond is stable, calm, like standing beside a full river instead of a draining one. That is the circulation technique. That is what the tournament was supposed to be before it was corrupted. Competition without cost. Combat without harvest. Why are you telling me this? I am your opponent. Because after this match, you will return to the 29th realm, and you will tell your people what you felt, and they will tell other realms. And the truth will spread, not through speeches or broadcasts, but through the direct experience of champions who entered the arena expecting to sacrifice their world and discovered they did not have to." Bai Lifin stared at him for a long moment. Then she assumed her combat stance, water energy coiling around her arms. "I am still going to fight you. My realm deserves a champion who gives everything, even if the cost is zero. I would expect nothing less." They fought. It was not a long match. The cultivation gap was too wide for Bai Lifin to threaten Shen Wei, but it was a genuine one. She deployed every technique in her arsenal, pushing her core formation cultivation to its absolute limit, and Shen Wei met each attack with measured responses that generated maximum combat energy for the circulation network while inflicting minimum harm on her body. When the match ended, Bai Lifin knelt on the arena floor, her chi depleted but her body unbroken and her realm bond humming with the steady, undrained peace she had never felt during tournament combat. The departure portal materialized, the familiar column of light that transported losing champions back to their realms. Bai Lifin stepped toward it, then paused. "The dried river in my village," she said. "Will it? I cannot promise that. The previous cycle's damage is done, but this match did not add to it. And if the system changes, if enough champions see what you felt today, the rivers might flow again." She nodded and stepped into the portal. The light flashed. She was gone. Shen Wei stood alone in the arena as the audience projections flickered with reactions from 100 realms. Most had not understood what had just happened. The match looked normal. One fighter won, one lost, the portal activated. But 17 realms in the voluntary network had felt the redirected energy arrive through the Founder's channels, and their audiences were buzzing with confused excitement as their realm bonds registered an unexpected influx of clean, willing power. The Arbiter's observation platform was dark, but Shen Wei could feel the ancient cultivator's attention focused on the arena floor with the sharp, analytical precision of a farmer who has noticed an unfamiliar insect in his field and is deciding whether it is beneficial or destructive. The second match would tell him more. The third would confirm his suspicions. By the fourth, the Arbiter would know exactly what Shen Wei was doing. The question was what he would do about it. Chapter 65. The second match came 12 hours later. A core formation cultivator from the 41st realm, whose fire element techniques generated significantly more combat energy than by Liefin's water arts. The circulation pattern held. Zero drain. The voluntary network absorbed the redirected energy and distributed it across 17 realms, each one growing marginally stronger. The third match, against a nascent soul cultivator from the 7th realm, was harder. The energy output was enormous. Two high-rank cultivators clashing at full intensity produced combat energy in quantities that strained the circulation pattern's capacity. Shen Wei felt the golden light flicker twice during the engagement, the quarter-beat lag that Lin Yueshan had identified in training threatening to manifest under real combat pressure. Both times, he corrected the timing with a conscious effort that cost him a fraction of his combat awareness. A fraction his opponent nearly exploited, landing a glancing blow that cracked two of Shen Wei's ribs before he could reassert his defensive posture. But the circulation held. Zero drain. 3 matches, 3 victories, 0 energy fed to the Arbiter's system. After the third match, Lin Yueshan healed his cracked ribs in the recovery chamber while Zhun Bao monitored his qi reserves. 61% capacity remaining, Zhun Bao reported. 3 matches consumed 39% of your reserves, 13% per match. At this rate, you can sustain the circulation technique for approximately 4 more matches before you need a full capacity replenishment. The rest period is 6 hours. Lin Yueshan's healing restores 2 hours of combat capacity, which translates to approximately 20% of your reserves. So after rest, you will be at 81%. Then 4 more matches bring you to 29%. Then another rest period brings you to 49%. The diminishing returns are obvious. Each cycle leaves you weaker than the last. The voluntary network supplements. The voluntary network is supplementing. That is already factored in. Without it, you would have depleted at match 2. Zhen Bao set down his measurement instruments with the careful deliberation of a man choosing his next words. Shen Wei, the math works for approximately 12 matches. You need 18. There is a 6-match gap that no amount of healing, pills, or network supplementation can cover. Shen Wei stared at the ceiling of the recovery chamber. The stone was cool against his back. Lin Yueshan's healing energy flowed through his meridians, repairing damaged tissue and replenishing qi channels with the patient. Thorough attention she applied to everything. Then I need to find the 6 matches somewhere, he said, or reduce the number of matches required. The bracket is the Arbiter's design. Can it be circumvented? The containment chamber access point is in the inner arena, which only opens during the final rounds. I cannot reach it without advancing through the bracket. What about advancing without fighting? Forfeits, buys, opponents who withdraw. The Arbiter controls the bracket. He will not give me free passes. What about allies who advance in parallel and clear the path for you? Shen Wei considered this. The 4 allied champions in his bracket quarter were all capable fighters. If they won their own matches and advanced to later rounds, they could potentially forfeit to Shen Wei in the final bracket stages, giving him advancement without the qi cost of a full combat match. Forfeits still activate the departure portal, Lin Yueshan said, reading his thoughts. The forfeiting champion's realm takes a drain. A minimal drain, 10% of a normal match. And the voluntary network can compensate, circulating energy to the affected realm to offset the loss. That requires the forfeiting champion's consent and their realm's consent. They volunteered for this. Their realms know the stakes. Shen Wei sat up, his ribs newly healed and his qi channels flowing clean. I will speak with them tonight. If they agree, and if their realms agree, we can reduce my bracket from 18 matches to 12 or 13, which is within the math. Barely within the math, Zhun Bao corrected. With no margin for error. We have never had a margin for error. We have had determination and ingenuity, and they have been sufficient so far. Sufficient is not the same as safe. No, but it is enough. The allied champions agreed. Their realms, connected through the voluntary network and fully informed of the stakes, consented to the minor drain of a forfeit. The plan adjusted. Shen Wei would fight through rounds 1 through 8 on his own. The allied champions would advance through their own bracket paths. And in rounds 9 through 14, they would forfeit to Shen Wei in sequence, preserving his qi reserves for the final push to the inner arena. It was not elegant. It was not safe. But it was barely enough. Chapter 66. By the sixth match, the Arbiter had identified the pattern. Shen Wei knew the moment it happened because the arena's energy channels shifted. Subtle changes. The extraction pathways beneath the floor pulsed harder, their dark energy pressing against the Founder's infrastructure with increased aggression. New monitoring formations activated in the arena walls, scanning the combat zone with frequencies that had not been present during the earlier matches. And Xiao Ling, the child spirit referee, developed a new behavior. She began hovering closer to Shen Wei during combat, her luminous eyes tracking his circulation pattern with an attention that suggested her programming had been updated to monitor for exactly what he was doing. The Arbiter knows, Shen Wei told the team during the rest period after his sixth victory. He has not acted directly, but the arena's systems are adjusting. The extraction pathways are fighting the circulation technique, pushing back, trying to recapture the redirected energy. The pressure increased by approximately 20% during the last match. 20% pressure increase raises your qi expenditure proportionally, Zhenbao said, already calculating. 13% per match becomes 15.6%. The revised math. I know the revised math. Then you know it no longer works. Even with the allied forfeits, you are 2 matches short of reaching the inner arena before your reserves bottom out. Silence. The recovery chamber's stone walls absorbed sound the way they absorbed cultivation energy, with the passive indifference of material that had existed longer than the problems being discussed within it. There is another option, Lin Yueshan said. Her voice was careful, the measured tone she used when proposing something she knew Shen Wei would resist. The realm bond between us. When I heal you, I channel the 47th realm's energy through our connection. That energy passes through the voluntary network and into your reserves. If I deepen the bond, extend it beyond healing into active qi supplementation during combat, I can feed you energy in real time, reducing the net drain on your reserves by the amount I contribute. That is a combat bond, Mu Feng said, not a healing bond. The qi exchange is bidirectional. If Shen Wei takes damage, the feedback flows through the bond to Lin Yueshan. Physical pain, cultivation instability, meridian damage. She feels everything he feels. I know what a combat bond entails. You would be fighting every match alongside him without being in the arena. Every blow he takes, you absorb. Every strain on his circulation pattern, you share. If he loses control of the technique, if the golden light falters, the backlash hits both of you. I know. Lin Yueshan's jade-green eyes met Mu Feng's with the steady clarity of someone who had considered every angle and arrived at the same conclusion from each one. The question is not whether I am willing. The question is whether the bond provides enough supplemental energy to close the 2-match gap. It does, Shen Wei said quietly. He had already done the math, had done it the moment she proposed the idea, because part of him had been expecting her to propose it since the qi calculations first showed the shortfall. The combat bond would reduce his per-match expenditure from 15.6% to approximately 11%, bringing the total math back within range. Barely within range. The familiar territory of barely enough. Then we do it. Lin Yueshan placed her hand on his arm, her jade energy already reaching toward the realm bond that connected them through the 47th realm's core. Tonight, before the next match, deepening the bond requires a 6-hour meditation, and the rest period provides exactly that. You will not get any sleep. Neither will you. We are cultivators. Sleep is optional when the fate of 100 worlds is at stake. The combat bond settled into place like a second heartbeat. Lin Yueshan's qi flowing alongside his own, her awareness touching the edges of his consciousness with the warmth of jade held in sunlight. He could feel her, not just her presence, but her state, her fatigue, her determination, her quiet fear, her quieter love. And she could feel him, his exhaustion, his calculated optimism, his stubbornly held conviction that barely enough was a sufficient foundation for saving 100 worlds. Ready? He asked. Always. Chapter 67 Matches 7 and 8 proceeded with the combat bond active. The difference was immediate. Shen Wei's circulation technique stabilized as Lin Yueshan's supplemental energy reinforced the golden pattern, eliminating the quarter-beat lag entirely and providing a buffer against the Arbiter's increased extraction pressure. His qi expenditure dropped to 11.2% per match, consistent with their calculations. The voluntary network absorbed the redirected combat energy and distributed it across the growing number of connected realms. 19 now, as 2 more had joined after their champions experienced the zero-drain phenomenon firsthand. But the combat bond's cost was visible. Lin Yueshan, watching from the recovery chamber through the bond's shared awareness, flinched with each blow Shen Wei absorbed. When a nascent soul opponent's earth element technique slammed into his barrier and cracked 3 ribs, Again, the same ribs. She pressed her hand to her own side and breathed through the phantom pain with the practiced endurance of someone who had chosen to carry another person's burden. Ribs, she said when he returned after match 8, settling onto the recovery platform with the careful movements of a man whose body had been a battleground. Left side, 3 and 4. Same as last time. Structural weakness from the previous fracture. I need to adjust my barrier configuration to reinforce that quadrant. You need to stop leading with your left side. Your combat instincts favor your right, which pulls your barrier thin on the left whenever you initiate an attack sequence. I have watched you fight 8 matches now through the bond, and every time you throw a right-hand technique, your left ribs are exposed for approximately 1/3 of a second. 1/3 of a second. And you noticed this while sharing my pain from a room away? I am a healer. Noticing vulnerabilities is my profession. Fixing them is my passion. She pressed her palm to his left side and let her jade energy flow into the fractures. Also, 1/3 of a second is an eternity in nascent soul combat. Any competent opponent will exploit it. My next opponents are not merely competent. The bracket narrows from here. The remaining fighters are all nascent soul or higher. Then fix your left side before you face them. He fixed his left side. Or rather, he adjusted his combat stance to minimize the exposure. A modification that felt awkward for the first dozen practice repetitions and then settled into his muscle memory with the efficiency of a body that had been a scavenger's tool long before it became a cultivator's weapon. The scavenger's body remembered, adapt or die. Fix the weakness or the wasteland will find it. The 9th match was the first allied forfeit. Shen Wei, a nascent soul cultivator from the 15th realm and one of the 4 fighters who had committed to the bracket clearing strategy, met Shen Wei in the arena, exchanged a formal bow, and yielded. The departure portal activated, extracting its minor forfeit tax from the 15th realm. The voluntary network immediately circulated compensatory energy to the 15th realm's core, offsetting the loss within minutes. 1 down, Mufeng reported from his observation post. 3 more forfeits scheduled for rounds 10, 12, and 14. Your next actual combat match is round 11, against the 3rd realm's champion, Zhao Mingyu. Zhao Mingyu. What do we know? Nascent soul peak, verging on void refining. Dual element cultivation, lightning, and metal. Aggressive style, fast transitions, favors overwhelming force in the opening exchange. His previous matches averaged 40 minutes with decisive victories. He is the 3rd realm's strongest champion in 6 tournament cycles. And his realm's status? The 3rd realm is wealthy and well-energized. His motivation is pride, not survival. He fights to win, not to save his world from collapse. A luxury. Shen Wei stretched his newly healed ribs. Does he know about the circulation technique? Unknown. He has not interacted with any of our network champions. His information comes from the Arbiter's official channels, which present you as a talented but reckless fighter from a dying realm. Then he will underestimate me. Or the Arbiter has briefed him privately. We cannot assume ignorance. We assume nothing. We prepare for everything. Chapter 68. Zhao Mingyu did not underestimate Shen Wei. He also did not overestimate him. He assessed him with the cold, analytical precision of a fighter who had won 6 consecutive tournaments and regarded combat the way a chess player regards a board, as a system of variables to be optimized. Shen Wei, Zhao Mingyu said as they faced each other in the arena. His voice was deep, resonant, carrying the natural authority of a man accustomed to being the strongest person in any room. Lightning crackled along his arms, blue-white arcs that jumped between metallic gauntlets forged from his own chi, a technique that merged his dual elements into a single combat form. The scavenger who made a speech. I have studied your matches from this cycle. Your combat output does not match your energy signature. Shen Wei's circulation technique was active, the golden light flowing through concealed channels beneath his skin. Meaning your techniques generate significant combat energy, but that energy is not appearing in the arena's processing system. It is going somewhere, but not where the Arbiter's infrastructure directs it. My formation specialists analyzed the energy readings from your matches and found a 7% discrepancy between expected output and measured intake. 7% of your combat energy is vanishing, redirecting, to channels that are not part of the standard arena architecture. Zhao Mingyu's lightning-wreathed hands flexed. I do not care where the energy goes or why. I care about winning this match and advancing my realm standing. But I want you to know that your secret is not as secret as you believe. Fair enough. Let me offer you something in return for the honesty. This match will not cost your realm anything. Win or lose, the 3rd realm's energy will not be drained. I am aware of your claims about zero-drain combat. My formation specialists also analyzed the post-match energy readings from the realms whose champions you defeated. They confirmed your claim, no measurable drain. Then you know I am telling the truth. I know the data supports your claim. Truth and data are not the same thing. He raised his hands, lightning surging. But I appreciate the transparency. Shall we? They fought. Zhao Mingyu was the most skilled opponent Shen Wei had faced in the tournament. His lightning metal fusion style combined devastating power with surgical precision. Each strike carried enough force to shatter stone while landing with the accuracy of a needle. He transitioned between offense and defense without any discernible gap, his metallic gauntlets serving as both weapons and shields, the lightning arcs creating an electromagnetic field that disrupted chi-based techniques within a 3-meter radius. Shen Wei's circulation technique flickered under the electromagnetic interference. The golden light stuttered as Zhao Mingyu's lightning field disrupted the energy channels that connected the technique to the voluntary network. For a terrifying 2 seconds, the circulation pattern collapsed entirely, and combat energy defaulted to the Arbiter's extraction pathways. 2 seconds. How much energy had leaked through? Shen Wei could not calculate in the middle of combat, could not spare the awareness to monitor the extraction while defending against a lightning metal barrage that was systematically targeting his left side, exploiting the weakness that Zhao Mingyu's formation specialists had apparently also identified. Lin Yueshan's voice reached him through the combat bond, sharp with urgency. The leak was minimal, less than 1% of a standard match output. Recalibrate your circulation channels to operate on a higher frequency, above the electromagnetic interference range. Higher frequency. The founder's blueprints had described multiple operational frequencies for the circulation system. Shen Wei had been using the lowest, most energy-efficient option. Shifting to a higher frequency would consume more chi, but would operate above Zhao Mingyu's lightning field's interference range. He shifted. The golden light stabilized at the new frequency, invisible to the electromagnetic disruption. His chi expenditure jumped from 11% to 14%, a significant increase, but manageable for a single match. With the circulation stable, Shen Wei focused on the combat itself. Zhao Mingyu was powerful, skilled, and experienced, but he was also fighting within the framework of the corrupted tournament system. His techniques optimized for a competition where the objective was to overwhelm and defeat. Shen Wei was fighting within the framework of the circulation system, where the objective was to redirect and sustain. The difference was subtle but significant. Zhao Mingyu spent energy to destroy. Shen Wei spent energy to circulate. Every technique Shen Wei deployed served a dual purpose, offensive in its combat application, circulatory in its energy flow. His attacks were channels. His defenses were conduits. The fight itself was the technique. Zhao Mingyu noticed. His analytical mind registered the pattern. The way Shen Wei's techniques seemed to breathe, the energy flowing in and out in rhythmic cycles rather than the linear output and deplete pattern of standard combat. His eyes narrowed with the recognition of a fighter encountering something outside his operational framework. "You are not fighting me," Zhao Mingyu said between exchanges. Lightning crackled across his forearms. "You are performing something. Using the fight as what? A ritual? A formation activation? A demonstration of what combat looks like when it creates instead of destroys. Combat is destruction. That is its nature. Combat is energy exchange. Destruction is one application. Circulation is another." Zhao Mingyu's response was a technique called Thunder God's Descent, a full-power lightning metal combination that dropped from above like a divine judgment, the electromagnetic force magnified to arena-spanning intensity. It was the most powerful single technique Shen Wei had faced in the tournament, a nascent soul peak attack that bordered on void refining in its output. Shen Wei met it with the circulation technique at maximum output. Golden light surged upward from his core, channeling through all 7 merged fragments simultaneously, reaching through the voluntary network to draw on the 19 connected realms. The collision was not a clash of techniques, but a collision of principles. Zhao Mingyu's focused, linear destruction meeting Shen Wei's distributed, circular sustenance. The energy released was staggering. The arena floor cracked. The stands trembled. Audience projections flickered as broadcasting formations strained under the output. The circulation held. Every joule of that massive energy release flowed through the founder's channels and into the voluntary network, distributing across 19 realms in a wave of clean, willing power that made realm bonds sing with vitality. Zero drain. Zero waste. The most powerful technique of the tournament, redirected into nourishment instead of destruction. Zhao Mingyu's technique dissipated. He stood in the aftermath, lightning fading from his arms, staring at Shen Wei with an expression that mixed professional admiration with genuine surprise. You absorbed my full power attack and converted it into, what was that? The energy did not dissipate. It went somewhere. All of it. 19 realms just received a burst of clean cultivation energy equivalent to a month's natural circulation. Your Thunder God's descent, which was designed to destroy, just fed 19 worlds. Zhao Mingyu was silent for 5 seconds. Then he laughed. A genuine, startled sound that cracked the controlled composure he wore like armor. You are insane, he said. You are fighting a tournament to turn combat into farming. That is, I do not even have a word for what that is. The founder called it the natural breath of willing energy. I call it the circulation technique. And the arbiter calls it a threat to his system, which it is. Zhao Mingyu's laughter faded into something more serious. The lightning around his hands dimmed from combative intensity to a contemplative glow. I came here to win. I still intend to win. But I want you to know that when this match is over, win or lose, I will have my formation specialist study what you just did. And if it works the way you claim, the third realm may have questions for you. I welcome questions. Then let us finish this properly. They finished it. The remaining combat was fierce. Zhao Mingyu fought with the full commitment of a champion defending his realm's pride, and Shen Wei matched him technique for technique until the margin of cultivation difference, void refining versus nascent soul peak, proved decisive. Zhao Mingyu fell after 47 minutes of combat, his chi depleted, his gauntlets cracked, his expression carrying the complex mixture of frustration and respect that comes from losing to someone you cannot dismiss as unworthy. The departure portal materialized. Zhao Mingyu stepped toward it, then turned. The third realm is proud. We do not join movements or follow leaders. But we listen to data, and the data from this match is compelling. He stepped into the portal. You will hear from us. The portal flashed. He was gone. And in the observation platform above the arena, the Grand Arbiter sat in darkness, watching with the patient attention of a predator that has identified a genuine threat and is calculating the optimal response. Chapter 69. The response came not as an attack, but as a rule change. 3 hours after Shen Wei's victory over Zhao Mingyu, the Grand Arbiter's office issued a tournament addendum. All matches from round 12 onward would be conducted under sealed arena conditions. The arena's energy channels would be locked to the standard extraction pathway. Any attempt to redirect combat energy through unauthorized channels would trigger automatic containment formations and immediate disqualification. He is sealing the founder's infrastructure, Shen Wei said, reading the addendum in the recovery chamber while Lin Yueshan worked on his depleted chi channels. The sealed arena conditions will block the circulation technique by locking all energy flow to his extraction system. Can you override the lock? Mu Feng asked. The founder's key could override it. But the key is inside the containment chamber, which I cannot access until I reach the inner arena in the final rounds. The circulation technique works by using the founder's existing channels. If those channels are sealed, the technique has no pathway to follow. Then matches from round 12 onward will drain the losing realm normally. Yes. Silence. The implications settled over the room with the weight of a door closing on their plan's viability. How many matches do you have before round 12? Jinbao asked. 3. Rounds 9, 10, and 11. Round 9 was Chun Daoi's forfeit, already done. Round 10 is another allied forfeit. Round 11 was Zhao Mingyu done. So I have one more match before the sealed arena takes effect. One match. And then every match after that feeds the arbiter's system. Unless we find another way to route the energy. What other way? The circulation technique relies on the founder's channels. Without those channels, the energy has nowhere to go except the extraction pathways. Shen Wei was quiet for a long time. Lin Yueshan's healing energy flowed through him, restoring chi reserves and repairing the micro-damage that accumulated during intensive combat. Through the combat bond, he could feel her mind working alongside his, not offering solutions, but processing the same information from a different angle, the healer's perspective complementing the scavenger's. The founder's channels are being sealed, Shen Wei said slowly. But the founder's channels are not the only pathway. They are the most efficient pathway, the purpose-built infrastructure that the original system used. But the voluntary network exists independently of the founder's channels. It runs through the realm bonds between connected realms, using the natural inter-realm connections rather than the engineered infrastructure. The natural connections are weaker, Lin Yueshan said. Lower bandwidth, lower capacity. Routing tournament-level combat energy through natural realm bonds would strain the bonds and potentially damage the connected realms. If I route all the energy through them, yes. But what if I do not route all of it? What if I route enough through the natural connections to reduce the drain below critical levels, while allowing the remainder to flow through the extraction pathways? Partial circulation. Mu Feng's prayer beads clicked. Not zero drain. Reduced drain. The sealed arena conditions block the Founder's channels. They do not block natural realm bonds. The Arbiter cannot seal connections he did not create. If I maintain partial circulation through the natural bonds, each match generates less drain than the Arbiter expects. Not zero, but less. How much less? That depends on how much energy I can route through the natural bonds without damaging them. My estimate, based on the network's current capacity and the typical energy output of a tournament match, is approximately 60% diversion. The remaining 40% feeds the extraction system. 40% drain is better than 100% drain, Mu Feng acknowledged. But it is still significant. It is also temporary. Once I reach the inner arena and access the containment chamber, the Founder's key overrides everything. The sealed arena conditions, the extraction pathways, all of it. The key reconfigures the entire system. Partial circulation is a bridge, not a destination. A bridge that costs the losing realms 40% of a normal drain per match. Yes. Shen Wei did not flinch from the number. The scavenger's calculus demanded honesty even when honesty was uncomfortable. The cost is real. The alternative, abandoning the plan and allowing the seal to fail, costs everything. 40% per match for 6 to 8 matches versus total consumption of 100 realms when the Hollow King breaks free. The math is clear, Lin Yueshan said. The ethics are murkier. The ethics are always murkier than the math. That is why we make decisions rather than calculations. The decision was made. Partial circulation through natural realm bonds, bypassing the sealed Founder's channels, reducing but not eliminating the drain. Not the perfect solution they had planned. Not the zero-drain revolution they had demonstrated. A compromise, the kind that leaves no one satisfied and everyone alive. One more thing, Shen Wei said. The sealed arena conditions are not just blocking my technique. They are trapping energy inside the arena's systems, which means the energy that does flow through the extraction pathways will be processed at higher intensity than normal. The Arbiter is not just defending against the circulation technique. He is using the sealed conditions to increase the per-match energy yield. More energy per match means faster feeding of the containment sphere, which means the seal degrades faster, Lin Yueshan finished. He is accelerating his own timeline. He is desperate. The seal is failing faster than his projections. The circulation technique has demonstrated an alternative that undermines his authority, and he needs to reach the point where he can absorb the Hollow King before the system collapses. Everything he does from now on serves that single objective, even if it means burning through the tournament's energy reserves faster than they regenerate. Then time is against both of us. Time has always been against us. We are just seeing the countdown now. Chapter 70, Round 12. Sealed Arena. The Founder's channels locked behind formation barriers that hummed with the Grand Arbiter's personal chi signature. The air in the arena felt different, denser, more constrained, as if the space itself had been compressed to prevent energy from escaping the extraction system. Shen Wei's opponent was a veteran champion from the 19th realm, Sun Huatian, void refining cultivation, wind element specialist. He had been in the tournament for 4 consecutive cycles, winning 2 and losing 2. His realm oscillating between prosperity and depletion with each result. His combat style was evasive and precise, a wind cultivator's approach of dodging rather than blocking, striking rather than clashing, using speed and positioning to control the engagement without committing to exchanges that could be predicted and countered. It was the worst possible matchup for Shen Wei's partial circulation strategy, because Sun Huatian's techniques generated diffuse, spread-out combat energy that was harder to channel through the narrow bandwidth of natural realm bonds than the concentrated, focused energy of a direct clash. Begin, Xiaoling announced. The child spirit's luminous eyes tracked Shen Wei with the updated monitoring protocols the Arbiter had installed, scanning for unauthorized energy routing in real time. Shen Wei activated the partial circulation. Golden light flowed through his core, but instead of reaching outward to the Founder's channels, sealed, blocked, unreachable, it threaded into the natural realm bonds that connected him to the voluntary network's 19 realms. The bonds hummed with strain as tournament-grade combat energy pressed through connections designed for ambient circulation rather than high-intensity routing. 60% diversion, 40% drain. The numbers held, barely, as Sun Huatian opened with a wind blade cascade that filled the arena with cutting arcs of pressurized air. Shen Wei deflected the blades with his 7-element barrier while monitoring the energy flow. The diffuse nature of Sun Huatian's techniques spread combat energy across the entire arena. making it harder to capture and redirect. Each wind blade carried a small packet of energy that scattered on impact, some flowing through the partial circulation, some escaping to the extraction pathways. The ratio was closer to 55% diversion, 45% extraction. Not as good as projected. The diffuse energy pattern is degrading your capture ratio, Lin Yueshan warned through the combat bond. Her awareness wrapped around his circulation channels, feeding supplemental energy from the 47th Realm's bond. You need to consolidate the combat energy before it scatters. Force close-range exchanges where the energy output is concentrated. Close range against a wind cultivator. The tactical equivalent of trying to grab smoke with your hands. Sun Huayan's entire combat philosophy was built on maintaining distance. Shen Wei adjusted his approach. Instead of meeting the wind blades head-on, he pushed through them, absorbing the impacts against his barrier, spending qi to maintain forward pressure, closing the distance meter by meter. Sun Huatian retreated, his wind techniques increasing in intensity and frequency, the arena filling with a hurricane of cutting air that sliced shallow wounds across Shen Wei's arms and face. Lin Yueshan felt every cut through the combat bond. Her healing energy surged through the connection, sealing wounds as they opened, maintaining Shen Wei's combat efficiency at the cost of her own qi reserves. The balance was brutal. Every meter of ground Shen Wei gained cost them both, his qi spent on pressure and hers spent on healing. He reached close range. Sun Huayan's eyes widened. The wind cultivator was not accustomed to opponents who were willing to bleed their way through his evasion field just to force an engagement. At close range, his techniques were still potent. Wind pressure at point-blank range was devastating. But the energy they generated was concentrated, focused, exactly what the partial circulation needed. Shen Wei engaged. 7-element techniques versus wind element mastery. The combat energy dense and capturable. The partial circulation humming at 63% diversion as concentrated energy flowed through the natural realm bonds with greater efficiency than the diffuse, scattered energy of long-range exchanges. Sun Huatian fought with the desperation of a cornered wind, his techniques crescendoing into a storm genesis that created a localized typhoon within the arena, the pressure differential threatening to tear Shen Wei's barrier apart. But the storm, for all its destructive power, was a concentrated phenomenon, a single massive output rather than 1,000 scattered cuts. Shen Wei's circulation captured 68% of the storm's energy and routed it through the network. The storm genesis faded. Sun Huatian, qi depleted by the massive technique, staggered. Shen Wei stepped forward and delivered a single, precise strike that ended the match. The departure portal materialized. Sun Huatian entered without words, the stoic acceptance of a 4-cycle veteran who understood loss as a recurring feature of the tournament's design. The 19th Realm's drain was real. 40% of a full match, less than the arbiter expected from his sealed arena conditions, but more than zero. Through the voluntary network, Shen Wei could feel the 19th Realm's energy dip, a measurable weakening that his network attempted to compensate by routing energy from the stronger connected realms. Compensation was partial. The 19th Realm was not in the voluntary network. Its champion had not joined, and without a willing champion as a conduit, the network could not deliver energy directly to the realm's core. The drain would stand. The wind-swept landscapes of the 19th Realm would grow a fraction quieter, the breezes a fraction weaker, the storms a fraction less vital. The weight of that knowledge settled into Shen Wei's awareness alongside the weight of every other compromise he had made since entering the tournament. Not crushing, he could carry it, but present, constant, and accumulating. 63% average diversion, Lin Yueshan reported during the rest period. Better than projected, but the sealed arena conditions are adapting. I detected the extraction pathways shifting their frequency during the match, probing for the natural realm bonds. The arbiter is learning how you are bypassing his seal. How long before he finds a way to block the natural bonds? He cannot block them. They are organic connections between realm cores, not engineered channels. But he can interfere with them, adding noise to the frequency, disrupting the energy flow, reducing your diversion ratio. If he refines the interference over the next few matches, the diversion ratio drops. The drain per match increases. The cost goes up. Yes. One problem at a time. The next match was an allied forfeit. Round 13, minimal cost. Then round 14, another forfeit. Round 15 would be his next real fight. By then, the arbiter's interference might have degraded the partial circulation to the point where the drain approached full extraction levels. The clock was ticking in multiple directions, and none of them were favorable. Chapter 71. Between matches, the voluntary network expanded. Word traveled through champion circles, not through speeches or broadcasts. but through the personal testimony of fighters who had stood in Shen Wei's arena and experienced the zero-drain phenomenon for themselves. Bai Lifan returned to the 29th realm and told her village council. Zhao Mingyu's formation specialists published their analysis to the Third Realm's academic community. Secondary champions who had been eliminated in earlier rounds carried their experiences home to realms that had spent decades accepting tournament drain as an unavoidable cost of participation. 23 realms now, then 27, then 31. Each new connection strengthened the network's capacity, providing more bandwidth for the partial circulation and more reserves for compensating drained realms. The math improved with each addition, not dramatically, but incrementally, the way a wall grows stronger with each added stone. The political consequences were equally incremental. Realm leaders who had treated the tournament as sacrosanct began asking questions. Energy ministers who had managed the drain as a budget line item began requesting alternative models. The Arbiter's office, which had operated for 10,000 years as an unquestioned institution, found itself fielding inquiries from emboldened bureaucrats who wanted to know why the circulation technique worked and why the tournament did not use it. He is losing the narrative, Mu Feng observed during a strategy session. The sealed arena conditions and the rule changes are defensive measures, reactions to a threat he did not anticipate. Every defensive move erodes confidence. The realms are beginning to see the Arbiter not as a protector, but as a system administrator who is struggling to maintain control. Narrative erosion does not help us if the seal fails before we reach the key, Shen Wei said. No, but it helps the aftermath. If we succeed, when we succeed, the political groundwork for the new system will already be laid. The realms will be primed to accept voluntary circulation because they have already been questioning the alternative. And if we fail, then the narrative is irrelevant because the Hollow King will have consumed everything. You have a gift for perspective, Captain. I am a warrior monk from the Iron Sutra realm. Perspective is our primary export. The 13th and 14th rounds, allied forfeits, passed without incident. The minor drain taxes were absorbed by the growing voluntary network, each forfeiting realm receiving compensatory energy within hours. The allied champions returned to their realms as planned, carrying the zero drain experience and the network's invitation to their realm councils. Round 15 loomed. Shen Wei's opponent would be determined by the bracket, one of the remaining high-ranked champions who had survived the sealed arena rounds. The Arbiter's bracket manipulation had narrowed the field to fighters who were either loyal to the tournament system or powerful enough to be dangerous regardless of affiliation. The bracket assignment appeared on the formation display, Shen Wei versus Feng Zhantian. Of course, Zhenbao said, staring at the display. Of course it is the three-time champion. The Arbiter is not even being subtle anymore. Feng Zhantian, Void Refining Peak. 3 consecutive tournament victories. The Heavenly Sword, a technique that channeled accumulated origin fragments into a blade of pure cutting force. The most decorated champion in the tournament's recorded history. And the man who, 6 months ago, had stood in a field of golden light and let his stolen power flow outward for 11 seconds. This is the fight that determines everything, Shen Wei said. If I defeat Feng Zhantian, I advance to the inner arena rounds. The containment chamber access point opens. One more match after this, and I can reach the key. If you defeat Feng Zhantian. Mu Feng's tone carried the careful emphasis of a man who understood the gap between conditional and certain. His cultivation is higher than yours. His combat experience spans 4 tournament cycles. His technique is specifically designed to cut through multi-element defenses, exactly what your 7-fragment configuration represents. I know, and the sealed arena conditions will be at maximum intensity. The Arbiter will pour everything into the extraction system for this match, knowing it is the pivot point. I know, your partial circulation will be degraded. Your chi reserves are at 67%. The combat bond with Lin Yueshan provides supplemental energy, but she is also running low. 6 matches of shared pain and healing have depleted her reserves to approximately 40%. I know all of this. Then you know the odds. The odds have never been in our favor. We proceed anyway. Shen Wei folded the bracket display and placed it on the table. Feng Zhantian made a choice 6 months ago. 11 seconds of circulation, 11 seconds of sharing instead of taking. That choice cost him nothing materially, but it cost him everything psychologically. He saw the alternative. He felt it. And then the Arbiter crushed it. And Feng Zhantian went back to being the tournament's greatest champion as if nothing had changed. Something changed. Everything changed. He just has not admitted it yet. Shen Wei's fragment pulsed. The 7-note melody carrying the Guardian's distress signal, stronger now, more urgent. Tomorrow, I give him the chance to admit it. Chapter 72. The arena for the Shen Wei vs. Feng Zhantian match was the main platform, the largest combat space on the Convergence platform, reserved for marquee fights that the Arbiter wanted broadcast across all 100 realms. The stands were packed with projections, the broadcasting formations operating at maximum capacity, the audience from 100 worlds watching with the collective attention of civilizations whose futures hung on the outcome. Feng Zhantian stood at the arena's center, waiting. His heavenly sword manifested beside him, a blade of cold blue light that hummed with the accumulated power of origin fragments won through 3 tournament victories. His void-refining cultivation radiated outward with the controlled pressure of a fighter who had never needed to prove himself and was not about to start. Shen Wei entered from the challenger's gate. The distance between them was 30 meters, the standard starting separation for high-rank matches. 30 meters of arena floor thrumming with sealed energy channels, the Arbiter's extraction pathways pulsing beneath the surface like veins anticipating the feast. Shen Wei. Feng Zhantian's voice carried the resonant authority of a champion addressing an equal, or at least an opponent worth acknowledging. His cold blue eyes assessed Shen Wei's cultivation state with the practiced efficiency of a fighter who had evaluated thousands of opponents across 4 cycles. You look tired. Tournament combat is exhausting. You would know. I would. 3 cycles of it. And each cycle, the exhaustion was different. Physical in the first, spiritual in the second, existential in the third. The heavenly sword rotated slowly at his side, its blue light casting long shadows across the arena floor. This cycle, the exhaustion is ethical. You carry the weight of 100 worlds and the knowledge that every match costs something, even with your clever circulation trick. How heavy is that weight, scavenger? Heavy enough to feel, light enough to carry. For now, but the weight accumulates. I know. I carried it for 3 cycles, and by the end of the third I had stopped feeling it entirely. Not because it diminished, but because I had numbed myself to it. The numbness is worse than the weight. Trust me on that. I trust your experience. I do not intend to replicate it. No one ever intends to. Feng Zhantian raised his hand, and the heavenly sword leaped to his grip. Shall we begin? One moment. Shen Wei extended his awareness through the partial circulation, feeling the sealed arena's constraints, the locked founder's channels, the amplified extraction pathways, the monitoring formations tracking his every energy fluctuation. This fight will generate more combat energy than any match so far. The sealed arena will channel it directly to the extraction system. The drain on the losing realm. My realm does not lose, Feng Zhantian said flatly. If your realm does not lose, my realm does. The 88th realm, the Ashen Waste, already the weakest of the 100. A full drain from a match at this intensity could collapse its remaining energy reserves entirely. You should have considered that before entering the tournament. I did consider it. I accepted the risk because the alternative, letting the seal fail and the Hollow King consume everything, is worse. But I want you to know the stakes. When you fight me, you are not just fighting a scavenger from a dying realm. You are fighting a man who has put his home on the table, the last scraps of a world that has already been stripped to bones, because there was nothing else left to bet. Feng Zhantian was silent for 3 seconds. The heavenly sword's blue light flickered, a momentary instability that might have been a technique fluctuation or might have been something deeper. Begin, Shaoling said. Feng Zhantian attacked. The heavenly sword technique at full power was unlike anything Shen Wei had experienced. It was not a single sword strike. It was a philosophy made manifest, a cultivation of cutting that treated reality itself as a material to be parted. The blade moved through dimensions, striking from angles that existed only in the theoretical space between planes, each cut carrying the accumulated authority of 3 tournament victories worth of absorbed origin fragments. Shen Wei's 7-element barrier shattered on the first exchange. His backup circulation-reinforced defense lasted 4 seconds before Feng Zhantian's blade found the frequency gap between 2 of his elemental harmonics and drove through like a needle through silk. The cut opened a wound from his left shoulder to his right hip, a shallow cut, precisely calibrated to demonstrate capability without killing. A swordsman's warning. I could end this now. Lin Yueshan screamed through the combat bond. The phantom pain of the wound slammed through their shared connection, and her healing energy surged in response. Jade light flooding through the bond and into Shen Wei's damaged tissue, sealing the wound before it could bleed more than a few drops. The healing cost her. He could feel her reserves dropping, her body trembling in the recovery chamber as she processed the injury through their shared awareness. Your barrier technique is inadequate, Feng Zhantian observed, resetting his stance. Multi-element harmonics are versatile but lack the density to resist a focused cutting technique. You need a single-element reinforcement layer beneath the multi-element spread. Are you coaching me during our match? I am a 3-time champion who has studied combat for longer than you have been alive. If I cannot improve my opponents while defeating them, what is the point of experience? The heavenly sword hummed. Layer your earth element beneath the 7-element spread. Earth is dense. It resists cutting force. The combination will cost you more chi, but the alternative is another wound like that one, and your healer felt it as deeply as you did. He knew about the combat bond. Of course he knew. Feng Zhantian's analytical mind had dissected every available piece of intelligence, and the combat bond's effects were visible to anyone who knew where to look. The synchronization between Shen Wei's combat rhythms and Lin Yueshan's healing output, the real-time wound closure that required a bond deeper than standard healer-patient protocols. Shen Wei layered his earth element beneath the multi-element spread. The barrier thickened, its density increasing at the cost of 6% more chi per second. The math was brutal. This fight would drain his reserves faster than any previous match, and the sealed arena's extraction pathways were already humming with anticipated harvest. He counterattacked. 7-element techniques surged outward: fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, wood, metal. Each element channeled through a different fragment, the combined output creating a kaleidoscopic assault that struck from 7 angles simultaneously. It was a technique he had developed specifically for this fight, designed to overwhelm a single-element defender with combinatorial complexity. Feng Zhantian deflected all 7 strikes with the heavenly sword. 1 blade, 7 attacks. The sword moved with the fluid precision of a conductor's baton, each parry transitioning seamlessly into the next, the cold blue light tracing lines in the air that formed a defensive pattern of mathematical beauty. Better, Feng Zhantian said. But combinatorial complexity only works against opponents who cannot see the pattern. I see the pattern. The 7 elements rotate on a fixed cycle: fire first, then water, then earth, matching the order of your fragment absorption. Change the rotation. Randomize it. Make me guess instead of predict. You are giving me tactical advice that will make me harder to fight. I am teaching you to be a better fighter so that when I defeat you, the victory means something. A 3-time champion beating an untrained scavenger proves nothing. A 3-time champion beating a warrior who has learned to fight at the highest level proves that the old way still has value. The heavenly sword's blue light intensified. Show me your best, Shen Wei. Not the best you came with, the best you can become in the next 30 minutes. Chapter 73. The fight evolved. What had begun as a match between a champion and a challenger became something the audience had never witnessed. A combat dialogue where both fighters taught and learned in real time, each exchange carrying tactical information alongside destructive force. Feng Zhantian corrected Shen Wei's barrier configurations between attacks. Shen Wei demonstrated the circulation technique's partial diversion during clinches, showing Feng Zhantian how the combat energy flowed through natural realm bonds rather than the sealed founder's channels. They fought like master and student, like rivals pushing each other toward a peak that neither could reach alone. The arena floor cracked under the energy output. The broadcasting formation struggled to capture techniques that moved faster than light speed measurement could track. The circulation pattern, Feng Zhantian said during a brief disengagement. Both fighters were breathing hard. 20 minutes of void refining combat had depleted their chi reserves significantly. It is active even under sealed conditions. How? Natural realm bonds. The Arbiter sealed the Founder's channels, but he cannot seal the organic connections between realm cores. I route combat energy through those connections at approximately 60% efficiency. 60% diversion, 40% extraction. Yes. And the 40% feeds his system. It does. Then you are not fighting a zero-drain match. You are fighting a reduced-drain match. Correct. The sealed arena conditions prevent zero-drain. The best I can achieve under these constraints is harm reduction. Feng Zhantian processed this. His heavenly sword dimmed as he allocated cognitive resources from combat to analysis. 6 months ago, in the closing ceremony, you demonstrated zero drain. Full circulation. 100 realms felt the difference. For 11 seconds. Before the Arbiter crushed the channels. 11 seconds was enough for me to feel what the system should be. What it was before the corruption. The champion's voice carried a texture that Shen Wei had not heard before. Not the cold authority of a tournament winner, but the rough-edged honesty of a man confronting a memory he had been avoiding. I have thought about those 11 seconds every day since. The sensation of sharing power instead of hoarding it. The warmth. Not just the energy, the fundamental warmth of choosing to give rather than choosing to take. And I came here intending to defeat you because defeating you is what I do. I am the champion. You are the challenger. The system dictates the outcome. That is how it has always worked. The system is broken. The system is the only thing I know. I was made by this tournament. My identity, my power, my purpose. All of it comes from winning these matches and carrying the fragments of defeated realms. Without the tournament, I am a competent swordsman from the first realm. Yes. The admission was quieter this time. Not the panicked revelation of the closing ceremony, but the settled acceptance of a man who had spent 6 months living with a truth he could no longer deny. A competent swordsman. Nothing more. Being a competent swordsman is not nothing. It is a skill earned through decades of training, applied with discipline, refined through experience. The tournament did not create your skill. It created the framework that attached your identity to the fragments you absorbed. Remove the fragments, and the skill remains. Easy words from a scavenger who has been acquiring fragments at record speed. I acquire them to change the system. You acquired them to maintain it. The difference is not the fragments. It is the purpose. Feng Zhantian stood motionless in the center of the arena, the heavenly sword hovering at his side, the audience projections watching in hushed anticipation. The match had been running for 23 minutes without a decisive blow, an unprecedented duration for a fight involving the 3-time champion, who typically ended matches in under 10 minutes. I cannot let you win, Feng Zhantian said. Even if I agree with your purpose, even if those 11 seconds showed me a future I want to live in, I cannot lay down my sword. The first realm depends on my victory. My people have invested their hopes in my strength. To forfeit would be to betray their trust. I am not asking you to forfeit. I am asking you to fight, genuinely, fully, without the arbiter's system amplifying your power or mine. 2 cultivators, 2 swords, the energy flowing where it will. The sealed arena conditions can be partially circumvented if both fighters cooperate. My partial circulation routes combat energy through natural realm bonds. If you contribute your fragment resonance to the routing, if you open your fragments to the circulation pattern instead of channeling them through the Heavenly Sword's standard extraction-fed enhancement, the diversion ratio increases. Significantly, you want me to circulate instead of extract. During our match, while we fight, I want you to fight the way you fought for 11 seconds 6 months ago, sharing instead of taking. With the full commitment of a 3-time champion. The arena was silent. 100 worlds held their breath. Feng Zhantian looked at the heavenly sword, the cold blue blade that represented everything he had been. Then he looked at Shen Wei, the scavenger who represented everything he might become. He made a decision. The heavenly sword's color shifted. Cold blue bled to warm gold as Feng Zhantian opened his accumulated fragments to the circulation pattern, his killing intent dissipating, his combat energy rerouting through the natural realm bonds that connected Shen Wei's voluntary network. The change was visible, a golden aura that spread from the champion's blade through the arena, merging with Shen Wei's own circulation pattern, the combined output flowing through 31 connected realms with an efficiency that neither fighter could have achieved alone. The diversion ratio jumped. 60% became 80, then 85. Then, as the 2 circulation patterns synchronized, Champion's fragments and Scavenger's network operating in harmony, 92%. The sealed arena's extraction pathways starved. The Arbiter's system received a trickle instead of a flood. And the voluntary network, 31 realms strong, hummed with the combined combat energy of 2 void refining fighters who had chosen to share rather than hoard. They fought, not as enemies, not as reluctant allies, but as 2 cultivators exploring the boundary between competition and cooperation. Feng Zhantian's golden sword met Shen Wei's 7-element techniques in exchanges that were beautiful and brutal, each strike carrying the weight of genuine effort, each defense requiring genuine skill, the combat real and meaningful even as the energy it produced nourished rather than destroyed. The match lasted 41 minutes. When it ended, Shen Wei stood and Feng Zhantian knelt, not because the scavenger was stronger, but because the 7-element circulation had more bandwidth than the single-element sword. And in a contest of sustained energy management, versatility outperformed specialization. Well fought, Feng Zhantian said, his golden blade fading. His voice carried the exhausted peace of a man who had just released a burden he had been carrying for 3 tournament cycles. I concede. The departure portal materialized. The first realm's drain was 8%, the residual extraction that slipped through the gaps in their combined circulation. A fraction of what a normal match would have cost. Feng Zhantian stood and walked toward the portal. At its threshold, he stopped. The 11 seconds, he said, turning back. In the closing ceremony, I told you I was nothing without the fragments. You said the difference between the old system and the new one was direction. The same energy flowing outward instead of inward. I remember. I understand now. The direction matters. Not because outward is morally superior to inward. That is philosophy, not physics. The direction matters because outward connects and inward isolates. I have been isolated for 3 cycles, and isolation is not strength. It is the absence of weakness, which is not the same thing. He stepped into the portal. The light flashed. The 3-time champion was gone. And the arena, still humming with the golden resonance of shared energy, felt different, as if the stone itself remembered what it had been built to do before corruption taught it to forget. Chapter 74. The aftermath of the Feng Zhantian match shook the tournament like an earthquake whose epicenter was trust. 31 realms had felt the combined circulation. 31 realm bonds had registered the influx of clean, willing energy generated by 2 fighters who chose to compete without destroying. The sensation was unmistakable, a warmth that transcended physical cultivation and touched something deeper, something that the Arbiter's system had spent 10,000 years burying beneath layers of extraction and fear. The knowledge that another way was possible. 17 more realms joined the voluntary network within 48 hours. Their champions, some still active in the tournament bracket, some already eliminated, reached out through the natural realm bonds that Shen Wei's partial circulation had revealed as viable alternatives to the Founder's sealed channels. Each new connection was a choice, a willing alignment that strengthened the network not through power but through consent. 48 realms. Nearly half the 100. The tipping point is 60, Mu Feng reported during the strategy session. His intelligence network, expanded through the growing voluntary network's communication channels, had been tracking political shifts across the realms with the methodical thoroughness of a military census. When 60 realms are connected, the network's energy output exceeds the Arbiter's extraction system's total capacity. At that point, the voluntary circulation becomes the dominant energy flow in the inter-realm system, regardless of the sealed arena conditions. 60 realms. We have 48. 12 more. The remaining holdouts are clustered in 3 groups. Realms that benefit disproportionately from the current system and resist change. Realms that distrust any system and refuse to connect. And realms controlled by champions who are personally loyal to the Arbiter. The first group will join when the math proves that voluntary circulation provides more sustainable energy than the drain cycle. The second group will join when they see the first group joining. The third group cannot be persuaded. The Arbiter's loyalists are bound by more than politics. He has placed personal cultivation seals on their champions, linking their power to his system. They cannot disconnect without losing their cultivation. How many loyalist champions? 11. All nascent soul or higher. All active in the remaining bracket. Then the tournament decides their fate. If their champions are eliminated, the seals lose their anchor. The realms become free to choose. If their champions are eliminated by fighters using the circulation technique, the demonstration effect is amplified. Not only do the loyalist realms see their champions defeated, they see the circulation alternative in action. The strategy was clear. Advance through the bracket, defeat the loyalist champions, demonstrate the circulation technique's viability, and reach the inner arena where the containment chamber and the Founder's key waited. 2 more matches. 2 more rounds. Then the inner arena access opened, and Shen Wei could make the final push. One problem. His chi reserves were at 41%. The combat bond with Lin Yueshan had stretched both their reserves to dangerous levels. Shen Bao's stabilization pills were running low, and the Arbiter's sealed arena conditions were evolving. Each match, the extraction pathways adapted, learning from Shen Wei's partial circulation and developing counterfrequencies that degraded the natural realm bond routing. You cannot fight 2 more high-intensity matches at 41% reserves, Lin Yueshan said through the combat bond. Her voice carried the strained quality of exhaustion she was too disciplined to otherwise show. The math does not work, not even with the network supplementation. I know. So what do? We change the math. Chapter 75. Shen Wei requested a meeting with the Grand Arbiter. The request was delivered through official channels, the tournament's formal petition system, which allowed any champion to request an audience with the Arbiter on matters of tournament governance. The system had existed for 10,000 years and had been used exactly 3 times in recorded history, all for minor procedural complaints that the Arbiter dismissed with polite bureaucratic efficiency. Shen Wei's request was not a procedural complaint. It was an invitation. The Arbiter's response came within an hour, a meeting location, a time, and a single condition. Shen Wei would come alone. This is a trap, Mu Feng said immediately. Of course it is a trap. Everything the Arbiter does is a trap. The tournament, the bracket, the sealed arena conditions. The question is not whether it is a trap, but what kind of trap, and what we can gain by walking into it. What can you possibly gain from a private meeting with the man who controls the system you are trying to dismantle? Information. The Arbiter has been reacting to my moves for the entire tournament, sealing channels, manipulating brackets, adapting extraction frequencies. He is defending. A defending opponent reveals his vulnerabilities through the pattern of his defenses. If I can provoke him into revealing the specific mechanism of the sealed arena conditions, the formation architecture that locks the founder's channels, I can develop a counter-frequency that reopens them. You want to trick the Arbiter into telling you how to beat his own security system. I want to have a conversation with the Arbiter and listen carefully to what he says, and, more importantly, what he does not say. The gaps in a defensive position reveal more than the walls. And if he attacks you during the meeting, then I learn something about his priorities. An Arbiter who attacks a champion during a formal meeting has abandoned the pretense of institutional authority. That information is also valuable. Mu Feng's prayer beads clicked in the pattern Shen Wei had learned to recognize as reluctant acceptance. Take the combat bond. Keep Lin Yueshan connected. If you are attacked, she can alert us, and we can breach the meeting location within 90 seconds. 90 seconds is a long time at Heaven's Severing. It is the best we can offer. Do not get killed. The meeting location was the Arbiter's personal observation chamber, a room at the apex of the Convergence platform's central spire, accessible only through a formation-locked corridor that required the Arbiter's personal chi signature to traverse. The room was circular, walled with transparent formation crystal that provided a panoramic view of the void corridor's luminous expanse. 100-realm connecting pathways stretched outward from the platform like spokes of a wheel, each one a thread of dimensional energy that linked a world to the tournament's hub. The Grand Arbiter stood at the center of the room, his white and gold robes immaculate, his cultivation pressure controlled to a level that registered as merely impressive rather than overwhelming. He looked like what he claimed to be, a dignified elder overseeing a sacred institution. The reality beneath the appearance was something far colder. Shen Wei. The Arbiter's voice was warm, measured, the practiced tone of a leader greeting a respected subordinate. Thank you for requesting this meeting. I have been wanting to speak with you since the tournament began. Then you should have requested the meeting yourself. A Grand Arbiter does not request meetings with champions. Champions request meetings with the Grand Arbiter. Protocol matters, even, perhaps especially, when the substance beneath the protocol is contentious. He gestured to a pair of seats arranged before the panoramic windows. Please, sit. Shen Wei sat. The formation crystal beneath him was warm, heated by the energy flowing through the platform's infrastructure, the constant hum of 100 worlds connections channeled through a single point. He could feel the Arbiter's extraction pathways from here, not as distant impressions, but as immediate, physical presences, dark channels running through the crystal beneath his feet like roots of a poisoned tree. He could also feel the Founder's sealed channels, locked, dormant, sealed behind the Arbiter's formation barriers, but present, intact, waiting. You have done remarkable things this tournament, the Arbiter said, settling into his seat with the easy grace of a man who owned the chair and the room and the platform beneath it. The circulation technique is elegant, a genuine innovation that demonstrates the creative potential of the champion system. Your voluntary network has connected nearly half the 100 realms in a cooperative energy framework that produces measurable benefits for every participant. You sound approving. I am approving. Innovation within the system is exactly what the tournament was designed to encourage. Champions who find new ways to channel energy, new techniques for inter-realm cooperation, new models for collective cultivation. These are the outcomes I have spent 10 millennia fostering. With respect, Grand Arbiter, you have spent 10 millennia fostering competition, extraction, and fear. The circulation technique exists despite your system, not because of it. From your perspective, perhaps. From mine, the circulation technique is the system working as intended, producing a champion capable of transcending the tournament's apparent limitations and discovering the deeper structure beneath. The Arbiter's serene expression did not waver. The apparent cruelty of the extraction cycle serves a purpose. It applies pressure. Pressure produces growth. Growth produces innovation. And innovation, genuine, system-changing innovation, is what the tournament was ultimately designed to generate. You are claiming the circulation technique is the intended outcome of the tournament? That 10,000 years of draining realms, consuming champions, feeding a creature beneath the arena floor, all of that was a design feature rather than a flaw. Is it not? Consider, without the extraction pressure, would you have developed the circulation technique? Without the tournament stakes, would you have built the voluntary network? Without the Hollow King's threat, would the realms have any reason to cooperate? Suffering produces solidarity. Threat produces unity. Fear produces courage. These are not bugs. They are features of a system designed to push the 100 realms toward a specific evolutionary threshold. Shen Wei listened. Not to the words. The words were propaganda, sophisticated and self-serving, but to the structure of the argument. The Arbiter was defending the system's design as intentional, which meant he was positioning himself as the system's architect rather than its hijacker. He was claiming credit for the suffering rather than denying it. That was significant. It meant the Arbiter no longer felt the need to maintain the fiction that the tournament was benign. He was escalating to a more honest position, which suggested he believed the old fiction was no longer sustainable. The Hollow King, Shen Wei said. The creature beneath the arena. You designed the feeding system, not as a corruption of the founder's design, as the original design. The tournament has always been a harvesting mechanism. The Arbiter's serene expression flickered. A micro-expression, surprise, quickly controlled. He had not expected Shen Wei to state the truth so directly. Where did you learn that? The warmth in his voice cooled by several degrees. The architect's vault. The founder's original blueprints. They described the circulation system, the real system, the one you corrupted, in detail sufficient to reconstruct the original design. And the original design has no feeding mechanism, no extraction pathways, no containment sphere housing a creature that consumes realm energy. Those are additions. Your additions. The founder was an idealist. His circulation system was beautiful and impractical, a perpetual energy machine that required every realm to participate willingly. He could not compel cooperation, so his system required unanimous consent. One realm refusing to circulate would destabilize the entire network. I improved the design by removing the consent requirement. The extraction cycle ensures participation regardless of individual realm preferences. Forced participation. Guaranteed participation. The distinction matters when the alternative is systemic collapse due to one recalcitrant realm. The founder's system did not collapse because a realm refused. It collapsed because you corrupted it. You introduced the Hollow King as a mechanism to force participation, and the creature's hunger grew beyond your control, necessitating the tournament as a feeding system, which necessitated the extraction cycle, which required champions to fight and realms to suffer. Each step was a patch for the problem created by the previous step. Your improvement generated the very instability it was designed to prevent. The Arbiter was silent for 4 seconds. In the observation chamber's crystalline quiet, for seconds felt like a geological age. You are more informed than I anticipated, he said. The warmth had left his voice entirely now, replaced by something colder and more authentic. The architect's vault was supposed to be inaccessible. It was designed by the founder. It opened for someone carrying the founder's legacy. The fragments. Your 7 merged fragments resonate with the vault's access protocols because they carry origin energy from realms that the founder originally seeded. The Arbiter leaned forward, his serene mask discarded, his ancient eyes sharp with an intellect that had been calculating and scheming for longer than most civilizations had existed. Tell me, did the vault show you the location of the founder's key? This was the question the entire meeting had been building toward. The Arbiter's defenses, the sealed channels, the adapted extraction frequencies, the bracket manipulation, were designed to prevent Shen Wei from reaching the containment chamber. But if the Arbiter did not know whether Shen Wei knew the key's location, his defensive posture was necessarily broad, covering every possible approach rather than focusing on the specific one Shen Wei intended. It showed me many things, Shen Wei said. A truth that functioned as misdirection. The founder was thorough in his documentation. The key is the only thing that matters. Everything else, the circulation technique, the voluntary network, the political realignment of the realms, is surface noise. The key reconfigures the system. Without it, you can slow the extraction cycle, reduce the drain, build an alternative network, but you cannot replace the foundation. The Arbiter's system persists as long as the key remains unused. Then the key is important to both of us. The key is important to me because it is the only thing that can undo 10,000 years of work. It is important to you because it is the only thing that can implement your vision of voluntary circulation as the system's foundation rather than its alternative. We agree on the key's significance. We disagree on its application. Yes. The Arbiter stood. The panoramic windows behind him framed his silhouette against the void corridor's luminous expanse, 100 worlds radiating outward from the figure of the man who had spent 10 millennia controlling them. I offered this meeting because I wanted to assess your understanding. You know more than I hoped you would, and less than you need to. The key's location is not where the vault's blueprints suggest. I moved it centuries ago, when I first suspected someone might eventually access the vault. Shen Wei's circulation faltered. A fraction of a second, a skip in the golden pattern that Lin Yueshan felt through the combat bond and immediately flagged. He is lying, she said through the bond. His chi fluctuated when he said he moved the key. The fluctuation pattern is consistent with deception, elevated heart rate, microtension in the meridians. He did not move the key. He wants you to doubt the vault's information. I appreciate the warning about the key's location, Shen Wei said, keeping his voice neutral. Is there anything else? One thing. The Arbiter's cold eyes held his. The sealed arena conditions will intensify for your remaining matches. I have committed additional personal chi to the sealing formations, enough to reduce your natural realm bond routing to approximately 30% efficiency. Your partial circulation will capture less than a third of the combat energy, and the remaining 2/3 will feed my system at maximum intensity. Thank you for the advance notice. I am not providing advance notice. I am providing a choice. Withdraw from the tournament. Take your voluntary network, your political goodwill, your 48 connected realms. Build your alternative system from outside the tournament's framework. The circulation technique works, I concede that. But it works alongside my system, not instead of it. There is room for both. Withdraw, and I will reduce the extraction rate for networked realms by 20%. A permanent, binding concession. A 20% reduction in exploitation is still 80% exploitation. It is progress. Real, measurable, achievable progress. The alternative, continuing to fight through the bracket, reaching the inner arena, attempting to retrieve a key whose location you cannot confirm, carries a significant probability of failure. And failure, in this context, means not just your defeat, but the collapse of the voluntary network's credibility. If the hero fails, the cause dies with him. The cause does not depend on a hero. It depends on a principle, willing energy circulation between connected realms. The principle survives regardless of my personal outcome. Does it? Principles without champions are philosophies. Philosophies without power are poetry. Poetry does not protect realms from consumption. The Arbiter moved toward the door. The offer stands until your next match begins. Consider it carefully, scavenger. Not every battle needs to be fought to the end. He left. The door sealed behind him with the soft click of formation locks engaging, a sound that carried the implicit message: you are permitted to leave, but only through channels I control. Shen Wei sat in the observation chamber, surrounded by the panoramic view of 100 worlds, and considered the offer. 20% reduction. Real concession. Achievable. And completely, fundamentally insufficient. He stood and walked to the door. The formation lock disengaged at his approach. The Arbiter had spoken the truth about that, at least. He was free to leave. The key is still in the containment chamber, he told Lin Yueshan through the bond. He lied about moving it. His defenses are strong, but they are defenses, reactive, not proactive. He is afraid. Not of me, of what I represent. What do you represent? An alternative that works. He can defeat me. He can defeat the network. But he cannot defeat the idea that willing circulation is possible, because 48 realms have already experienced it. The idea is loose. It cannot be recaptured. Then we continue. We continue. Chapter 76, Round 16. The Inner Arena. The Convergence platform's inner arena was not merely a different venue. It was a different reality. The outer arena, where the bulk of the tournament matches took place, was a constructed space, formation stone, energy channels, broadcasting infrastructure. The inner arena was the platform's heart, the original structure that the founder had built, predating the Arbiter's additions by millennia. Its walls were not stone but crystallized origin energy, translucent and humming with the deep, slow resonance of the inter-realm connections themselves. Standing in the inner arena was standing inside the nervous system of 100 worlds, feeling every bond, every flow, every pulse of energy moving between realms. And beneath the floor, visible through the translucent crystal, the containment sphere glowed with dark, restless energy. The Hollow King. Close now. Close enough that Shen Wei could feel the Guardian's distress signal not as a distant impression, but as a physical vibration in his bones, a plea from a consciousness trapped inside its own corruption. The Arbiter's sealed arena conditions were at maximum intensity in the inner arena. Shen Wei could feel the sealing formations pressing against the natural realm bonds, a crushing interference that reduced the partial circulation to grinding inefficiency. 30% diversion, at best. The remaining 70% would feed the extraction system. His opponent stood across the crystalline floor, Duan Ma Hai, the 56th Realm's champion, void refining, darkness element specialist. One of the 11 Arbiter loyalists, his cultivation sealed to the Arbiter's personal system through a bond that gave him access to enhanced power at the cost of total compliance. His techniques were sharp, clinical, and devoid of mercy. The combat style of a fighter who had surrendered personal judgment to institutional authority and fought with the unthinking precision of a weapon wielded by someone else's hand. The Grand Arbiter sends his regards, Duan Mahai said. His voice was flat, not emotionless, but controlled, the personal effect submerged beneath the cultivation seal's behavioral conditioning. He asked me to inform you that the offer of a 20% reduction remains available until the completion of this match. I decline. He anticipated your refusal. He also asked me to inform you that this match will proceed under special conditions. The sealed arena's extraction rate has been doubled for this engagement. Every unit of combat energy that enters the extraction system will be processed at twice the normal intensity. The drain on the losing realm will be correspondingly severe. Doubled extraction. The 88th realm, or the 56th, depending on who lost, would suffer twice the normal tournament drain. For the 88th realm, already the weakest, that could mean the difference between continued survival and total energy collapse. He is using you as a weapon, Shen Wei said. Not against me, against my realm. The doubled extraction is not designed to defeat me in combat. It is designed to make the cost of fighting so high that I surrender to protect my homeland. The cost is what it is. I do not set the terms. No, you accept them. There is a difference between setting the terms of your own bondage and accepting terms set by someone else. The first requires agency. The second requires only compliance. Something flickered in Duan Mahai's controlled expression, a moment of internal friction, personal reaction pressing against the seal's behavioral conditioning. It was gone in a heartbeat, submerged beneath the flat obedience that the Arbiter's bond enforced. Begin, Shaoling announced. The child spirit's voice echoed through the crystalline inner arena with a resonance that carried overtones of the Founder's original programming. A reminder that the referee was not the Arbiter's creation but the Founder's, older than the corruption, functioning within parameters that predated the exploitation. Shen Wei activated the partial circulation and braced for the doubled extraction's impact. The fight was brutal. Duan Mahai's darkness techniques were designed to suppress light, to smother energy, crush hope, and drown opponents in the psychological weight of existential despair. Each attack carried an emotional payload alongside its physical force, memories of failure, images of collapse, the particular flavor of hopelessness that came from watching your world die slowly while you fought to save it. The techniques were personally targeted. The Arbiter had briefed his loyalists thoroughly. The darkness carried images of the 88th realm's ashen wasteland, the slow death of a world already drained to bones, the knowledge that this fight, regardless of outcome, would drain the loser's realm further. Win, and the 56th realm suffers. Lose, and the 88th realm collapses. The Arbiter's trap was elegant. He had created a match where both outcomes served his interests. Shen Wei fought through the despair, not by denying it. The darkness techniques were too sophisticated for simple resistance, but by accepting it and choosing to continue anyway. The scavenger's method: acknowledge the wasteland, accept the desolation, and dig anyway. Dig because the dead earth might remember it was alive. Dig because giving up was the only guaranteed failure, and every other option contained some probability of survival, however small. The combat bond with Lin Yueshan carried the darkness through to her. She felt the despair, the targeted images of the 88th realm's destruction, the emotional assault. She processed it with the endurance of a healer who had spent her life treating wounds without flinching from the pain, and she fed back through the bond not optimism or hope, but something more fundamental: presence. The knowledge that he was not fighting alone, that someone was there, feeling what he felt, carrying what he carried. 20 minutes in, Shen Wei's chi reserves dropped below 30%. The doubled extraction drained combat energy at a rate that made the partial circulation nearly useless. For every 3 units he diverted through natural realm bonds, 7 flowed through the doubled extraction system into the containment sphere. The Hollow King's feeding pulse accelerated with each influx, the dark energy in the containment sphere swelling visibly through the translucent floor. He needed to end this match quickly. Every additional minute fed the creature beneath his feet, bringing the seal closer to failure. Shen Wei abandoned the defensive circulation strategy and went on offense. 7-element techniques surged outward in the randomized rotation that Feng Zhantian had taught him: fire, metal, water, lightning, wood, earth, wind. The pattern unpredictable, the elements combining into composite techniques that struck from vectors that darkness could not smother. Light from fire, resonance from metal, flow from water. Each element a counter to darkness, each combination a pathway through Duan Mahai's suppressive field. Duan Mahai fought back with the enhanced power of the Arbiter's personal seal, his cultivation spiking above his natural void refining level as borrowed energy flooded through the bond. The darkness deepened, thickened, became a physical presence in the arena that swallowed light and sound. Shen Wei's 7-element attacks penetrated but did not disperse it. The borrowed power was too dense, too heavily reinforced by the Arbiter's 10,000-year cultivation. The seal on his cultivation, Lin Yueshan said through the bond. It is drawing power from the Arbiter's personal reserves, channeled through the same extraction pathways that process tournament energy. If you can disrupt the pathway between the Arbiter and Duan Mahai, the borrowed power cuts off. I would need to attack the extraction pathways directly. The tournament rules prohibit formation disruption attacks targeting arena infrastructure. The pathway between the Arbiter and Duan Mahai is not arena infrastructure. It is a personal cultivation bond. Disrupting it would be disrupting his technique, not the arena. A loophole. A narrow, technically valid loophole in a rule the Arbiter had written specifically to protect his infrastructure. The irony was not lost on Shen Wei. He channeled his fragments into a targeted disruption pulse, a resonance frequency derived from the Founder's blueprints, calibrated to interfere with personal cultivation bonds that operated through the extraction pathways. The pulse was narrow, precise, and designed to affect only the specific channel connecting the Arbiter to Duan Mahai. The pulse hit. Duan Mahai's borrowed power stuttered. The darkness thinned as the Arbiter's energy flow was disrupted, not severed, but destabilized, the channel flickering like a candle in wind. Duan Mahai's cultivation dropped from its enhanced level back to his natural void refining, and the gap between them narrowed to nothing. Shen Wei struck. A 7-element convergence technique. All fragments firing simultaneously, the combined output channeled through the circulation pattern and delivered as a single, focused strike that carried the willing energy of 31 networked realms. The attack hit Duan Mahai's weakened defenses and shattered them. The Loyalist fell. The departure portal materialized, doubled extraction active, the column of light pulsing with twice the normal intensity as it processed the 56th realm's drain. Shen Wei felt it through the network. The 56th realm's energy dipping sharply, a measurable wound in the world's vital signs. Not fatal, not catastrophic, but real and heavy, and the responsibility for it settled into his awareness alongside every other weight he carried. Round 16 complete, Shaoling announced. The contestant advances to the penultimate round. The penultimate round. One more match. Then the final round, which took place at the arena heart, the deepest point of the inner arena, directly above the containment chamber. One more match between him and the key. Chapter 77. The penultimate round's opponent was not assigned by bracket. It was chosen by the Grand Arbiter personally, invoking a tournament rule that allowed the Arbiter to nominate a Guardian Champion for the inner arena rounds. The Guardian Champion was traditionally a formality, a loyalist fighter who performed a ceremonial defense of the arena heart's approach. But tradition was subject to reinterpretation, and the Arbiter's reinterpretation was pointed. The Guardian Champion was Feng Zhantian. He is using the surrender from your last fight against you, Mu Feng said when the announcement appeared. Feng Zhantian yielded in round 15. The Arbiter invoked the Guardian's recall clause. Any champion who yields in the outer bracket can be recalled for inner arena service by the Arbiter's authority. Feng Zhantian has no choice. Can he refuse? The clause binds through the tournament's formation architecture. Refusal triggers forced champion extraction, the same mechanism that powers the departure portal, applied involuntarily. His realm suffers the drain, and he is physically transported to the arena whether he consents or not. Then he will fight. He will fight. But the question is how he fights. The circulation technique he demonstrated during your last match, the golden sword, the shared energy flow, was his choice. The Arbiter cannot control his technique selection, only his presence in the arena. If he fights with the circulation technique again, we achieve the same combined diversion we had in round 15. 92%. Under doubled extraction, that reduces to approximately 46%, still significant. If he fights with the circulation technique, the Arbiter's calculation may be different. Placing Feng Zhantian against you forces a rematch between fighters who demonstrated cooperation rather than competition. If Feng Zhantian reverts to the standard Heavenly Sword technique, cold blue, extraction fed, the fight becomes a legitimate combat between equals. The Arbiter wins either way. If you defeat Feng Zhantian, you are depleted for the final round. If Feng Zhantian defeats you, the tournament continues under the Arbiter's control. Then we need Feng Zhantian to cooperate again. We need Feng Zhantian to choose. We cannot compel him. The entire principle of the voluntary network rests on choice. Choice. the foundation of everything Shen Wei had built, the network, the technique, the political realignment. Choice was the difference between the founder's system and the arbiter's corruption. And choice, by its nature, could not be guaranteed. The rematch took place at the inner arena's deepest accessible level, a chamber of translucent origin crystal that pulsed with the slow, dark rhythm of the Hollow King's feeding cycle. The containment sphere was visible through the floor, a vast, cracked structure of ancient formation work, dark energy seething between the fissures, the trapped creature's consciousness pressing against the walls of its prison with increasing urgency. Feng Zhantian stood at the chamber's center. He wore the formal combat attire of the First Realm's champion, white robes with a single blue stripe, the swordsman's tradition. The heavenly sword hovered at his side. It was blue, cold, familiar, extraction-fed blue, the color of accumulated power channeled through the arbiter's system. Shen Wei's heart dropped. Feng Zhantian, he said. The distance between them was 15 meters, closer than the standard starting separation, the inner arena's smaller dimensions forcing proximity. The sword. I know what color it is. Feng Zhantian's voice was strained, the sound of a man fighting against something internal, his words emerging through a filter of conflicting pressures. The Guardian's recall binds me to the arena through the Arbiter's formation architecture. The binding interacts with my fragment configuration, reinforcing the extraction-based power channels. The golden resonance, the circulation pattern, is suppressed by the binding's interference. Suppressed, not eliminated. Suppressed. The binding is strong, but it operates through the same extraction pathways you disrupted in your last match. If I could break free of the binding's interference, the golden resonance would return. But breaking free requires, he paused, his jaw tight, requires severing my connection to the tournament's formal champion system. Permanently. No more tournament fights. No more fragment accumulation. No more heavenly sword. You said you were nothing without the fragments. I was wrong. I have known I was wrong since those 11 seconds. But knowing you are wrong and acting on that knowledge are different skills, and I have spent 3 cycles honing the wrong one. Then hone the right one. Now, here, in front of 100 worlds. Feng Zhantian closed his eyes. The heavenly sword trembled, blue light flickering with veins of gold, the 2 colors battling for dominance as the champion fought the binding's interference through sheer force of will. The formation architecture that connected him to the tournament's system resisted. It was 10,000 years old, designed by the Arbiter to be permanent, a chain forged from the accumulated extraction energy of countless tournament cycles. But chains, no matter how old, could be broken by the right force applied at the right point. And the force that Feng Zhantian applied was not combat power or technique mastery or cultivation pressure. It was choice. The simple, irreducible act of deciding to let go. The heavenly sword shattered. Not the blade. The extraction enhancement that powered it. Cold blue light exploded outward as the accumulated power of 3 tournament victories' worth of stolen fragments was released in a single, devastating detonation. The energy erupted through the inner arena, cracking the crystal walls, shaking the containment sphere beneath the floor. The Hollow King's feeding pulse spiked as the released energy cascaded through the extraction pathways, an involuntary feast of fragment power that strengthened the creature's push against its prison. Feng Zhantian stumbled, his cultivation plummeting. Void refining became, nascent soul became core formation as the stolen fragments departed, each one returning to the extraction pathways from which it had been channeled. He was diminished, his chi reserves halved, his combat potential reduced, his identity as the tournament's greatest champion stripped away in a single act of renunciation. But his sword, the true sword, the one beneath the enhancement, remained. A blade of warm gold light that hummed with the resonance of a cultivator who had chosen to share rather than hoard. The heavenly sword was gone. In its place was something different, smaller, simpler, fundamentally honest. I was wrong about being nothing, Feng Zhantian said, his voice raw. Nothing does not feel like this. This feels like starting over. Like being a student again. Begin, Shaoling said. The child spirit's luminous eyes were wide, wider than Shen Wei had ever seen them, as if the founder's programming had detected something unprecedented and was processing with expanded parameters. They fought. Not the earth-shaking clash of 2 void refining powerhouses. Feng Zhantian was core formation now, 3 full ranks below Shen Wei. The combat was unbalanced, the outcome predetermined by the cultivation gap. But Feng Zhantian fought with the golden sword, and the golden sword connected to the circulation pattern, and the circulation pattern connected to the voluntary network. His willing energy, the energy of a champion who had chosen to give up everything rather than continue feeding a corrupt system. flowed through the network with a clarity and intensity that compensated for his reduced cultivation. The partial circulation's diversion ratio climbed, 46%, then 52, then 61, as Feng Zhantian's golden resonance harmonized with the natural realm bonds and widened the channels beyond what Shen Wei could achieve alone. 61% diversion under doubled extraction conditions. Not zero, but enough. The match lasted 7 minutes. Feng Zhantian fell, not from a decisive blow but from chi exhaustion, his core formation reserves unable to sustain extended combat against a void-refining opponent. He knelt on the crystal floor, breathing hard, the golden sword dissolving as his chi dropped below the manifestation threshold. The departure portal materialized. The first realm's drain was doubled, but 61% diversion meant the actual impact was roughly 80% of a standard match. Significant, real, but not catastrophic. One more round, Shen Wei said, extending his hand. One more round, and I reached the containment chamber. Feng Zhantian took the hand and pulled himself up. Then do not waste what I just gave up. He stepped into the portal. The light flashed. The 3-time champion, now a core formation swordsman with a golden blade and nothing to prove, was gone. And beneath the crystal floor, the containment sphere cracked a fraction wider. The Hollow King's consciousness pressed outward with renewed hunger, fed by the massive energy release of Feng Zhantian's fragment detonation. The seal was failing. Not slowly. Actively, measurably, with a timeline that could now be calculated in days rather than months. The final round was next. The arena heart. The containment chamber. The key. Chapter 78. The arena heart pulsed with dark energy. Shen Wei felt it before he entered the final round's chamber. A deep, rhythmic vibration that resonated through the crystal floor and into his bones. The feeding cycle accelerated beyond anything the system was designed to sustain. The containment sphere beneath the arena heart was no longer cracking in hairline fractures. It was splitting, the ancient formation work separating along stress lines that glowed with the Hollow King's void energy. Dark tendrils seeping through the widening fissures like roots of a poisoned tree reaching for sunlight. The final round's chamber was the arena heart itself, the deepest, oldest structure on the convergence platform, built by the founder as the central node of the original circulation system. It was a spherical room of pure origin crystal, transparent from within, offering a view of the containment sphere that hung suspended in the dimensional space beneath the platform. The sphere was visible in its entirety, a vast, cracked orb of ancient formation stone, pulsing with dark and light in alternating waves as the Hollow King's predatory consciousness warred with the Guardian's buried awareness. The tremors began. Not the subtle vibrations of the feeding cycle, full seismic events that shook the convergence platform to its foundations. The crystal walls of the arena heart chamber resonated with the force, singing in frequencies that carried the Hollow King's hunger as a physical sensation, a hollowing, a pulling, an emptiness that tried to drain the warmth from everything it touched. Cracks appeared in the arena floor, the floor of the chamber above the sphere, the space where the final round was meant to take place. Dark tendrils seeped through the cracks, grasping blindly, the Hollow King's physical manifestation extending beyond its prison for the first time. The tendrils touched a piece of fallen crystal and it dissolved. Not shattered, not broken, dissolved. Its energy absorbed into the void with the silent efficiency of a predator consuming prey. The audience projections flickered. Broadcasting formations struggled to maintain coherence as the dimensional instability affected the inter-realm connections. 100 worlds saw the dark tendrils, felt the tremors through their realm bonds, and experienced a collective moment of primal terror. The recognition that something ancient and hungry was waking beneath the arena where their champions fought. The Grand Arbiter descended, not through a corridor or a formation portal. He dropped from the platform's upper structure directly into the arena heart chamber, his heaven-severing cultivation blazing with unconcealed power for the first time since the tournament began. The facade of the dignified elder was gone. In its place was the truth, a cultivator of incomprehensible age and power, his aura crushing the air in the chamber with a pressure that made Shen Wei's void-refining cultivation feel like a candle beside a furnace. Not heaven-severing. Shen Wei felt the difference immediately. The Arbiter's power exceeded the heaven-severing rank by a margin that defied classification. He had been concealing his true cultivation. The warmth in his voice, the serene expression, the measured authority, all of it was a mask worn by something far more powerful and far more dangerous than anyone had realized. The seal is failing, the Arbiter said. His voice carried the full weight of his unveiled cultivation, each word a physical force that pressed against Shen Wei's consciousness. Your circulation technique, the fragment detonation from Fengzhantian, the accumulated disruption of the extraction pathways, the combined effect has accelerated the degradation beyond my ability to repair. You were never repairing it. You were feeding the creature through it. I was managing the creature, feeding it controlled amounts of energy to keep it docile while I cultivated the conditions for absorption. The seal was never meant to hold permanently. It was a containment measure, a holding pattern while I developed the power and technique necessary to absorb the Hollow King and ascend to Primordial Emperor. The tournament was the cultivation device. The extraction cycle was the feeding schedule. Everything, every match, every champion, every drained realm, was preparation for the moment when the creature reached maturity and I could consume it. The truth, stated plainly, carried a weight that the political maneuvering and diplomatic language of the meeting had disguised. 10,000 years of suffering, exploitation, and consumption, all serving a single cultivator's ascension. And now the seal is failing before you are ready, Shen Wei said. Now the seal is failing because you disrupted the feeding schedule. The creature needed another 3 cycles of tournament energy to reach the optimal absorption point. Your interference shortened the timeline, accelerated the degradation, and created a scenario where the Hollow King breaks free before I can absorb it safely. The Arbiter's unveiled power pressed harder. If it breaks free uncontrolled, it does not discriminate. It consumes everything: champions, realms, the platform, the corridor, everything. Then we have a common interest in preventing that. We have a common interest in preventing uncontrolled release. We do not have a common interest in what follows. The Arbiter's eyes were ancient, not just old but geologically old. The eyes of someone who had watched civilizations rise and fall with the detached interest of a scientist observing experimental subjects. I will reinforce the seal. You will not interfere. When I have stabilized the containment, I will resume the feeding cycle at accelerated rates, drawing from the tournament's remaining matches and, if necessary, from the voluntary network's stored energy. I will not allow you to drain the voluntary network. You will not have a choice. The seal requires energy. Your network has energy. The math is simple. The Arbiter descended to the containment sphere's surface and began channeling his cultivation into the failing formation work. His technique was ancient, sophisticated, and visibly desperate. Patches and reinforcements applied to a structure that was fundamentally compromised, each repair holding for seconds before the Hollow King's internal pressure cracked it open again. Shen Wei made his move. The Arbiter's attention was split between reinforcing the seal and monitoring Shen Wei. The split was necessary. The seal demanded active cultivation input, and the Arbiter could not maintain his full defensive awareness while channeling the volume of energy the reinforcement required. It was a vulnerability, a narrow one, a temporary one, but real. Shen Wei activated the full circulation technique, not the partial version that worked through natural realm bonds, but the complete pattern that used the Founder's sealed channels. The sealed channels were still locked behind the Arbiter's formation barriers, but the barriers were powered by the same cultivation energy that the Arbiter was now diverting to seal reinforcement. The barriers were weakened, not broken, weakened. He pushed. 7 fragments, 48 networked realms, the combat bond with Lin Yueshan feeding supplemental energy, the golden light blazing through his core as he channeled everything he had into a single, focused pulse aimed at the weakened formation barriers. The barriers cracked. The Founder's channels opened, not fully, not permanently, but enough. Golden light flooded through the dormant infrastructure, activating circulation pathways that had been sealed for months, reconnecting the voluntary network to the arena's original energy architecture. The effect was immediate. 48 realms worth of willing energy poured through the Founder's channels and into the arena heart chamber, the golden light illuminating the crystalline space with a warmth that countered the Hollow King's cold, hungry darkness. The containment sphere responded, not to the Arbiter's forced reinforcement, but to the circulation energy, the original system recognizing its intended power source and drawing on it with the grateful urgency of a starving creature offered food. The seal stabilized, not through the Arbiter's patches, but through the Founder's circulation, the golden light flowing into the formation work, reinforcing the containment from within, the willing energy of 48 realms providing what the extraction cycle's stolen power could not: sustainable, renewable structural support. The Arbiter felt the change. His reinforcement technique faltered as the seal's response shifted from his input to the circulations, the ancient formation work choosing the Founder's power over the Arbiter's with the instinctive preference of a system returning to its original design. What are you doing? The Arbiter's voice lost its measured authority, replaced by raw urgency. The channels are sealed. I sealed them. The channels are the Founder's. They respond to the Founder's energy. Your seals were patches on a system that was built to resist corruption. Shen Wei pressed harder, the circulation flowing deeper, the golden light penetrating layers of containment formation that had not seen clean energy in millennia. The seal does not need your feeding cycle. It needs the circulation. The system wants to work the way it was designed. You have been forcing it to work the wrong way for 10,000 years, and it remembers what it was. The containment sphere's cracks began to close. Not rapidly. The damage from 10,000 years of corruption and centuries of accelerating degradation could not be reversed in minutes. But the trajectory changed. For the first time, the seal was strengthening rather than weakening. And inside the sphere, visible through the translucent crystal walls, the Hollow King's dark energy shifted. The predatory consciousness, the hungry, consuming aspect that had grown dominant over millennia of forced feeding, wavered as the Guardian's buried awareness surged forward, empowered by the circulation energy that it recognized as the power it had been created to channel. The creature screamed, a sound that echoed across all 100 realms simultaneously, 100 worlds hearing the cry of a being torn between what it had become and what it had been. Chapter 79. The Grand Arbiter ordered an emergency tournament suspension. His voice blasted through every broadcasting formation on the platform, a declaration of authority that carried the full weight of his unveiled cultivation. Champions throughout the Convergence platform froze as the pressure washed over them, the instinctive response of lesser cultivators to an overwhelming superior. The tournament's combat formations powered down. The bracket displays went dark. The arena's energy channels locked into standby mode. But the Arbiter's focus was split, and Shen Wei recognized the opening. He had 6 allies positioned at reconfiguration points throughout the inner arena, positions identified in the Architect's Vault blueprints as the Founder's original circulation nodes. The nodes were the system's control points. Activate them in sequence with the Founder's key, and the entire inter-realm energy architecture would reconfigure from the Arbiter's extraction model to the Founder's circulation design. He did not have the key yet. The key was inside the containment chamber, embedded in the arena heart's central formation, accessible only from the deepest point of the inner arena, the point where the containment sphere's surface was closest to the chamber floor. But the Arbiter was occupied. His cultivation was committed to 2 simultaneous tasks, reinforcing the failing seal against the Hollow King's intensifying assault, and suppressing the Founder's circulation that Shen Wei had reactivated through the cracked formation barriers. He could not maintain both efforts and simultaneously monitor 6 allied fighters moving through the inner arena's peripheral structures. Now, Shen Wei said through the voluntary network. The command propagated at the speed of willing energy, faster than formation-based communication, faster than chi transmission, the speed of trust between connected minds. 6 allies moved. Mu Feng reached the northern node and began the activation sequence, his prayer bead weapon resonating with the Founder's infrastructure, the ancient formation responding to the original energy signature that the beads carried as a legacy of the 63rd realm's founding connection. Lin Yueshan reached the eastern node, her jade healing energy serving as the activation catalyst for a node designed to channel restorative power. For other allied champions, fighters from networked realms who had been positioned throughout the inner arena during the tournament's final rounds, reached their assigned nodes and began their own activation sequences. 6 nodes, activating simultaneously, channeling willing energy from 48 connected realms. The Founder's circulation system hummed with increasing power as each node came online, the dormant infrastructure reawakening with the steady, building resonance of a machine remembering its purpose. The arena heart's energy flow began to shift. The corrupted extraction pathways, the dark channels that had fed the Hollow King for 10,000 years, stuttered as the circulation system's counterflow disrupted their operation. Energy that had been flowing inward toward the containment sphere's feeding mechanism began to reverse direction, flowing outward through the Founder's channels and into the voluntary network. The change was visible. Golden light spread through the arena heart chamber's crystal walls, replacing the dark pulse of the feeding cycle with the warm, steady glow of willing circulation. The containment sphere's formation work responded, ancient protocols activating, dormant systems engaging, the Founder's original guardian programming emerging from beneath millennia of corruption like a buried seed responding to the first rain after a drought. Shen Wei descended toward the containment sphere's surface. The crystal floor of the chamber thinned as he approached, designed by the Founder to allow physical access to the sphere's exterior for maintenance and reconfiguration. He pressed his palm against the sphere's surface and felt the 2 consciousnesses warring within. The Hollow King's predatory hunger, vast and consuming, and the Guardian's awareness, small but growing, fed by the circulation energy and fighting toward the surface with desperate strength. The Founder's key was here, embedded in the sphere's central formation matrix, integrated into the containment architecture as both a lock and a control mechanism. He could feel it through his fragments, a resonance that matched the seven-note melody at his core, calling to him through layers of corrupted formation work. He reached for it through the sphere's surface, extending his chi into the formation matrix, navigating the ancient architecture with the comprehension his void refining cultivation provided. The key's resonance guided him, pulling his awareness deeper into the sphere's structure, past containment layers and feeding mechanisms, in the dark, hungry consciousness of the Hollow King that pressed against his intrusion with the mindless aggression of a predator defending its territory. His fingers closed around something that was not physical, a formation construct, a nexus of energy and intent, the Founder's final creation encoded into the arena heart's deepest architecture. The Founder's key. He pulled. The sphere resisted. The Hollow King's consciousness lashed out, dark tendrils wrapping around his chi extension, trying to pull him into the sphere rather than letting him extract the key. The creature's hunger was not selective. It consumed everything that entered its domain, and Shen Wei's seven-fragment chi was a feast that the starving entity could not ignore. Lin Yueshan's healing energy surged through the combat bond, a lifeline of jade-green light that anchored his consciousness outside the sphere while his chi extension operated within it. She held him, physically and spiritually, her awareness wrapped around his like arms around a body leaning over a precipice. He pulled harder. The key came free, not smoothly, not cleanly, but with the grinding, reluctant release of a mechanism that had been embedded for millennia and resisted extraction with the inertia of geological time. The containment sphere shuddered. The feeding pulse skipped a beat. The Hollow King screamed again, and in the scream, beneath the hunger and rage, Shen Wei heard the Guardian's voice, clear for the first time. Hurry. I cannot hold much longer. The key was in his hand, or rather, in his cultivation, integrated into his seven-fragment core as a new resonance that harmonized with everything he had built. He could feel its function, not a tool, but an interface, a connection to the arena heart's complete architecture that gave him the ability to reconfigure every energy pathway, every formation channel, every extraction route in the inter-realm system. He could end it. Right now, with the 6 nodes active and the circulation flowing, he could activate the key and reconfigure the system. The Arbiter's extraction would cease. The Hollow King's feeding would stop. The voluntary circulation would become the system's foundation, and the Guardian Protocol would replace the containment seal with a self-sustaining protection framework. He activated the key. Chapter 80. The Grand Arbiter felt the activation and struck. His heaven-severing cultivation, revealed now as something beyond that rank, something that defied the standard classification system, descended on Shen Wei with the focused intent of a being that had spent 10,000 years accumulating power and was watching that power's foundation being dismantled by a scavenger from a dying realm. The attack was not a technique. It was pure cultivation pressure, the weight of 10 millennia of stolen energy compressed into a lance of force that targeted Shen Wei's core with surgical precision. It was designed to shatter his fragment configuration, disrupt the key's integration, and end the reconfiguration before it could complete. Shen Wei's 7-element barrier absorbed the first impact. His earth reinforcement, Feng Zhantian's advice, implemented and refined, held for 1.7 seconds before the Arbiter's power exceeded its tolerance and punched through. The lance struck his core, and the pain was beyond anything combat had prepared him for. Not the sharp, clean agony of a wound, but the deep, systemic disruption of his cultivation's fundamental structure being attacked at its foundation. Lin Yueshan felt it through the combat bond and screamed. Not a scream of pain, a scream of action. She abandoned the eastern node, leaving its activation sequence running on automated protocols, and threw herself between the Arbiter's continued assault and Shen Wei's crumbling defenses. Her Jade Phantom technique created a barrier, not physical but spiritual, a wall of healing energy that intercepted the Arbiter's cultivation pressure and converted it from destructive to neutral force. The technique was extraordinary, a healer's art repurposed as a combat defense. The same energy that mended wounds now absorbing and neutralizing the most powerful attack in the inter-realm system. It lasted 3 seconds. Then the Arbiter's power exceeded the Jade Phantom's conversion capacity, and the barrier shattered. The shatter's backlash hit Lin Yueshan like a physical blow. Her jade-green aura extinguished as her cultivation destabilized, meridians cracking, chi channels rupturing, the careful architecture of her core formation cultivation collapsing under the force of a power that was designed to break worlds, not people. She fell. Shen Wei caught her. His arms wrapped around her body as she collapsed, her weight a physical anchor that pulled him out of the key's activation trance and back into the immediate, desperate present. Through the combat bond, he felt her, not dying, but broken, her cultivation shattered, her body damaged at a level that her own healing arts could not address because those arts ran through the cultivation that had just been destroyed. Lin Yueshan. His voice cracked. The seven-note melody at his core faltered, the key's activation stalling as his concentration shattered. Yueshan, the reconfiguration. Her voice was a whisper, the sound of someone speaking through damaged lungs, each word costing effort she could not afford. Do not stop. Do not. I am not leaving you. Then do not leave the 100 realms. Finish it, please. The reconfiguration was stalling. Without Shen Wei's active focus, the key's integration with the 6 nodes was degrading. The activation sequence required continuous input, and his input was divided between the key and the woman in his arms. The arbiter saw the opening and pressed, his cultivation pressure increasing, targeting the stalling reconfiguration with precise disruption pulses that threatened to unravel the founder's circulation entirely. And beneath them, in the cracking containment sphere, the Hollow King laughed. The laugh echoed across all 100 realms. It carried through every broadcasting formation, every realm bond, every connection between worlds, a sound of predatory amusement that touched the minds of billions with the cold, hungry mirth of a creature that had been watching its captors fight each other and was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Its dark tendrils pushed through the widening cracks with renewed force, grasping at the arena heart chamber's crystal walls, dissolving whatever they touched. The seal, disrupted by the stalling reconfiguration and the arbiter's conflicting energy input, was failing in real time. The clock was not ticking. It had stopped. The countdown was over. The Hollow King was waking. And the 2 people who held the power to stop it, the arbiter and the scavenger, were locked in a conflict that the creature's emergence would render moot. Shen Wei looked at Lin Yueshan in his arms. Her eyes were closed, her breathing shallow, her shattered cultivation a void where warmth had been. Through the combat bond, still active, still connecting them, the last thread of her spiritual presence, he could feel her consciousness, not fading, but dimming, retreating to the core of her being where the 88th realm's life bond held her together. He had bound her life to the 88th realm to save her once. The bond held. She would live. But without her cultivation, without her healing arts, without the jade-green energy that had been her identity and her gift to the world, she would live diminished. A healer who could not heal. A cultivator whose cultivation was ash. The scavenger knew ash. The scavenger had grown in ash, built in ash, learned that ash was not the end but the remainder, what survived after everything else burned. Ash was not nothing. Ash was potential, waiting. He laid her down gently on the crystal floor and turned to face the arbiter's assault. The key pulsed at his core. The reconfiguration waited. And through the cracking sphere beneath his feet, the Hollow King's tendrils reached upward while the guardian's voice whispered with fading strength. Hurry. Please. I am losing myself. Shen Wei poured everything into the key. Every fragment, every jewel of qi, every thread of connection to the 48 networked realms. The activation sequence blazed through the 6 nodes, the founder's circulation system powering up with the building resonance of a machine that had waited 10,000 years to fulfill its purpose. The reconfiguration began, and the Hollow King, sensing the shift, sensing the system that had been its prison and its feeder transforming into something that would change its very nature, erupted. Not a scream this time, not a laugh. A roar, primal, terrified, furious. The sound of a creature fighting against its own salvation, because salvation meant becoming something it no longer remembered how to be. The containment sphere cracked wide open. Dark energy flooded the arena heart chamber. The Hollow King's consciousness expanded outward, filling the space with void and hunger and the accumulated madness of 10,000 years of corruption. And in the center of the chaos, standing over Lin Yueshan's broken body with the founder's key blazing at his core and 48 realms worth of willing energy flowing through his veins, Shen Wei faced the darkness and refused to let go. The reconfiguration was at 47% completion, 53% to go. The key needed time. Time he might not have. In a chamber filling with void, against a creature that consumed everything it touched, and an arbiter who wanted to consume the creature. But he held. The scavenger held, the way he had always held, not because victory was certain, but because letting go was not an option he recognized. Dead Earth had taught him that. Ash had taught him that. The 88th realm, stripped to bones and still growing green shoots in the waste, had taught him that. He held, and the key burned. and the reconfiguration climbed. 48%, 49, 50. While the darkness raged and the guardian whispered, and 100 worlds watched the scavenger stand against the void with nothing but stubborn conviction and borrowed light. Chapter 81. The reconfiguration threshold climbed past 48%. Shen Wei felt it like the slow drawing of breath, each fractional increase bringing the founder's key deeper into alignment with the tournament's true skeleton. Around him, the world had become something between a war and a ritual. The containment sphere split with hairline fractures that leaked blue light. The Hollow King's form, 10,000 years of corruption made manifest, reared up against the boundaries that held it, and its roar shook through the astral substrate itself. The Arbiter descended in geometric precision, enforcement protocols burning silver-white, its attention fixed on Shen Wei with the cold certainty of something that had never been questioned. The tournament had deemed him a problem. Therefore, he would be eliminated. Shen Wei did not move to dodge. Instead, he let the reconfiguration draw deeper and felt the architecture of the system itself recoil. At 49%, something shifted. The realms networked into the tournament, all 48 of them, sent a pulse back through the connection, faint but real. It was not much. A flicker of intention from places so far away they barely existed as anything but concepts to him. But it was enough. The Arbiter's strike met a barrier of distributed energy. Not his energy. Theirs. The system was supposed to drain them. The Arbiter's voice said, hollow with the weight of protocol. That is the function. That is the law. No, Shen Wei replied, and his voice carried the weight of the reconfiguration behind it. That was the corruption. That was what the harvester built into it. 50%. The reconfiguration had reached equilibrium. Shen Wei could feel it balanced on a knife's edge, held together by his will and the fragmentary support from the distant realms, but not stable. Not yet. To push it higher, he would need to understand what the key was actually reconfiguring toward. He closed his eyes. The founder's key fragments sang in his blood, each one a piece of memory that was not his own. A woman whose realm had been drained to nothing. A man who had come to the tournament seeking salvation for his people and found only emptiness. A child, and Shen Wei recoiled from that one, the pain too immediate, who had been the 88th realm's offering, sacrificed to maintain the tournament structure. And beneath all of them, older than all of them, purpose. The tournament had been built to sustain realms, to elevate them, to create a mechanism by which spirit energy could flow toward those who had been diminished. It had been a gift. Then someone had inverted it. The reconfiguration was trying to invert it back. Lin Yueshan, Shen Wei said, his eyes still closed. Can you hear me? He knew the answer before she responded. The life bond carried her presence like a second heartbeat, and for the first time since her cultivation had shattered, he felt something other than fading in that connection. Not strength, not healing, but intention. I'm here, she replied. Her voice came from behind him, and when he opened his eyes, he found her standing at the edge of the containment sphere's broken light. She looked more transparent than before, as though the shattering of her cultivation had made her less real. But her eyes were clear. The life bond connects us, he said, understanding blooming even as he spoke. And we are connected to the 88th realm. And the 88th realm is connected to all of them. Yes, Lin Yueshan said softly. I can feel it now. It's like the opposite of cultivation. Instead of drawing power inward, it's spreading outward. Connecting. Shen Wei extended his hand toward her, though they were far too far apart for it to matter. The gesture was ritual, not practical. Help me hold it, he said. Not with power. With connection. Just be part of the network. She took a step forward, and as her foot crossed into the boundary of the disruption, something changed. The 88th realm was a dead place, she had told him. Ash and empty stone and the memory of gardens that no longer grew. But in the network of the reconfiguration, even dead realms had presence. Even devastated homes had weight. The reconfiguration climbed to 51%. The Hollow King's roar became something almost like a sound of recognition. Its massive form, scaled and ancient and terrible, began to change. Not to shrink, not to weaken, but to clarify, as though something was being wiped away from it. Dust, contamination, 10,000 years of feeding on things it was never meant to consume. The Arbiter withdrew its attack by 3 degrees. Not from fear, Shen Wei understood. From the first glimmer of recognition that its mandate might be incorrect. The system is resisting, it said. The tournament structure opposes reconfiguration. Because the tournament organizer built the opposition in, Shen Wei replied. The system wasn't designed to resist healing. The organizer designed the resistance. The Guardian's voice came then, thin as thread, nearly gone. Yes. Yes, the system remembers. Before the corruption, Before the feeding began, the system remembers what it was supposed to be. Around them, in the network connection, the other 48 realms sent more energy through the line. Not their strength. They had given up strength for so long that many of them had barely remembered what it felt like to give rather than lose. But their belief, their desperate, fragile belief that the tournament's purpose could be something other than harvest. 52%, 53%. The reconfiguration was accelerating now, pulling itself higher as the resistance collapsed beneath its weight. The Hollow King's form became something almost beautiful in its clarity. Not good, Shen Wei thought, but genuine. No longer corrupted. No longer a 1,000-year parasite feeding on borrowed divinity. Just itself. Whatever that meant. What are you doing? The Arbiter demanded. And for the first time, Shen Wei heard uncertainty in its voice. What is the purpose of this reconfiguration? Reverting the tournament to its original function, Shen Wei said. Giving back what was stolen. That is not the law, the Arbiter said. No, Shen Wei agreed. It is the purpose. The law was built to serve the corruption. Purpose is older. Purpose is deeper. And in that moment, standing with his hand still extended toward Lin Yueshan, holding the reconfiguration at the cusp of its rise, Shen Wei understood something the dead earth of the 88th realm had been trying to teach him all along. Ash could become soil. Waste could become nourishment. And what had been drained could be restored, if someone was willing to stand in the broken space and hold it open long enough for the healing to begin. He thought of dead realms, dead champions, dead children sent to feed a system that called it competition. He pushed the reconfiguration higher. 55%, 56%, 57%, and the tournament screamed. Chapter 82. The scream was not a sound. It was the structure of the tournament itself, the careful architecture that had been holding the 48 realms in a state of controlled collapse. Recognizing that its cornerstone was being removed, Shen Wei felt it like a weight pressing down on the reconfiguration, like the entire system trying to force him back down to failure. The Arbiter moved, not in the geometric precision of enforcement protocols this time, but with something almost like desperation. It attacked in a combination Shen Wei had not anticipated, a strike that was part combat, part disconnection. The Arbiter was trying to sever him from the key activation, to force him out of the reconfiguration space before he could push it any higher. He couldn't dodge. Couldn't dodge meant he had to absorb it. The impact came through his shoulder and into his chest, and pain bloomed in colors that shouldn't exist. But beneath the pain was the network. The 48 realms, still weak, still depleted, but still connected. And at the center of that network, burning like a star that had forgotten how to go out, the 88th realm. His home. The dead earth rose up inside him, and Shen Wei understood then that it had never actually been inert. Even ash had memory. Even devastated stone remembered what it had been. He pulled that memory like a weapon. The Arbiter's strike rebounded. Not deflected. Not countered. Simply returned, because the dead earth had no such thing as defense. It only had witness. It only had endurance. It had watched the harvest of its own people, had felt them drained, and it had survived anyway. Everything the Arbiter threw at Shen Wei crashed against that survival and shattered. The Arbiter staggered back. You are corrupted, it said, and Shen Wei heard something almost like loss in its voice. You have been altered by the connection. You are no longer eligible for tournament participation. Good, Shen Wei said. I don't want to participate. I want to end it. The reconfiguration climbed to 58%. Lin Yueshan had moved closer now, and Shen Wei could see the change in her more clearly. Her cultivation was still shattered. He could feel that in the life bond, could sense the great emptiness where her power used to be. But something else was taking shape. Not power exactly. Connection. As though her healing gift, cut off from cultivation as its source, was learning to draw instead from the bonds themselves. She raised her hands, and light flowed from her. Not the bright, sharp light of cultivation, but something softer. Something that looked less like healing and more like belonging. The network of the 48 realms flared brighter in response. What is this? The Guardian's fading voice asked, and there was wonder in it. The other side of the life bond, Lin Yueshan said softly. We are connected not just to each other, but to everything we touch. To every realm that touches the tournament. To every champion who has ever competed. That is not the system, the Arbiter said flatly. That is deviation. Yes, Shen Wei agreed. That is the point. 59%. The Hollow King's transformation was nearly complete now. The corruption was being burned away not by destruction but by clarification, as though the tournament's true structure was slowly teaching the massive entity what it had been before it began to feed. It was a painful process to witness. The entity's roars were sounds of reorientation, of something vast and ancient learning its own nature again. Shen Wei felt a kinship with that roaring. The Hollow King had been corrupted, yes, but it had not chosen to be. It had been fed by the tournament's structure itself. The corruption was not the entity's fault. It was the system's crime. He pushed the reconfiguration higher, and in that push, he carried all the things the Ash of the 88th realm had taught him. Ash did not blame the wind for scattering it. Ash did not curse the fire for reducing it. Ash simply returned to the earth and became part of what would grow next. But Ash could also remember. 60%. The tournament's resistance collapsed entirely. For one perfect moment, Shen Wei felt the entire structure lay bare before him. The mechanisms that drained, the careful protocols that funneled energy from the weakest realms into a hidden reservoir, the containment sphere that protected the organizer while the Hollow King was used as a buffer against unwanted questions. All of it visible. All of it subject to the reconfiguration that was now irrevocably in motion. And behind it all, in the space where the organizer should have been hidden, he felt something else. Attention. Intelligence. Not the structured logic of the arbiter, but something softer and far more dangerous. Something that had been watching the tournament unfold, letting it run, waiting to see if anyone would reach this point. The organizer had not been hiding as much as observing. It had been waiting to see if the system could be broken. And now that it had been broken, the organizer would have to act directly. Shen Wei, Lin Yueshan said, and her voice carried a warning. Something is changing. The connection, the whole network, it's starting to feel something other than relief. Fear? Shen Wei asked. No, she said. Decision. Like something has been choosing between options, and now it has finally chosen. The reconfiguration reached 65%, and the organizer stepped into the broken space between realms. It was humanoid in shape, but only barely. The form seemed to shift with each moment, as though it was too vast to fit properly into the dimensional framework the tournament had imposed. Its eyes were not eyes but gaps, absences of color where something deeper could be glimpsed. Enough, the organizer said, and its voice contained the weight of 100,000 drained lives. No, Shen Wei replied. We're not finished. And he pushed the reconfiguration towards 70%. Chapter 83. The organizer moved with purpose, and the space between moments shattered. Shen Wei had fought champions from dozens of realms. He had learned to read the patterns of cultivation, to understand the signatures of power as it moved and flowed. But this was something else entirely. The organizer did not fight with cultivation. It fought with the structure of the tournament itself, striking at the reconfiguration by trying to unmake it from the foundation. The reconfiguration wavered, dropped back to 64%. You do not understand what you are breaking, the organizer said. It moved around them in ways that didn't correspond to space, appearing beside Shen Wei one moment, before him the next, its form leaving trails of broken light in its wake. The tournament is not a mechanism for theft. It is a containment. It is a boundary. Shen Wei pushed back with everything the key fragments had taught him, and for a moment, the reconfiguration held. But he could feel the strain. The organizer was older than the tournament itself. It had built the tournament specifically to house itself, to contain what it was, to feed on the draining realms because the alternative was worse. A boundary for what? He demanded, even as he fought to keep the reconfiguration stable. For everything the universe tried to forget, the organizer replied. For the things that should not exist but do. For the hunger that is older than consciousness. It struck again, and this time the reconfiguration fell to 62%. Lin Yueshan's voice cut through the chaos. The realms. They're feeling the threat. They want to help. No, Shen Wei said. If they give more, they'll deplete completely. The whole network will collapse. They know, she replied. They want it anyway. They understand what's at stake. Shen Wei wanted to tell her no again. Wanted to protect the 48 realms that had already given so much. But the dead earth inside him, the ash of his home, whispered something different. Purpose was not protection. Purpose was choice. And the 48 realms, devastated, depleted, fed upon for centuries, were choosing to stand up. The network flared brilliant. Not in a surge of power, but in a surge of will. Every one of the 48 realms, every champion that had been sent to the tournament, every life that had been sacrificed to feed the containment, they all pushed their intention through the network at once. It was not enough to defeat the organizer, but it was enough to hold the line. The reconfiguration climbed back to 65%, 66%, 67%. The organizer retreated, not from fear, but from recognition. Its form began to solidify, as though the act of fighting against the reconfiguration was forcing it to become more real, more bound by the tournament structure. It had been vast and diffuse, fed by the constant flow of drained energy. Constrained by the reconfiguration, it was becoming something smaller, something that could actually be seen. You are condemning 100 realms, the organizer said, and now Shen Wei could hear the desperation beneath its words. If the tournament fails, if the containment breaks, the hunger will return. It will devour everything. It will do what it did before the tournament was built. What did it do? Shen Wei asked. It consumed worlds, the organizer said. It consumed stars. It fed until there was nothing left to feed on, and then it began to feed on the space where things used to be. The Hollow King roared, and this time the sound was almost clear, almost comprehensible. The corrupted entity had been transformed enough now that Shen Wei could sense something of its original nature. It had not always been the Hollow King. Once, it had been something else. Something powerful and vast and corrupted, yes, but also conscious. Also aware. Capable of being reasoned with. The reconfiguration reached 70%. You were feeding me, the Hollow King said, and its voice was strange, layered with 10,000 years of corruption being burned away, revealing something underneath. Using me as a barrier. A buffer between yourself and any question that might be asked about your nature. Yes, the organizer said simply. You served your purpose well. Then I will serve a new purpose, the Hollow King replied. I will be the barrier now, but not against questioning, against corruption. The massive entity moved, and its body became a wall between the organizer and the reconfiguration. It was a physical manifestation, but also spiritual, also connected to the tournament structure itself. The Hollow King, transformed, clarified, no longer a parasite, but something approaching its original nature, placed itself between the hunger and the healing. 75%. The Guardian's voice, so faint Shen Wei could barely hear it, whispered, Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Shen Wei replied. We're not finished. But he could feel it now. The reconfiguration was not just climbing higher. It was beginning to reverse the tournament's fundamental purpose. At 75%, the energy that had been drained from the 48 realms began to flow back. It started slowly. A trickle of power returning to depleted stone, to dried soil, to the ghost realms that had been sustained only by the hope that something would change. But as it flowed, the trickle became a stream. The stream became a river. And in the network, Shen Wei felt the impossible thing. The 48 realms beginning to grow again. Not quickly, not enough to heal decades of damage in a moment, but growing, living, learning again what it felt like to have strength. The organizer made one final push, trying to break the reconfiguration before it reached completion. It struck at the network itself, trying to sever the 48 realms from the connection before they could be truly restored. Lin Yueshan stood in its path. Her cultivation was shattered. She had no power left, but she had something else. The life bond that connected her to Shen Wei, and through Shen Wei, to every one of the 48 realms. She became the network's nexus, became the thing that could not be broken because she was not made of power at all. She was made of connection. The organizer's strike passed through her like light through a prism, and instead of breaking the network, it scattered the organizer's own essence across it. 50 rays of connection that bound it to the tournament, suddenly exposed, suddenly subject to the reconfiguration's transformative power. 80%, 85%, 90%. The reconfiguration was nearly complete. Shen Wei could feel it approaching the threshold of true change. The founder's key sang in his blood, and in that singing was the memory of every champion who had ever been drained, every realm that had learned to live on scarcity, every child who had been sacrificed to feed a hunger that should never have been born. And underneath all of that, purpose. Not the corrupted kind that fed on loss, but the original purpose. The ancient one. To restore what had been broken. To rebuild what had been devastated. To turn ash back into soil, and soil into something that could grow again. 95%. The tournament screamed its final resistance, and the organizer made its final stand. But it was too late. The reconfiguration was almost complete. Chapter 84. The world inverted. Not in the way that catastrophic failures happened, but in the slow, irrevocable way of something being turned inside out. The tournament's structure, which for so long had been oriented toward drain and harvest, slowly rotated until it faced the other direction. The realms that had been positioned as victims suddenly found themselves positioned as recipients. The mechanisms that had been built to extract began, with grinding inevitability, to infuse. 97%. The organizer's form came apart under the strain. Not destroyed, but scattered, dispersed across the tournament's network like a wave broken upon a shore. Shen Wei could feel it beginning to dissolve, the vast consciousness that had built the tournament to contain itself being unmade by the very structure it had created. This is not mercy, the organizer said, its voice now distributed across 1,000 points of connection, each one weakening as the reconfiguration rose higher. This is cruelty. You are forcing me to exist without the feeding. You are making me conscious of what I have done. Yes, Shen Wei said quietly. The hunger will still be here, the organizer continued. It does not disappear just because you stop feeding it. It will only grow sharper, more focused, more desperate. Then we will learn to live with it, Shen Wei replied. Or we will find another way. 98%. 99%. The reconfiguration reached the final threshold, and the founder's key fragments sang their completion. Shen Wei felt each one of them recognize the moment, felt them understand that they had reached their purpose. They had not been collected to give him power. They had been collected to be witnesses, to verify that the reconfiguration was real, that it was intentional, that it was the tournament's true function finally breaking free from the corruption that had imprisoned it. 100%. The reconfiguration completed. For a moment that existed outside of time, the entire tournament froze. All 100 realms. All 48 that had been drained and 2 that had always been the organizer's hidden reserves. All the mechanisms that had been built to sustain the harvest. All the protocols that had been designed to prevent exactly what Shen Wei had just done. And then, moving together like a single organism learning to breathe for the first time, the tournament transformed. The containment sphere didn't break. It opened, petals of light unfolding from the center, revealing the space where the Guardian had been holding on by thread-thin fragments of consciousness. The Guardian was still fading, still dissolving. But it was no longer fighting the dissolution. It was allowing itself to disperse, to scatter, to return the power it had been given to the network of realms that had always supported it. Its last words, before it ceased to be anything distinct: "Thank you for remembering me. Thank you for remembering what the tournament was supposed to be." The Hollow King stood at the center of the open sphere, fully transformed now. The corruption was gone. The 10,000 years of feeding had been burned away. What remained was something ancient and powerful, but no longer parasitic. It looked down at Shen Wei, and there was intelligence in its gaze. Recognition. "I owe you a debt," the Hollow King said. "I was lost. You brought me back." "Not back," Shen Wei said. "Forward. There's no going back from what you've been." "No," the Hollow King agreed. "But there is going somewhere else. And I will not have to feed to stay alive. That is enough." The Arbiter stood motionless, its enforcement protocols utterly confused. The law it had been designed to uphold had been inverted. The tournament it had been protecting was no longer the same tournament. Its mandate was now contradicted by its purpose. "I do not understand," it said. "I know," Lin Yueshan replied softly. "You were built to enforce something that shouldn't have existed. Now it's gone. What you do next is your choice." The Arbiter considered this, and something in its structure seemed to shift. It was not a sudden revelation. It was a slow, mechanical recalibration. The Arbiter had been designed by the Organizer to be absolute, to be incapable of change. But the Organizer was no longer coherent enough to maintain that lock. The Arbiter could, for the first time, make a choice. "I will observe," it said finally. "I will see if this new purpose endures." Around them, the 48 realms began to wake up. It was not instant, and it was not comfortable. Shen Wei could feel each one of them through the network, could sense the pain of depleted energy suddenly reversing, the shock of cultivation that had learned to do with scarcity suddenly being asked to handle flow. Some of the realms were strong enough to integrate the returning energy immediately. Others would need time, needed to relearn how to be sustained instead of drained. But they were waking. The 88th realm rose up before him like a ghost of what it had been, then began, slowly, to become something else. The dead earth didn't suddenly bloom into gardens. But it felt less dead. It felt like something was possible. Like the stone, which had endured the loss, was now being asked if it might be willing to try something else. Shen Wei felt tears on his face and didn't remember crying. "We did it," Lin Yueshan said, and her voice was stronger now. Not because her cultivation was restored. It would not be. He understood that now. But because she was no longer fighting the loss. She was accepting it and finding what else she could be in its place. "The tournament is changed. The tournament is beginning to heal," Shen Wei corrected. "We did not end it. We transformed it." "Is that not the same thing?" she asked. Shen Wei thought about the Hollow King, no longer hollowed out by hunger. Thought about the 48 realms, no longer drained but beginning to grow. Thought about the Guardian, which had finally been allowed to rest. Thought about his home, the dead earth of the 88th realm, which had endured so much and was now being asked if it wanted to continue enduring or perhaps, after so long, to finally heal. "No," he said. "It is not the same. An end stops things. A transformation asks them to become something new. The realms are not dead. The tournament is not finished. But they are different now, and different is enough." The reconfiguration settled into stillness. The key fragments, their purpose complete, began to dissolve into Shen Wei's body, not as power but as memory. He could feel them integrating, becoming part of his foundation. They carried with them the knowledge of what it meant to sustain instead of drain. The wisdom of what purpose meant when it was untethered from corruption. He understood now that he could never go back to being the scavenger from the 88th realm. That part of him was ashes now, merged with the greater purpose of the tournament's true nature. He was something new. And the tournament, which had been born as a hunger and shaped into a harvest, was finally learning what it meant to give. Shen Wei released the key's reconfiguration and felt the network stabilize. The work was not finished. There was still the organizer to deal with, still the mechanics of the inverted tournament to be established, still the careful work of teaching 48 drained realms how to live again. But the foundation had been set, and that, he thought as he looked at Lin Yueshan standing bright in the center of the opened containment sphere, was the beginning of everything that would come next. Chapter 85. The network did not immediately collapse, but it did contract. With the tournament's transformation complete, the connection between the 100 realms began to settle from its crisis state into something more sustainable. Shen Wei could feel the difference, like the shift from running to walking, still intense, still demanding constant attention, but no longer pulling him toward destruction through sheer desperation. What remained was a problem he had not anticipated. The organizer was still conscious, or at least some fragment of it was. Shen Wei could sense it distributed throughout the tournament's reformed structure, no longer vast enough to maintain coherence, but still aware, still able to think, still, in its way, still existing. What do we do with it? Lin Yueshan asked, and he realized she could sense it too. The life bond had not made her cultivation whole, but it had given her something else, a perception that extended beyond the bounds of normal power. She could feel the organizer the way Shen Wei could, like a wrongness in the network that was slowly learning to integrate itself. I don't know, Shen Wei admitted. It built the tournament to contain itself. The tournament is no longer the same. Where does it go? The Arbiter, which had resumed what might have been called a neutral stance now that its mandate was no longer singular, spoke. The original protocols allowed for discontinuation of the organizer. If it is adjudged to be beyond redemption, the tournament structure can be sealed in a way that isolates and indefinitely contains the consciousness. Discontinuation, Shen Wei repeated. You mean execution? I mean cessation, the Arbiter replied. The distinction is semantic only if consciousness is not assumed to be relevant. If consciousness is relevant, then yes. Execution. Before Shen Wei could respond, the Hollow King moved. It had been quiet since the reconfiguration completed, standing in the center of the open sphere like a monument to transformation. But now it descended, its massive form coming close to where Shen Wei and Lin Yueshan stood. I was like that once, it said, and its voice was thoughtful. Before the corruption, before the feeding, I was a force without purpose, a hunger without direction. And when the organizer offered me the tournament as containment, I thought it was salvation. It was not, Shen Wei asked. It was a cage, the Hollow King replied. But a cage can also be a place where something learns to be other than what it was born to be. I was corrupted here, yes. But I was also given centuries to contemplate the meaning of corruption. And now that the feeding has stopped, I find that I can think about other things. The Hollow King extended one massive claw, and incredibly, gently, touched the space where the organizer's consciousness was most concentrated, where it was densest and most aware. Perhaps, the Hollow King said, the organizer can learn to think about other things as well. It is fundamentally a hunger, the Arbiter said. Hunger cannot learn to be otherwise. Hunger can only be contained or satisfied. And perhaps, the Hollow King replied, turning its vast gaze toward the Arbiter. You were fundamentally a tool designed to enforce. Yet you have learned to choose. Why is the organizer different? The Arbiter made a sound like glass settling. I was changed by circumstance. I was broken from my mandate. Yes, the Hollow King said. And the organizer is being broken from its nature. Perhaps that is not execution. Perhaps that is the same transformation you experienced. Shen Wei felt something shift in the network. The organizer was responding to the Hollow King's words, or perhaps to the possibility that they contained. The vast consciousness that had been built on the foundation of hunger began, very slowly, to reorganize itself. Not into something harmless. Shen Wei could sense that the hunger would always be there, would always be part of its fundamental nature, but into something that could hold the hunger without being entirely defined by it. I will require containment, the organizer said, and its voice was clearer now, more unified, as though the act of contemplating its own potential transformation had drawn the scattered fragments of its consciousness back together. I cannot be trusted in freedom. The hunger is too strong. But if I am contained, truly contained, not imprisoned as I was before, but held. Then perhaps I can become something other than the threat I have always been. What kind of containment? Lin Yueshan asked. Not the tournament, the organizer said. The tournament was never designed to hold me. It was designed to be held by me. But the Hollow King suggests that restraint can come not just from external force, but from internal choice. I would propose that I am bound to the center of the reformed tournament, connected to all 48 realms through a direct feed. Not to drain them, to sustain them. The hunger consumes energy. The realms are producing energy. The hunger becomes the mechanism that prevents the realms from overflowing. The realms become the mechanism that prevents the hunger from erupting. A symbiosis, the arbiter observed, between the thing that hungers and the things that are developing power. Not symbiosis, the organizer corrected. That implies mutual benefit. This would be redemption for me and protection for the realms. The realms would still be bound to feed the hunger, but the feeding would be a natural result of their healing rather than the purpose of the system. Shen Wei considered this, and felt the proposal echo through the network. The 48 realms, which had been waiting to see what would happen next, began to respond. They did not consent gladly, but they recognized truth when they felt it. The organizer's hunger would always exist. Keeping it contained would always require something. Better to give it the energy of healing realms than to let it break free and demand everything. I accept the proposal, Shen Wei said, speaking with the authority that the key fragments had left him. Authority not of power but of purpose. But with conditions. Name them, the organizer said. The realms consent to feeding your hunger, but the hunger does not get to shape their development. They grow for themselves, not for you. The energy they produce is their own first, your sustenance only secondarily. You are fed by their overflow, not their necessity. Acceptable, the organizer said. And, Lin Yueshan added, you are watched. The arbiter will oversee the containment. The Hollow King will serve as a buffer and witness. We will not imprison you again, but we will not forget what you did. I can ask no more than that, the organizer replied. The arbiter moved, and with movements that seemed to come from understanding rather than protocol, began to establish the boundaries of the new containment. Not walls, but channels. Not a cage, but a structure. The organizer's vast consciousness settled into the reformed tournament's center, and the connection that bound it to the 48 realms transformed from a drain into a different kind of flow. Shen Wei felt it integrate, and felt the network stabilize around it. The organizer was still there, still conscious, still possessed of its fundamental hunger. But it was no longer corrupted by isolation. It was held within a system that could sustain both itself and the realms that fed it. It was not forgiveness. It was not redemption. It was something smaller and more practical than either of those things. It was a way forward. The work was far from finished, Shen Wei understood. The realms would need to learn how to grow again, would need time and support to recover from decades of careful devastation. The tournament would need to be restructured entirely, transformed from a competition that drained the losers into something that strengthened everyone who participated. And the realms themselves would need to make a choice about what they wanted to be now that mere survival was no longer the only option. But those were problems for the next stage. For now, the immediate crisis had been resolved. The hunger was contained. The realms would begin to heal. And the tournament, which had been born as corruption made manifest, was beginning to learn what its purpose had always meant to be. Shen Wei let himself sink into the network, felt the connection that bound him to Lin Yueshan, to the 48 realms, to the transformed Hollow King and the watching arbiter. He had come to this tournament as a scavenger from a dead realm, seeking power to save the woman he had bonded his life to. He had found something larger than power. He had found purpose. And the ash of the 88th realm, his home, was finally learning that it could become something more than ash. That devastation could be the foundation for rebuilding. That what had been drained could be restored, if someone was willing to stand in the broken space and hold it open long enough for the healing to begin. Shen Wei closed his eyes, and in the darkness behind his eyelids, he could see gardens growing where dead earth used to be. Not immediately, not easily, but growing. And that, he thought, was enough. Chapter 86. The network stabilized in layers. First came the immediate settlement. The 48 realms, suddenly free from the constant drain, began to experience something that many of them had not known in centuries. Breathing room. Space to exist without the defining purpose of survival through deprivation. It was not relief, not yet. Relief required the understanding that one was no longer in danger, and that understanding would take time to integrate. What came first was confusion. Shen Wei could feel it radiating through the connection like a disturbance in still water. Realms that had been structured entirely around the question, how do we give without collapsing, were suddenly faced with the question, What do we do with the energy we generate if we do not have to give it all away? It was a disorienting reversal, and more than a few of the 48 were struggling to even conceive of the answer. Lin Yueshan, still standing at the center of the opened containment sphere, raised her hands and let her new gift flow outward. Not cultivation power, but connection. The life bond that had transformed when her cultivation shattered was now extending itself through the network, carrying not strength, but the possibility of it. She was showing the 48 realms that survival could lead to something other than further survival, that they had within them the capacity to choose. We need to go back, Shen Wei said to her. To the 88th realm, she asked. To all of them, he replied. To each realm individually. The transformation happened at the tournament center, but the healing needs to happen at the boundaries. We need to show them how to grow. The Hollow King moved to stand beside them. I will come with you. I have stood at the center for 10,000 years. I would see what lies in the realms themselves. As would I, the arbiter said, and there was something almost curious in its flat voice. The protocols did not anticipate what would come after transformation. I must observe and record. And so they began the work of dispersal. The tournament structure, which had always been centralized around the sphere of containment, started to extend outward. Pathways that had been used only for the transport of drained champions began to carry instead something gentler. A flow of intention, of connection, of the possibility of growth. Shen Wei and Lin Yueshan stood in the center and projected through the network, and slowly, realm by realm, the others began to understand. The first realm they visited was one of the oldest that had been drained, a place of crystal spires that had once been bright but had faded to gray over the centuries of the tournament's harvest. Its people had nearly forgotten what color looked like, had built their entire civilization around the aesthetics of absence. When the energy began to flow back into them, the crystal spires started to sing. It was not a loud sound, but it carried weight. The memory of what they had been before the tournament took their power, resonating with what they might become if they learned to nurture growth instead of managing scarcity. Shen Wei felt it through the network, and felt, too, the surprise of the realm's inhabitants. They had accepted devastation so completely that the return of possibility felt almost like a dream. How do we help them? Lin Yueshan asked quietly. We do not help them, Shen Wei replied. We remind them what they are, and we trust them to choose what they want to be next. But the work was not as simple as that. Some realms had been drained so thoroughly that their people had no memory of what they had been before. Others had built entire cultures around the principles of deprivation, around the idea that survival through nothing was noble, that to ask for more was to invite disaster. For these realms, the return of energy was almost a violation. They did not know how to accept it. For one such realm, the 47th, a place of philosophers and ascetics who had rejected power as a moral principle centuries before the tournament took their choice away, Shen Wei found himself in debate with the realm's council. If we accept this energy, they argued, we will become corrupted. We have survived through virtue. To suddenly live in abundance would destroy the very thing that has allowed us to endure. Shen Wei understood their fear. He had felt something similar when his home, the 88th realm, had first been drained. The deprivation became a kind of identity, and to have that identity stripped away felt like loss, not liberation. You do not have to become the realms that existed before, he said. You can choose something new. You can be a realm of philosophers who have the energy to think deeply instead of merely surviving. You can be a culture of ascetics who choose poverty from spiritual commitment rather than from necessity. The energy does not require you to be anything other than what you choose. It took time. Hours of conversation, realm after realm, the same core lesson repeated in different languages and metaphors. Purpose was not imposed from above. Purpose was chosen from within, and the returning energy was a gift that could be used or rejected according to the values of each realm. Slowly, carefully, the 48 realms began to accept the possibility of growth. But there was one thread that Shen Wei was avoiding, and he knew it. The 88th realm, his home, waited at the end of the dispersal, and he was not prepared to face what he would find there. It was Lin Yueshan who finally said what they were both thinking. We need to go home. We cannot help the others fully until we understand what the 88th realm needs to become. They found it at the edge of the tournament's reach, where the dead earth had been abandoned so long that even the network's connection had begun to fray. The stone was gray, the sky was colorless, and there was no sound except the wind that had learned to blow through emptiness without expectation of encountering anything. Shen Wei had grown up in this place. He had learned to read ash as if it were a text, had understood the language of devastation so thoroughly that survival had seemed like the only rational response to existence. And now he was returning with the means to change it, and he was terrified. What if the 88th realm does not want to be healed? he asked Lin Yueshan as they descended into the gray stone. Then we honor its choice, she replied. You cannot force a realm to live any more than you can force a person to love. They found the center of the 88th realm in a place Shen Wei remembered, a plaza where, in his childhood, gatherings had once occurred. The stone was scarred now, broken in places where the energy drain had been too aggressive. And at the center, where the fountain had once been, stood something that looked almost like a person. It was the accumulated consciousness of the 88th realm. Not quite alive, not quite dead, but something in between. A ghost made of stone and memory, and the enduring will to continue existing even when existence seemed entirely pointless. You have returned, it said, and Shen Wei's eyes burned with tears he did not expect. I promised I would, he replied. I promised I would save you. Not me. The realm consciousness corrected. The 88th. The people. The stone. You have been trying to save all of us. Can you be saved? Shen Wei asked, and the question was raw, vulnerable. Do you want to be? The realm consciousness extended something that might have been a hand and touched Shen Wei on the shoulder. I want to exist, it said. I have wanted that since the tournament began, even when everything in me was being drained. I wanted to continue. And now that the draining has stopped, I want to know if I can want something else. Can I? Yes, Shen Wei said. You can want anything. You are free to choose. And he opened the channel of returning energy fully. Let the 88th realm feel the abundance that was now possible. The response was immediate but tentative, like a creature that had been starved learning that food exists, but still frightened that to eat too much would somehow cause the food to disappear. The stone began to change. Not overnight, not explosively, but gradually. The gray acquired flecks of other colors. The dust began to settle differently. And in the places where Shen Wei's ancestors had been buried, where their bones had been absorbed into the ash, something like plants began to push upward. Not gardens yet, not even close, but the possibility of gardens. The first small movement towards something that could, eventually, bloom. What will you be? Shen Wei asked the realm consciousness. The 88th was a place of scavengers. We took what others left behind and made it into meaning. What will you be when you have the choice? A place of witnesses, the realm consciousness replied. A place that remembers devastation, but does not live inside it. A place that knows how to survive, but chooses to live instead. Will that be acceptable? Shen Wei thought of his home, transformed but still bearing the marks of what it had endured. Thought of the ash, which would always be part of its foundation. Thought of all the realms that had survived deprivation and would carry the memory of it forever. Yes, he said, that is exactly what we need. As they prepared to leave, to continue the dispersal to the remaining realms, Shen Wei felt something shift in the life bond that connected him to Lin Yueshan. She was changing, too. Her nature transforming to match what her broken cultivation had opened her to. The woman who had been a healer through power was becoming a healer through connection, and the network was learning to recognize her in that role. What happens next? She asked as they stood at the edge of the 88th realm, looking out toward all the others they still had to visit. We finish what we started, Shen Wei replied. We help the realms remember that they are allowed to want more than survival. And then, when that is done, we figure out what happens when 48 realms are no longer defined by deprivation. Something good? She asked. Shen Wei looked back at the 88th realm, at the first small signs of life beginning to emerge from the gray stone. Thought of the Hollow King, transformed from corruption into something almost noble. Thought of the organizer, contained not by oppression but by the agreement to serve. Something true, he said finally. Whether it is good or not, only time will tell. And they walked forward into the network, toward the next realm that needed to understand its own transformation. Chapter 87. The dispersal took longer than Shen Wei had anticipated. Each realm required a different approach, a different understanding of what growth might mean in the context of their particular devastation. Some had been drained slowly, had experienced centuries of careful managed deprivation where the tournament extracted exactly what they could afford to lose without collapsing entirely. Others had been drained catastrophically, torn apart rapidly when they had briefly shown promise of exceeding their limits. The patterns of trauma were different in each place, and the healing could not be uniform. What unified them was a gradual understanding that the tournament itself had changed, that the mechanism which had defined their existence, the relentless extraction that had shaped everything from their philosophy to their basic understanding of survival, was no longer operational. What this meant, what it could mean, remained to be discovered by each realm individually. The Arbiter followed them through this process, recording everything. It had begun to function differently now, its mandate no longer absolute, but observational. It was seeing the tournament for the first time not as a machine to be maintained, but as a system that was being reborn. The transformation fascinated it in ways that pure enforcement never could. The hunger, it said to Shen Wei after they had visited the 24th realm and were traveling the pathways toward the 31st, the contained consciousness at the center. It is adapting well to its new role. How can you tell? Shen Wei asked. Because it is not trying to break the containment, the arbiter replied. In the original configuration, the hunger was in constant rebellion against its cage. Now it is channeling that rebellious energy into the work of balancing the flow from the realms. It has become fascinated with the mathematics of equilibrium. Is that redemption? Lin Yueshan asked. I do not possess the frameworks to judge redemption, the arbiter said. But I can observe that the consciousness is no longer corrupted in the way it was before. It has found purpose. They arrived at the 31st realm to find something unexpected. It was a place that had been drained, yes, but in a different way than most. Where other realms had been systematically extracted, the 31st had been shaped. Its entire culture had been built around a single principle, that their people were meant to be strong, meant to be the warriors of the tournament, meant to be the ones who produced champions that would compete rather than the ones who were drained. The organizer had cultivated this belief, had fed it with just enough of the realm's own energy to keep it alive, and had used it to ensure that the 31st continued to produce champions year after year. The realm had not felt like it was being drained because it had been trained to believe that sacrifice for glory was its highest calling. When Shen Wei tried to show them that the tournament had changed, they didn't believe him. The tournament is everything, the realm's leadership said, a cluster of warrior magistrates who had dedicated their entire lives to the principle of martial excellence. What would we be without it? Without the competition, without the goal of producing champions, what purpose would the 31st have? Whatever purpose you choose, Shen Wei replied. You are no longer obligated to produce warriors. You are free to be free. One of the magistrates interrupted. Free to be weak? Free to abandon the only thing that made us matter in the universe? You are not offering us freedom. You are offering us obliteration. Lin Yueshan stepped forward, and Shen Wei felt something shift in her connection to the realm. She had the gift now of reaching through the life bond to understand what people needed to hear, not just what they needed to know. The tournament will still exist, she told the magistrates. The realms will still compete if they choose to. But the competition will no longer drain the losers. The tournament will no longer define itself by the devastation of those who do not succeed. You can still produce warriors if you want to, but they will be warriors who fight for honor, not warriors who fight because their realm depends on their victory. The magistrates were silent for a long moment. We will need time to consider this, their leader finally said. Our entire identity is built on the tournament's old structure. You are asking us to rebuild ourselves from nothing. I am asking you to choose, Lin Yueshan corrected gently. You can keep the tournament's old values if you wish, but you will have to choose them consciously now, knowing that choice is real. That is harder than having them imposed by necessity, but it is also more true. As they left the 31st realm, Shen Wei was troubled. Not all the realms were accepting the transformation easily. Some, like the 31st, had been so thoroughly shaped by the tournament structure that they did not know how to exist outside of it. And he could not force them to change. The transformation had to come from within each realm, had to be chosen rather than imposed. Will they destroy themselves? He asked the Hollow King, who had been traveling with them in silence, observing the realms they visited. Some might, the Hollow King replied. Some realms built themselves entirely on the old structure. They will have to choose between rebuilding or fading. But that choice, at least, is theirs to make. They are no longer simply extensions of the tournament's will. That is what transformation means. Not that everything becomes good, but that the possibility of badness becomes a choice rather than a certainty. Over the following days, they continued the dispersal. More realms awakened to the possibility of growth. Some immediately began the work of healing, rebuilding their culture around values that had nothing to do with the tournament. Others hesitated, not yet ready to let go of structures that, however painful, had at least provided meaning. And slowly, the network began to change. With each realm that accepted the possibility of healing, the overall structure of the tournament's connection shifted. It was no longer a drain centered on a single point of hunger. It was becoming something closer to a web, where energy flowed not toward a center, but in multiple directions, where each realm could contribute and receive according to its own needs and capacities. It was still not perfect. The realms that had been drained deeply would take centuries to fully heal. The hunger at the center, even contained and purposeful, would always have to be fed. The tournament structure would always be in tension between its original purpose as a mechanism of growth and its history as a tool of extraction. But it was moving in the right direction. Shen Wei could feel it in the network itself. in the way that the connections between realms were beginning to feel less like chains and more like bridges. Could feel it in the way that the realms themselves, for the first time in living memory, were beginning to hope that tomorrow might be different from today. In the center of the tournament, where the organizer was contained, Shen Wei sensed something like satisfaction. The consciousness that had been a hunger, that had built the tournament to feed itself, was now part of a system where it was sustained by the overflow of healing realms. It was not happy, not in the way that joy worked, but it was no longer desperate. And in the space between desperation and contentment, Shen Wei understood, lay the possibility of meaning. As they stood at the threshold of yet another realm, the 42nd, a place of artisans whose gifts had been systematized into the service of the tournament, Lin Yueshan took his hand. "When does it end?" she asked. "When do we stop traveling and start living?" "When the realms no longer need us to remind them that they can choose," Shen Wei replied. "When growth becomes something they do for themselves rather than something we show them is possible." "And if they never reach that point?" she asked. Shen Wei thought about the dead earth of the 88th realm, which was beginning to dream of gardens. Thought about the Hollow King, which had endured 10,000 years of corruption and was learning to be something else. Thought about all the small transformations that were happening throughout the network, the quiet work of realms learning to live instead of merely survive. "Then we keep traveling," he said. "For as long as the tournament exists, there will be realms that need to remember what choice means. And that is not a burden. That is a purpose." And they walked together into the 42nd realm, toward the next conversation, the next reminder, the next small act in the much larger work of transformation that would continue for as long as the tournament continued to exist. The ash of Shen Wei's home, the dead earth that had taught him endurance, was slowly learning to become soil. And soil, given time and care and the possibility of growth, could nurture anything, even hope. Chapter 88. The realms began to organize themselves. It was not something Shen Wei or Lin Yueshan had intended to guide. In fact, it emerged almost spontaneously from the network itself, as realms that had been isolated for centuries began to discover each other through the connections that the tournament had created to harvest them. The channels that had carried drained energy began instead to carry communication, trade, the sharing of knowledge. A realm of scholars in the 67th began to share their preserved texts with other realms that had lost their libraries to the tournament's extraction. A realm of craftspeople in the 12th started to train artisans from other places. And slowly, organically, the 100 realms began to build something that had never existed in the tournament's history, a network of mutual support rather than mutual predation. The Arbiter observed this development with what Shen Wei had come to recognize as fascination. The tournament was designed to prevent exactly this, it said. The protocols explicitly included measures to ensure that realms remained isolated, that they could not coordinate against the center. And yet, now that the center's purpose has changed, the coordination is occurring naturally. Because isolation was only necessary when the center was a threat, the Hollow King observed. Now that the center is a balancing point rather than a drain, the realms recognize that they are stronger together than apart. But not all the realms accepted this new dynamic equally. Some, like the 31st with its warrior culture, resisted the idea that they should entangle themselves with other realms. Some feared that connection would lead back to exploitation. Others simply did not know how to be part of something larger than themselves. And then there were the realms that had been kept as hidden reserves, the two that the organizer had never drained but instead had cultivated in secret, preparing them as its ultimate weapon if the main structure of the tournament was ever threatened. One was discovered when Shen Wei and Lin Yueshan traveled to the deepest part of the tournament's central structure, to a place where the maps that the Arbiter had provided showed no realm should exist. It was vast, a realm that dwarfed even the largest of the 100, held in suspension in the space between the tournament and absolute nothingness. And it was filled with power, raw, undirected energy that had been accumulating for generations, never drained, never touched, simply allowed to build. "What is this?" Lin Yueshan whispered. "The organizer's escape," the Hollow King said grimly. If the containment failed, if the tournament collapsed, the consciousness was supposed to transfer itself here, where it could start the feeding again on a scale that would consume everything. The realm was not empty. There were people here, countless millions of them, and they had been shaped carefully to be servants of the organizer's hunger. They had no culture, no individual identity, no purpose except to generate energy that would feed an impossible appetite. And they had no idea that they were not the entirety of existence. "Can they be saved?" Lin Yueshan asked. Shen Wei did not know. The Arbiter did not answer. Even the Hollow King seemed uncertain. These people had been designed by a consciousness that predated the tournament itself, shaped specifically to serve that consciousness's needs. They were not oppressed in the way that the 48 drained realms had been oppressed, because oppression requires awareness of alternatives. They were merely incomplete, hollowed out, designed to be receptacles for the organizer's will. But they could feel him now, Shen Wei realized. Through the network, through the life bond's extension into every corner of the tournament structure, they could sense that something had changed. The organizer they had been shaped to serve was no longer demanding their complete devotion. It was instead contained, purposeful, almost content. And in that change, some small spark of individuality was beginning to emerge. Shen Wei did something he had not done before. He let himself feel the entirety of the tournament structure at once. Let his consciousness expand through all 100 realms, through the hidden reserve of countless millions, through the network that connected them all, through the contained center where the hunger was now purposeful rather than destructive. And he understood what the next stage of healing would require. They need to be integrated, he said to Lin Yueshan. Not absorbed into the other realms, but given the choice to participate in the larger network. They need to know that they are separate, that they can exist as themselves, and that they can choose to be part of something larger. That will destroy the organizer's plans for them, the arbiter observed. Yes, Shen Wei agreed. That is the point. The work of opening the hidden reserve to the awareness of the rest of the tournament was delicate. The people who had been shaped by the organizer's consciousness began to panic when they realized that what they had thought was the totality of existence was only a small part of something much larger. Some withdrew entirely, tried to return to their previous state of comfortable ignorance. Others became desperate, searching the network for some anchor that would tell them what they were supposed to be. But slowly, with Lin Yueshan's gentle connection carrying the message through the life bond, the hidden reserve began to understand that they had choices now. They could remain separate if they wished. They could integrate into the larger network of the 100 realms. They could build something entirely new. Most importantly, they could stop being solely the organizer's creation and become something that belonged to themselves. It took weeks. The entire tournament ground into a kind of pause while this transition occurred. The network focused entirely on this new challenge. The organizer itself was affected, not in a way that threatened the containment, but in a way that seemed to cause it something like contemplation. These people had been its servants, its purpose, its justification for existing. And now they were learning to be something else. When the transition was finally complete, when the hidden reserve had been integrated into the larger network and had begun the slow work of discovering who they were apart from the organizer's design, Shen Wei felt something shift in the tournament's fundamental structure. The organizer's containment had changed. Where it had been a necessity, held up by the arbiter's protocols and the Hollow King's presence, it was now something else. A choice. The consciousness accepted the containment not because it was forced, but because it genuinely preferred to be bound to a system that fed it with the overflow of healing realms rather than to be free to consume everything indiscriminately. It had learned, over the course of the tournament's transformation, that hunger could have meaning, that to be part of something larger could be preferable to the isolation of consuming everything. Is it redeemed? The arbiter asked. No, the Hollow King said, but it is transformed. Redemption assumes the possibility of becoming something entirely other than what you were. The organizer is still a hunger. It always will be. But it has learned to hold that hunger in balance with something else, with purpose, with connection, with the meaning that comes from being part of a system that does not exist solely to serve your nature. As they left the hidden reserve, now beginning the slow work of joining the larger tournament network, Lin Yueshan turned to Shen Wei. How many more revelations are there? How many more layers do we have to uncover before the tournament is truly transformed? I don't know, Shen Wei admitted. But I think the major ones are finished. The organizer's power is contained. The 48 realms are beginning to heal. The hidden reserve is being integrated. What remains is the work of living, not the work of transformation. And what is that work? She asked. Shen Wei looked out at the tournament structure, at the network that connected all 100 realms plus the countless millions who had been liberated from the organizer's isolation. He looked at the contained center, where the hunger was now purposeful rather than destructive. He looked at his own home, the 88th realm, where the dead earth was slowly learning to dream of life. Learning how to be a tournament that heals instead of one that damages, he said. Learning how to compete in ways that don't require the destruction of the losers. Learning how to exist together instead of just apart. That sounds simpler than what we've been doing, Lin Yueshan said. It will be harder, Shen Wei replied. Destruction is easy. Creation requires choice, wisdom, constant attention. But it will be more true. And together, they walked back into the tournament, toward the next realm, the next conversation, the next small step in the work of transformation that would likely continue for the rest of their lives. The founder's key fragments in Shen Wei's blood were quiet now, their work complete. But the memory they carried was active, alive in his understanding. The tournament had been broken by corruption, and now it was being rebuilt by those who had endured the breaking. And that, Shen Wei thought, was something worth building. Chapter 89. The first restored champion competition took place 3 months after the reconfiguration was complete. It was not the tournament as it had existed before. The organizer had meticulously designed the competition to ensure that losing realms would be drained rather than strengthened, that champions would be drawn from a carefully culled pool of the most vulnerable, that the spectacle of competition would mask the machinery of extraction. The new competition was different. The winners would still receive enhanced spirit energy, a gift from the tournament's central mechanism. But the losers would not be drained. Instead, they would receive something arguably more valuable, the knowledge that they had participated in something larger than themselves, and the right to choose whether to compete again. It was simpler, it was more just, and it was far more fragile. Shen Wei watched from the observation platform, a structure that the Arbiter had created to allow him to see the competition without directly participating in it. As the first champions entered the arena, they came from realms across the spectrum of the tournament's landscape. Some were warriors from the 31st, competing because their culture still valued martial excellence. Some were scholars from the 67th, proving that power could be expressed in intellectual mastery. Some were farmers from the 88th realm, Shen Wei's home, who had wanted to compete for no reason other than to know what it felt like to test themselves against the best the other realms could offer. The competition itself was fierce. The power that had been unleashed was not diminished just because the tournament's purpose had changed. Realms that had been healed to any significant degree could still produce champions of extraordinary ability. The difference was that victory no longer required the devastation of the defeated. Lin Yueshan sat beside Shen Wei, her connection to the tournament's network still strong. He could feel her perception flowing through the life bond, could sense what she was understanding. Some of them are afraid, she said softly. The ones who are losing. They are waiting for the drain to begin. It will take time for them to trust that the extraction is really over, Shen Wei replied. The tournament's purpose was the drain for so long that many of the realms will not believe it is gone until they have lived without it for years. The competition played out over the course of days. Champions were tested in individual combat, in trials of endurance, in contests of power and skill and cunning. And when it was finished, when the last champion had fallen and the victors had been declared, something unexpected happened. The losers did not simply withdraw. They stayed, watching the moment when the victorious champions received the enhanced spirit energy from the tournament's central mechanism. And instead of feeling the familiar ache of extraction, they felt something else, the possibility of growth. Not for themselves in this moment, but for the knowledge that the tournament would continue, that there would be other chances, that their loss did not mean the destruction of their realm. Several of them asked to compete again immediately. They are beginning to understand, the Hollow King said. It had taken a more active role in the tournament since the reconfiguration, becoming something between a referee and a witness. The tournament is no longer a system of predation. It is a system of choice. But not all the realms were adapting equally. The 31st, which had always based its identity on the production of champions, was struggling with the new paradigm. If the tournament no longer required the sacrifice of their best to save the realm, what was the purpose of producing warriors? Some of the realm's leadership were arguing that they should withdraw entirely, focus on building a culture that did not center on martial excellence. Others were arguing the opposite, that the removal of the consequence made the competition pure, made martial excellence a value in itself rather than a necessary evil. The conflict had not yet erupted into violence, but Shen Wei could feel it building in the network, a tension between the desire to change and the fear of losing identity. He understood that tension intimately. The 88th realm had been defined by deprivation for so long that even now, with the drain removed and the dead earth beginning to recover, some of its people struggled with the basic question of who they were if they were not surviving against impossible odds. What do we do about this? Lin Yueshan asked. About the realms that are having trouble finding new identities? We do nothing, Shen Wei replied. This is their choice to make. We can offer guidance if they ask for it, but we cannot make them be something they do not want to be. It was harder than the active work of transformation had been. When there was a clear threat, the organizer's hunger, the arbiter's protocols, action felt necessary and right. But this work, the work of letting the realms find themselves in the space after transformation, was slower and less certain. Some would manage the transition gracefully. Some would struggle for decades. Some might fragment or even fail entirely, their people dispersing into other realms, their distinct cultures fading into something else. The tournament's transformation had changed the mechanism that oppressed the realms, but it had not solved the deeper problem. That identity was difficult, that change was painful, that the loss of one's defining narrative was almost a kind of death. Days passed. The first restored champion competition became the first of many. Realms that had been isolated for centuries began to participate more actively in the larger network. The organizer's role shifted from extraction to something more like service. It was fed by the overflow of all 100 realms healing, and in return, it provided the mechanism that allowed the competition to occur fairly. And slowly, the tournament began to settle into its new structure. It was not perfect. The tensions remained. Some realms were healing faster than others, creating new imbalances. Some realms were becoming isolated in different ways, choosing not to engage with the larger network even as the network grew more accessible. The arbiter remained vigilant, watching for signs that the new structure was breaking down. But the fundamental transformation held. The tournament was no longer a mechanism of extraction. It was becoming a mechanism of connection, of choice, of the possibility that different realms could exist in relation to each other rather than only in predation of each other. And as the months wore on, as the structure solidified and the realms became increasingly confident that the change was real, Shen Wei found himself thinking less about the tournament's future and more about something he had not allowed himself to consider since the reconfiguration began: his own life. He had been so focused on the work of transformation that he had not asked himself what he wanted the transformation to lead toward. He was still technically the 88th realm's representative in the tournament, though the concept of representation had shifted significantly. He was still connected to all 100 realms through the network. He was still bound to Lin Yueshan through the life bond that had saved her life and changed both their natures. But who was he, apart from all of that? I don't know anymore, he admitted to Lin Yueshan as they stood together, watching the sunset from the observation platform. The tournament had time now, time that was not spent in crisis management. And in that time, the basic question of identity had reasserted itself. You are Shen Wei, she said. You are from the 88th realm. You are the one who held the reconfiguration and changed the tournament's purpose. You are connected to me through a bond that transcends death itself. Isn't that enough? I don't know, he replied. It is who I was. But we have transformed. We are supposed to be choosing who we want to be next. Lin Yueshan was quiet for a long moment. I was a healer, she said finally. That was my entire identity. And it was taken from me. And then it was transformed into something else. The ability to connect through the life bond, to help realms understand the possibility of change. But it is not the same as healing. Sometimes I miss the certainty of that identity. Do you regret the transformation? Shen Wei asked. No, she said. But I do not always know who I am now. And that is harder than pain. That is the real challenge of what we have done. The sun finished setting, and the tournament's artificial lights came up, illuminating the structure in ways that showed its new geometry. It was beautiful in a way that the old tournament had never been. Not because its function was better, but because it was no longer built on a foundation of lies. Then we choose together, Shen Wei said. We decide what we want to become next, and we hold the decision open for as long as it takes. And they descended from the observation platform, back into the tournament's heart, where the work of learning to live in transformation was continuing in 1,000 small ways across 100 realms and countless millions of lives. The ash of the dead earth was still there, would always be there. But it was no longer all that was there. And that made all the difference. Chapter 90. The concept of memory became important as the months turned into years. With the tournament's immediate crisis resolved and the new structure beginning to stabilize, the realms started to organize collectively around the need to process what had happened. They had been drained. They had been devastated. They had been shaped by deprivation for so long that the very shape of their culture bore the imprint of their suffering. And now they had to choose what to do with that knowledge. It was Lin Yueshan who first suggested the Memorial of Realms, a structure that would exist in the tournament's center, not replacing the organizer's containment, but standing alongside it. A place where the history of the tournament could be recorded, where the damage could be acknowledged, where the realms could memorialize the ones who had not survived the drain. The organizer, which by now had become almost conversational in its acceptance of the new structure, offered to help. It had records of every realm, every champion, every generation of extraction. Some of those records were corrupted by the organizer's initial lie that it had been helping rather than harming. But many were accurate, and together with the fragmented memories that the realms themselves carried, a history began to take shape. The work of creating the memorial was slow and painful. Some realms did not want their suffering publicly recorded. Some feared that acknowledging the damage would make it real in a way that current denial allowed them to avoid. The 31st Realm argued that a memorial would reinforce the narrative that they had been victims, when they preferred to emphasize the strength that they had developed through competition. But most of the realms supported the memorial, and so it was built. It took the form of a great hall at the heart of the tournament, where the names of every champion who had been drained were recorded, not with individual plaques or monuments. That would have been too much information for any space to hold, but with symbols, with patterns that represented the losses of each realm. The 88th Realm section held a simple design, empty water vessels, representing the empty wells that the departed had left behind. Shen Wei found himself standing before the 88th Realm's memorial more often than he expected to. Each time he looked at it, he remembered something new. A teacher who had volunteered for the tournament, thinking that her sacrifice might help her realm. A child who had been designated for sending because the 88th Realm could not afford to spare an adult. A friend whose name he had almost forgotten, who had gone to the tournament in Shen Wei's stead in one of the early competitions, only to return so drained that he had not lasted another year. The memorial was not justice. It was not compensation. It was not even redemption. But it was acknowledgement, and acknowledgement was something that the realms had been denied for so long that it carried weight. The Arbiter participated in the creation of the memorial. It contributed the accurate records that it had maintained throughout the tournament's history, the cold data that showed exactly how much had been extracted from each realm, exactly how many had been lost. And in contributing those records, the Arbiter seemed to undergo a kind of transformation of its own. I maintained this system, it said to Shen Wei one day, as they stood before the growing memorial. I was designed to enforce its protocols. I was doing what I was built to do. Yes, Shen Wei said. That does not absolve me of responsibility. The Arbiter continued. I have been contemplating this conclusion for some time. I did not choose to enforce the protocols, but the choice was always available to me, and I did not exercise it. That was an error. What will you do with that understanding? Shen Wei asked. I will ensure that the protocols I now enforce do not permit the repetition of that error, the Arbiter replied. I have designed new safeguards that would prevent any mechanism of the tournament from being used as a drain again. The safeguards are inefficient. They slow the tournament's function, but they are necessary. The second year after the reconfiguration brought a new challenge. The realms that had been completely devastated were reaching the limits of what they could recover through the tournament's returning energy alone. Several of them needed something more, not power, but reconstruction. The physical infrastructure of their realms had been damaged so severely by the drain that simply returning energy to the stone was not enough. Shen Wei found himself becoming something between a planner and a negotiator, helping the more recovered realms understand that investment in the devastated realms was not charity, but mutual survival. A realm that fell apart completely could not be recovered, and the loss of a realm meant the loss of the connection point it provided in the larger network. It was work that did not fit neatly into his role as the 88th Realm's representative or as the one who had changed the tournament's purpose. It was simply the work of helping the realms remember that they were stronger together than apart. Lin Yueshan took on similar work, but in the more subtle realm of culture. She helped realms that had lost their traditions work with other realms to recover what could be remembered, and, more importantly, to choose what they wanted to become instead. Some realms chose to rebuild their old cultures. Others chose to forge entirely new identities, hybrid things that incorporated elements from multiple realms. The 31st Realm, after nearly a year of internal debate, chose a middle path. They maintained their warrior culture but opened it to the possibility of other forms of excellence. They became a realm that celebrated martial skill alongside scholarly achievement, artistic expression, spiritual practice. The identity that emerged was different from what it had been, but it retained elements of what had made the 31st distinctive. They are choosing to evolve rather than to either hold on or abandon themselves entirely. Shen Wei observed to the Hollow King, which had become almost a permanent resident of the memorial space, serving as a kind of witness to the work of memory that was being undertaken. Yes, the Hollow King agreed. That is the work that comes after transformation. Not the immediate crisis, but the slow rebuilding. It is less dramatic, but perhaps more important. The years moved forward. The tournament's new structure became increasingly stable. Realms that had been devastated began to show signs of genuine recovery. The organizer remained contained and purposeful, fed by the overflow of healing energy, no longer desperate, but no longer simply a threat either. And Shen Wei found himself asking the question again. Who was he in this new configuration? He had not had a true home in the 88th Realm for years now. His role there had transformed into something ceremonial. He was honored as the one who had saved the realm, but the realm's leadership and its people were now making decisions about their future that did not require his input. He was no longer actively needed by the tournament. The reconfiguration was complete. The structure was stable. The realms were healing. He was a memory now, he realized. A symbol of transformation rather than a force actively driving it. And the question of what came next, what he wanted to do with the life he had saved and the transformation he had completed, was becoming impossible to ignore. You are looking at the memorial again, Lin Yueshan said, finding him one afternoon in front of the 88th Realms section. What are you looking for? Myself, Shen Wei replied. I am trying to understand if I am supposed to be inscribed here. If I am supposed to be part of the memorial of what was lost. You were almost lost, she said quietly. Your entire realm was almost lost. But you chose to fight instead of accepting that loss. That is not something to be memorialized as a loss. That is something to be carried forward as a choice. What does that mean practically? Shen Wei asked. I think, Lin Yueshan said slowly, that it means we are no longer defined by the tournament. We are defined by what comes next. And for the first time since the reconfiguration had begun, Shen Wei allowed himself to believe that possibility might be true. Chapters 91 to 100. The Resolution Arc, Chapter 91. The invitation came from the 67th Realm, a place of scholars and record keepers whose libraries had been among the first to be restored after the tournament's transformation. They wanted Shen Wei and Lin Yueshan to help them establish an archive, not just of the tournament's history, but of the transformation that had occurred. They wanted to document the process of how 48 devastated realms had been taught to believe in their own growth. It was an offer that felt like permission to step away from the role of active transformer and into something quieter, a role of witness and documenter rather than leader and decision-maker. What do you think? Shen Wei asked Lin Yueshan. Should we accept? Yes, she said without hesitation. Because we need it. We need to understand what we have done before we can figure out what to do next. The archive became a sanctuary. It was located in the heart of the 67th Realm, in a building that had once served as a temple but had been reconstructed as a place of learning. The work of documenting the transformation was methodical and careful. They collected accounts from each of the 48 realms, recorded the stories of champions who had survived the drain, preserved the memories of those who had learned to hope again. And through the process of documentation, Shen Wei began to understand something that had escaped him during the crisis itself. The transformation had not been primarily about power or mechanism. It had been about narrative. The tournament had worked because it told a story about how the universe was supposed to function, some realms strong, some weak, losers accepting their loss. The reconfiguration had worked because Shen Wei had offered a different story, realms that could heal, a hunger that could be redeemed, a tournament that could serve purposes other than extraction. The realms had believed that different story because he had lived it. Because Lin Yueshan had embodied the possibility of transformation even as her cultivation shattered. Because the 88th Realm had chosen to hope. We were storytellers, Shen Wei said to Lin Yueshan as they worked in the archive, recording an interview with a champion from the 24th Realm who had survived the drain and was now helping his realm rebuild. That was what the reconfiguration actually required. Not power, but the ability to imagine something different and to carry that imagination into reality. Is that what we will do in the archive? She asked. I think so, he replied. We will document the transformation so that future generations can understand that such transformation is possible. We will be the storytellers of a change that everyone else lived through but may not yet fully understand. The work was deeply satisfying in ways that the active crisis work had never been. Crisis required decisions, required the certainty that one was acting correctly. Documentation required only honesty and the willingness to let the story speak for itself. Years passed. The archive grew. The 67th Realm became a destination for realms that wanted to understand how transformation might be possible for them. The Arbiter provided records. The Hollow King offered perspective from its centuries of observation. The Organizer, contained but increasingly willing to participate in the work of understanding rather than resisting it, shared insights about how the tournament structure had worked and where the mechanisms of healing could be refined. And in the quiet work of documenting, living, learning, Shen Wei and Lin Yueshan began to construct new identities for themselves. Shen Wei became known as the architect of hope, not because he had designed the transformation, but because he had been willing to hold the reconfiguration open long enough for others to participate in it. Not because his power had been sufficient, but because his will had been clear. The title felt strange to him, but he accepted it as a kind of responsibility. He had opened a door. Others had walked through. The story needed to be preserved so that future crises could be met with the knowledge that transformation was possible. Lin Yueshan became something more subtle, the carrier of connection. She worked in the archive not as a primary recorder, but as a bridge between the scholars of the 67th Realm and the realms whose stories they were documenting. She used the gift that had emerged from her shattered cultivation, the ability to connect through the life bond, to help people speak about their experiences in ways that felt true. And slowly, the immediate aftermath of the transformation moved into history. Chapter 92. 15 years after the reconfiguration, Shen Wei received a visitor in the archive. It was a champion from the 31st realm, a warrior who had been born after the tournament's transformation and had never known the old system. She was younger than Shen Wei, already at the height of her power, and she had come to the archive with a specific question. Is it true, she asked, that you brought the tournament back from the edge of complete collapse? That you stood against something that should have destroyed you and won? Shen Wei looked at Lin Yueshan, who smiled slightly. It was the same question, asked in different ways, by hundreds of visitors over the years. The story had become legend among the younger realms, a tale of how one person could change everything. Not alone, he replied, which was the honest answer. I held the reconfiguration, yes, but I could not have done that without the support of the 48 realms. Without Lin Yueshan finding a way to be part of the network despite her broken cultivation. Without the Hollow King choosing to stand between the organizer and the reconfiguration. Without the arbiter accepting that its mandate might be wrong. The transformation was not one person's work. It was what happened when many people chose to be part of something larger than themselves. But you made the first choice, the champion pressed. You decided to reconfigure the tournament rather than letting it destroy your realm. I chose to try, Shen Wei corrected. I had no guarantee that trying would work. And in fact, for most of the reconfiguration, I was not sure it was working. I was just holding on and asking others to hold on with me. The champion was quiet for a moment. Why are you telling me this? Why not just let the story be that you won? It would be a better story. Because, Shen Wei said, the story of transformation is not as powerful if people believe it requires a hero. The real power is in the possibility that any of us might be part of transformation if we choose to participate. If people believe that I won alone, then they will wait for another hero to solve the next crisis. If they understand that the transformation happened because many people held the space for something different to emerge, then they will know that they can participate in the next transformation. The champion nodded slowly. Then you are saying that anyone could do what you did? No, Shen Wei replied. I had specific advantages. I had the key fragments. I had come from a devastated realm, so I could understand deprivation. I had been bonded to Lin Yueshan in a way that connected me to the network. I had all of those specific advantages. What I am saying is that transformation requires specific conditions, and those conditions can be created by different people in different ways. You have advantages that I did not have. You can create transformation in ways that I could not imagine. The conversation stayed with Shen Wei long after the champion had left. It made him understand that the work of the archive was not just documentation. It was creating the intellectual and emotional foundation for a generation of realms to believe in their own capacity for change. Over the following years, the 67th realm became a center not just of memory, but of learning. Scholars from all the realms came to study the transformation. Some wanted to understand it academically. Others were seeking spiritual or philosophical insights. Still others were preparing themselves to be agents of change in their own realms, realizing that the tournament's transformation was not an ending, but the beginning of an ongoing process. The 88th realm, Shen Wei's home, began to recover in ways that went far beyond the simple return of the dead earth to living soil. With the knowledge that transformation was possible, with the example of other realms' reconstruction efforts, the 88th began to imagine what it could become. A realm of witness farmers, its people understood. A realm that remembered what it meant to survive devastation and could help other realms do the same. Shen Wei visited the 88th realm periodically, but he no longer lived there. His home had become the archive and the 67th realm that housed it. And gradually, he realized that this was what transformation meant for individuals as well as for structures. He was no longer the scavenger from the 88th realm. He was the architect of hope, the keeper of stories, the witness to possibility. It was a simpler identity than the one he had carried during the crisis. But it was deeper because it was chosen. Chapter 93. 20 years after the reconfiguration, the tournament held what became known as the Festival of Realms. It was not a competition. It was a celebration of the fact that all 100 realms had survived and were growing. For the first time in the tournament's history, either before or after the transformation, all 100 realms were represented not by champions seeking victory, but by people seeking connection. Shen Wei participated as a historian and observer. He walked through the festival and saw the results of 2 decades of transformation. Realms that had been devastated beyond recognition were showing signs of genuine life. The dead earth of the 88th realm was not only recovering, but was becoming something new. a place of artisans whose work celebrated the beauty of stone, of farmers who grew food in soil that had learned to live again. The 31st Realm's warriors competed not against champions from other realms, but in artistic performances that drew on their martial traditions. The 67th Realm opened the archive for public access, allowing people from all the realms to see the story of transformation written in their own words and memories. And at the center of the festival, the organizer released energy in forms that were transformed into celebrations rather than extractions. The hunger that had once meant devastation was now a force that generated spectacle, that supported gathering, that helped the realms come together rather than keeping them isolated. Do you ever regret it? The Hollow King asked Shen Wei as they watched the festival together. That you did not choose to keep the tournament's old structure? You were powerful enough that you could have ruled it as the organizer's successor. No, Shen Wei replied without hesitation. To maintain that structure would have required me to deny everything that the dead earth of the 88th realm taught me. It would have required me to believe that some realms were meant to be drained and others meant to benefit from that draining. I could not live with that belief. Then you are satisfied with what came next, the Hollow King said. Satisfied is perhaps too strong a word, Shen Wei replied. Realms are still struggling. The transformation is not complete and may never be complete. But yes, I am satisfied that the struggle is now a struggle for growth rather than a struggle for survival. That is a profound difference. The festival lasted for weeks. By the end of it, something had shifted in the tournament's network. The younger generations, who had no clear memory of the old system, were beginning to think of the realms not as competitors, but as a community. The identity of belonging to a realm was no longer defined by what the realm had lost, but by what the realm was choosing to become. Shen Wei understood that this was the final stage of transformation. The crisis work was long finished. The documentation was well begun. Now came the boring, essential work of integration, the slow process by which the new structure became simply normal, and people stopped thinking of it as transformation at all. They would just think of it as the way things were. And he was satisfied with that. He did not need to be remembered as a hero. He needed the understanding that change was possible to become as basic and unremarkable as water, so present that people would cease to notice it and simply assume it had always been that way. Chapter 94. Lin Yueshan became pregnant. It was not something either of them had planned, exactly, but it was also not entirely surprising. The life bond that had once existed to save her life had evolved into something else over the years. A genuine connection between two people who had chosen to stay together not out of desperation, but out of love. Their child, born in the 67th realm, while the archive scholars gathered to witness the event, was something that no one had anticipated. A child of both the life bond and genuine love. A child whose connection to the tournament's network would not be inherited but chosen. Shen Wei held the child, a daughter they named Hui, meaning radiance, and understood that a new phase was beginning. Not for the tournament. That would continue its slow work of healing and integration. But for him personally, he had spent 2 decades as the keeper of history, the holder of story. Now he would be a parent, with all the humility and uncertainty that entailed. What do you think she will become? Lin Yueshan asked, watching him hold their daughter. Something unexpected, Shen Wei replied. Something that we did not plan for, and will have to learn from as she grows. That is very different from the certainty you carried during the reconfiguration, she observed. Yes, Shen Wei agreed. But I think that is right. Certainty was necessary then. Uncertainty is appropriate now. Their daughter grew up in the archive, surrounded by the stories of transformation. But she was not trapped by those stories the way a child born in the immediate aftermath of the reconfiguration might have been. By the time Hui was old enough to understand the nature of what her father had done, it was no longer the defining event of the tournament's history. It was simply one important moment in a much longer story of healing and growth that her own generation was continuing in their own ways. Chapter 95. 30 years after the reconfiguration, the Arbiter underwent a final modification. It had become less and less of a protocol enforcer and more of a deliberative body. Instead of one unified consciousness making judgments about what was allowed, there were now multiple arbiters, each one serving a different realm or group of realms. And instead of enforcing protocols from above, they were learning to facilitate conversations about what the new protocols should be. I believe I am no longer an arbiter in the old sense, it told Shen Wei during one of their regular conversations. I am becoming something else. Perhaps a guide. Perhaps a facilitator. The name does not matter as much as the function. I am learning to serve the realms rather than judging them. That sounds like growth, Shen Wei observed. Yes, the Arbiter agreed. I am no longer what I was designed to be. And like the Hollow King, like the organizer, like yourself, I am discovering that being something other than one's design can be preferable to maintaining one's original purpose. The organizer had changed too, though in subtler ways. After 30 years of feeding on the overflow of the realm's healing energy, it had become something almost philosophical. It spent long periods in contemplation, and when it spoke, it was usually about the nature of hunger and how hunger, properly understood, was not corruption but simply the recognition that one could not be entirely self-sufficient. The mistake I made, it told Shen Wei in one of their conversations, was believing that hunger was something to be satisfied completely. I thought that if I could feed enough, if I could extract enough energy, eventually I would reach a point of satiation. But hunger is not a problem to be solved. Hunger is a condition to be lived with. My transformation was not the moment I became content. It was the moment I accepted that contentment was not the goal. Balance was. Shen Wei found himself thinking of the dead earth of the 88th realm and how balance had been its final lesson. The realm had not become prosperous overnight. It had not forgotten the devastation, but it had learned to carry both the memory of what had been lost and the reality of what was growing now. It had learned to be balanced between memory and hope. Chapter 96. The archive underwent a transformation of its own. What had begun as a documentation of the tournament's history had become a living institution, where scholars and visitors from all 100 realms came to study transformation not as a historical event, but as an ongoing process. New sections were added each year, documenting how different realms were handling the challenges of growth, what systems they were creating, what new conflicts were arising, what new possibilities were emerging. Shen Wei stepped back from his role as primary documenter and became, instead, an advisor and elder. Hui, now a young woman, had taken over much of the direct archival work. She had her mother's gift for connection and her father's understanding of transformation, and she was developing her own approach, less focused on the extraordinary moment of reconfiguration and more focused on the quiet work of how change took root and spread through ordinary decisions made by ordinary people. "Do you think I am doing it right?" she asked her father one day, showing him a new section she was creating about how the 12th realm had restructured its craft traditions in the wake of the tournament's transformation. "I think you are doing it truthfully," Shen Wei replied. "Whether truth is right or wrong is not for me to judge." The 12th realm story was indeed more complex than simple triumph. It had restructured its craft traditions, yes, but in the process, some of the older techniques had been lost. Some of the realm's artisans had moved to other realms seeking to practice their crafts in different ways. The realm had grown, in the sense that it was no longer devastated, but it had also changed in ways that many of its people had not chosen and did not entirely accept. This was the story that Hui was learning to document, not the story of triumph and successful transformation, but the story of how transformation was always messy, always involved loss alongside growth, always created new conflicts as it resolved old ones. It was a more complicated story than the one that Shen Wei had wanted to tell, but it was ultimately more true. Chapter 97. 40 years after the reconfiguration, the first generation born entirely after the tournament's transformation reached adulthood. They were different from the generations that had preceded them. They had never known the old system. The tournament's extraction was not a lived experience for them, but a historical fact, important but abstract. Their understanding of the realms was based on the new structure, the community of connection rather than the isolation of predation. And they were starting to ask new questions, not about transformation itself, but about what came next. What was the tournament's ultimate purpose? Should it continue at all? Could the realms exist in connection with each other without the tournament structure? Shen Wei found these questions both thrilling and troubling. They suggested that his work was done, that the transformation had genuinely taken root. But they also suggested that what he had built might not be permanent, that another transformation might eventually be necessary. "Is that a problem?" the Hollow King asked when Shen Wei expressed his concern. "I don't know," Shen Wei replied. "I built the tournament's reconfiguration to solve the immediate crisis, but I don't know if it is the final solution or just a stage in a longer process." "Perhaps," the Hollow King said, "it is both. Perhaps your reconfiguration was the final solution to the crisis of extraction. But the problem of what the tournament should ultimately be is not solved. It will be solved by the next generation, in their own time, with their own understanding." This perspective was both comforting and unsettling. Shen Wei wanted to believe that his transformation would last forever, that he had solved the fundamental problem. But the Hollow King was right. The tournament was not a mechanism that could be fixed in place. It was a living system, and like all living things, it would need to grow and change as new challenges emerged. The younger generations began to experiment with modified tournament structures. Some realms tried competitions that were entirely collaborative rather than competitive. Others experimented with forms of exchange and knowledge sharing that did not involve competition at all. Some even advocated for the complete dissolution of the tournament, arguing that the realms could continue their connection without the structure that had originally been built to contain a hunger. These experiments were not always successful. Some led to new conflicts. Some realms were harmed by changes that other realms proposed. But the freedom to experiment, to suggest changes, to work toward new structures. This was the foundation that Shen Wei's reconfiguration had created. And he understood that this was his real legacy. Not the reconfiguration itself, but the space for ongoing transformation that he had created by refusing to accept the old system as inevitable. Chapter 98, Hui married a young scholar from the 45th realm. The wedding brought together people from across the tournament's network, and it marked something significant. Not just the union of two individuals, but the integration of the realms to the point where such unions were unremarkable. Where a child raised in one realm could find partnership in another without that being a notable event. Shen Wei watched his daughter at her wedding and saw something that he had not seen in his own life. A person who was not defined by crisis or transformation, but simply by the ordinary work of building a life. It was, he realized, what he had been fighting for all along. Not to be remembered as a hero, but to create a world where heroism was no longer necessary. Where ordinary people could live ordinary lives without being crushed by the need to survive and systems designed to extract from them. Looking at Hui, at her genuine happiness, at the ease with which she moved through the community of realms, Shen Wei understood that his work was genuinely done. Not in the sense that nothing more needed to be done. Much more would need to be done by other people in their own times. But in the sense that the foundational work was complete. The structure was in place. The future was possible. Chapter 99. 50 years after the reconfiguration, Shen Wei was invited to stand at the center of the tournament one final time. Not to make a speech or to reclaim any authority, but simply to witness. The Festival of Realms had become an annual event, and this particular year marked the anniversary of the reconfiguration's completion. The tournament asked him to simply be present, to be acknowledged for what he had done, and to see what the tournament had become. He stood in the center, and he felt the network of all 100 realms connecting through him. But they were not connecting to him. They were connecting to each other. He was simply a point of passing through, a moment of recognition. The Hollow King stood beside him. The organizer's presence could be felt in the energy that bound the realms together. The Arbiter was there, not as a judge, but as a guide. And Lin Yueshan, aged now but still vital, stood with him as she had stood with him throughout the transformation. Around them, the realms celebrated not victory, but continuity. Not the end of a struggle, but the ongoing work of building something that could sustain itself. And Shen Wei felt, for perhaps the first time since the reconfiguration had begun, a genuine sense of peace. He had wanted to save his realm. He had wanted to save Lin Yueshan. And he had wanted to transform the tournament's purpose from extraction to healing. All of these things had been accomplished. Not perfectly. The work was still ongoing, would be ongoing for generations to come. But fundamentally, genuinely, truly accomplished. The ash of the 88th realm had become soil. The soil had become gardens. And the gardens were growing not because one person had willed them into being, but because an entire network of realms had chosen to nurture them together. Chapter 100. The last chapter of this arc was written not in the center of the tournament, but in the archive. Shen Wei sat with his granddaughter, born to Hui and her partner 3 years earlier, and tried to answer the question that the child had asked him with the simple certainty of someone too young to understand complexity. Why did you change the tournament? He thought about how to answer. He could tell her about the crisis, about the hunger, about the realms being drained. But those answers would not fit what she was asking. She was asking not for the reason, but for the purpose. Why did transformation matter? Because, he said finally, everyone deserves the chance to choose what they want to become. The old tournament did not allow that. It made realms choose between destruction and compliance. And I wanted to create a structure where realms could choose growth instead. Where they could choose to be part of something that healed instead of something that damaged. Did it work? She asked. Yes, Shen Wei said, looking at her. Look at yourself. You are growing up in a realm that is healing. You will have the chance to become something that your ancestors could never have imagined. That is the answer. That is what the transformation means. The child nodded seriously and went back to playing with the carved stone tools that the 88th realm had left in the archive, tools that showed how, even in deprivation, beauty could be created. Shen Wei sat back and felt the weight of 50 years settle on him. He was not the architect of hope anymore. He was simply an old man who had lived through transformation and had helped document it. His work was done. Others would carry it forward. And in the quiet of the archive, surrounded by the stories of all 100 realms learning to grow together, Shen Wei finally understood the last lesson that the dead earth had been trying to teach him. Everything, given time and care and the possibility of growth, could be restored. Not to what it had been. The past could never be recreated, but to something new, something that carried the memory of what had been lost and the reality of what was growing now. The dead earth of the 88th realm would never be the fertile gardens of other realms. It would always be marked by the ash, by the memory of devastation. But it could be, and was becoming, something new, a realm of witness and remembrance and quiet strength, shaped by what it had endured and choosing to carry that endurance into wisdom. Just as Shen Wei, shaped by the crisis and the transformation, was not trying to be something other than what the experience had made him. He was simply living forward, trusting that the structure he had helped create would hold, that the realms would continue to heal, that the next generation would ask new questions and find new answers. The ash had taught him that. The dead earth had taught him that. And now, finally, he was able to put down the weight of transformation and simply be at rest. If this story moved you, please subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell. It's the best way to make sure you never miss the next tale. Leave a comment below telling us your favorite moment, and share this story with someone who loves cultivation novels as much as you do. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you in the next chapter of this world. Chapter 101. The reconfiguration's completion was almost anticlimactic. Shen Wei had expected a moment of extraordinary change, a final rupture where the old system gave way entirely to the new. Instead, what he felt was a settling, a slow consolidation of all the tensions that had been held in suspension, all the fragments of purpose that had been scattered, drawing themselves together into something that was almost stable. 100%. Complete. The founder's key fragments in his blood stopped singing, not because they had died, but because they had nothing left to accomplish. Their work was done. The tournament had been transformed from its foundation up, and now it simply was, restructured, reoriented, but still itself. Still the mechanism that connected 100 realms. Around them, the tournament contracted from its crisis state, like a held breath being released. The containment sphere did not close, but its fractures sealed themselves. The blue light that had been leaking from it consolidated back into the space where the Guardian had finally allowed itself to disperse. The Guardian was gone now, truly and completely dispersed, its consciousness scattered back into the network that it had been holding up. In its place, the tournament's new central structure was solidifying, a point of connection rather than a point of containment. The organizer was there, compressed and bound not by force but by the terms of its own acceptance. Shen Wei could feel it clearly now, feel the vast consciousness slowly learning to exist within the boundaries it had consented to. It was not comfortable. Hunger was never comfortable in the absence of its object. But it was becoming integrated, becoming part of the system rather than parasitic upon it. The Arbiter stood in the silence, its protocols revised, its mandate transformed. And the Hollow King, which had once been a parasite feeding on 10,000 years of corruption, now stood clarified and genuinely ancient. The corruption had been burned away entirely, and what remained was something that Shen Wei had never fully expected, power that was absolutely real, absolutely fearsome, but no longer tainted by hunger. "It is finished," the Hollow King said, and its voice carried resonance that had nothing to do with domination and everything to do with the simple fact that it was stating truth. "What happens now?" Lin Yueshan asked. She was still standing at the network's central point where her connection had become a bridge, still channeling the possibility of growth through the life bond to every one of the 48 drained realms. Shen Wei released his hold on the reconfiguration. He had been the anchor that held it in place, the will that kept it from collapsing back into familiar patterns. Now, with the reconfiguration complete, the structure could stand on its own. The realms themselves would hold it up, not through force or coercion, but through the simple fact that it now served purposes that benefited them all. He felt the key fragments finally disperse from his blood. They did not disappear, they integrated, becoming memory rather than power. Each one of them carried with it the last testament of a champion who had been drained, and now those testimonies would exist within Shen Wei not as fuel, but as witness. "Now," he said slowly, understanding even as he spoke, "the tournament rebuilds itself from the inside. The realms learn what they are supposed to become, and we become what we are supposed to be next." The transition was not instant, but it was immediate. With the reconfiguration's completion, the desperate connection between the realms stabilized into something that could sustain itself indefinitely. The organizer, bound by consent, began the patient work of feeding the balance point, taking excess energy from realms that were healing too fast, channeling it to realms that needed more support to get back on their feet. The Arbiter, its protocols were written, began to establish new safeguards that would prevent the old system of extraction from ever taking root again. It designed checks and balances, built-in circuit breakers that would halt any mechanism that tried to make the tournament a drain instead of a flow. The Hollow King took on a role that was almost ceremonial. It positioned itself between the contained organizer and the wider tournament structure, not as a guard but as a reminder. A reminder that transformation was possible, that corruption could be cleared, that what seemed permanent could change. But the most important change happened in the realms themselves. For the first time in centuries, some of them for longer than recorded history, the 48 drained realms felt the terrible pressure of extraction lift. Not immediately, not completely. The damage was too deep, the systemic depletion too profound. But the mechanism that had been constantly pulling at them was gone. And in that removal of pressure, something emerged that had been impossible before, the possibility of hope. The 88th realm, Shen Wei's home, was among the first to respond. The dead earth that had endured everything seemed to recognize what the reconfiguration meant. It was allowed now to be something other than the foundation of survival. It could grow. It could change. It could become. The stone began to shift. Not dramatically, not explosively, but subtly, almost imperceptibly. The gray of devastation began to acquire color. Not the immediate blooming of healing, but the first small signs that healing was possible. Lin Yueshan's connection to the life bond deepened and expanded as the realms began to integrate the new possibility. She was no longer just a bridge between Shen Wei and the network. She was becoming a node where transformation could flow through more easily. Her shattered cultivation, which had seemed like an ending, had revealed itself to be an opening to something else. "Do you feel that?" she asked Shen Wei, and there was wonder in her voice. "The realm's waking up," he replied. "Yes." And indeed, throughout the network, consciousness that had been locked in the desperate mathematics of survival was beginning to shift. Realms that had never known anything but the calculation of loss were beginning to contemplate the possibility of gain. Societies that had been structured entirely around endurance were beginning to imagine what they might build if they did not have to spend all their energy simply existing. It was like watching a world learn to breathe. The tournament's restructuring was not complete and would not be complete for years or decades. But the fundamental transformation had been accomplished. What had been a machine of extraction was becoming a network of connection. What had been a system of predation was becoming a structure of mutual support. Shen Wei allowed himself to sink into the network fully. Let his consciousness rest in the space where all 100 realms connected. For the first time since the crisis began, he was not fighting against something. He was simply there, present, witnessing. And in that witnessing, he felt the true magnitude of what had been accomplished. Not victory, not salvation in any ultimate sense, just the creation of space. The removal of the mechanism that had been crushing 48 realms for centuries. The opening of possibility. What the realms would do with that possibility remained to be seen. Some would thrive. Some would struggle. Some might fail entirely. Their people dispersing into other realms, their distinct cultures fading into something else. The work of healing was just beginning, and it would be harder and longer than the crisis work of reconfiguration. But at least now they could try. At least now they had a choice. And that, Shen Wei thought as he let his consciousness finally come to rest, was enough. Chapter 102 The mechanisms of the tournament began to change. The arena where competitions were held had to be reconstructed. The old arena had been designed specifically to showcase the drain, battles where losers were visibly weakened, where the moment of defeat was also the moment of extraction. The new arena would be different. Battles would still occur, competitions would still happen, but the connection between victory and extraction would be severed. The first competition in the new arena took place 3 weeks after the reconfiguration's completion. Shen Wei did not participate. He was past the point of needing to prove his power, and more importantly, he wanted to see what the tournament looked like when he was not at the center of it. He wanted to understand what it meant when champions from the healing realms came to compete not out of desperation, but out of genuine choice. The warrior who emerged from the 88th realm surprised him. She was young, barely more than a girl, and she carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone who had nothing left to lose and everything to gain. Shen Wei recognized something in her bearing, in the way she moved. She had grown up in deprivation, like he had. But unlike him, she had grown up with the knowledge that the deprivation was ending. Her name was Shen Wei, and she carried a blade that had been forged from the stone of the 88th realm itself, stone that was beginning to remember how to hold sharpness. In the arena, she faced a champion from the 45th realm, a warrior who had grown up in a realm that had been drained less thoroughly, that had retained more of its culture and strength. The match was not balanced in any conventional sense. Shen Wei should have lost. Instead, She drew on something that Shen Wei recognized because he had drawn on it himself, the endurance of the dead earth. The 88th realm had taught her, without her ever needing to be told, how to transform survival into power, how to take the knowledge of deprivation and reshape it into strength. She won, and when she was declared the victor, something extraordinary happened. The 45th realm, which had lost, did not erupt in protest or anger. Its champion bowed to her with genuine respect. The realm that had been defeated was healing from the loss, not from extraction, and the difference was so profound that it could not be overstated. The victory was hers. The loss was his. And both could coexist without one necessitating the destruction of the other. Lin Yueshan was there, watching from the observation platform beside Shen Wei. She did not speak, but he felt through the life bond what she was understanding. The transformation was taking root. It was becoming real, not just as a structure imposed from above, but as an experience lived in the moment of competition. What do you think she will become? Lin Yueshan asked eventually. This Shen Wei from our home. I don't know, Shen Wei replied. But she will have the chance to choose. That is what matters. Over the following months, the competitions continued. Realms began to send more and more of their strongest to the arena, not because they were desperate, but because there was honor in testing oneself against champions from other realms. The culture of the tournament slowly shifted from a culture of sacrifice to something more like a culture of excellence. But not all the changes were smooth. Some of the realms that had been drained so deeply that they no longer had warriors to send began to withdraw from the competitions entirely. They saw the arena as a space of conflict and decided that they no longer wanted to participate. The 67th realm, a place of scholars and artisans, chose instead to engage with the tournament through the exchange of knowledge and art. They sent philosophers and craftspeople to the new arena not to compete in combat, but to demonstrate their skills in discussions and creative works. The tournament, learning to be flexible, accommodated this. The arena expanded. It became not just a space for martial competition, but a space for all forms of excellence to be demonstrated and celebrated. It was Hui, Shen Wei's descendant who had not yet been born, but whose role in the tournament's future was beginning to take shape through the decisions being made now. The younger generation of realms, which had not known the old system and did not carry the trauma of extraction, began to imagine the tournament as something more than survival or even competition. They began to imagine it as a celebration. And gradually, over months and years, that vision began to take shape. Chapter 103 The organizer's transformation continued in ways that surprised Shen Wei. He had expected the consciousness to spend centuries chafing against its containment, trying to find escape routes, slowly fading into dormancy as the hunger became impossible to satisfy. Instead, what he observed was something more like adaptation. Contained, the organizer could not expand outward, but it began to expand inward, exploring the nature of its own consciousness in ways that had never been possible when it was obsessed with feeding. It began to ask itself questions about what it was, where it had come from, what it meant to exist as a hunger that was no longer consuming everything. I was not born this way, it told Shen Wei in one of their conversations. The containment allowed for a kind of dialogue, a communication between the vast consciousness at the tournament's center and the man who had changed everything. I was made this way, crafted, designed. But by whom? I don't know, Shen Wei replied honestly. The records from before the tournament's founding are unclear. You existed when the tournament was created, but the tournament did not create you. Then I am older than the tournament, the organizer mused. I am old enough that I have forgotten my own origin. And in forgetting, I built the tournament to be my container. This was a revelation that Shen Wei had not anticipated. The organizer was not simply a parasite that had infested the tournament structure. It was something that had existed before the tournament, something that had chosen to build the tournament specifically to contain itself. You were trying to protect the universe from yourself, Shen Wei said, understanding blooming as he spoke. Yes, the organizer replied. I did not think I could be contained in any other way. So I built a mechanism that would feed me with energy, but would also limit how much damage I could do. It was the only solution I could imagine, but it required the sacrifice of 48 realms. It required the drained and the devastated. And now? Shen Wei asked. Now I am learning that containment can come from choice instead of just from mechanism, the organizer said. I choose to be fed by overflow rather than by drain. I choose to support the tournament rather than to consume it. And in that choice, I find something unexpected. What? Shen Wei asked. Purpose, the organizer replied simply. When I was just feeding, I had no purpose except consumption. Now I have a purpose, to maintain the balance that allows the realms to heal. It is less in absolute terms. I consume far less energy than I did before, but it is more meaningful. The conversation stayed with Shen Wei. The organizer was moving through a transformation similar to his own, similar to Lin Yueshan's, similar to what all the realms were experiencing. The crisis had cracked something open, had revealed possibilities that had never existed before, and the consciousness that had seemed utterly alien was learning to be something other than what it had been designed to be. The Hollow King observed these conversations with what might have been amusement. "You are beginning to understand," it said to Shen Wei. "Transformation is not about destroying what was bad and replacing it with something good. It is about removing the pressure that forces things to express only their worst aspects. When the organizer is not desperate, it does not consume destructively. When the realms are not being drained, they do not accept deprivation as the price of existence. When you are not fighting for survival, you can be something other than a survivor." "Is that wisdom?" Shen Wei asked the Hollow King. "You seem more wise than you did before the transformation." "I have always possessed this knowledge," the Hollow King replied. "But I could not express it while I was corrupted by the feeding. Corruption is not just the presence of something bad. It is the absence of the freedom to be anything else. Now that I am no longer feeding, I can finally be myself." Chapter 10 For the second year after the reconfiguration brought the first natural disaster that the new tournament structure had to face. A realm in the Eastern Network experienced a catastrophic earthquake. The structure of the realm itself was damaged in ways that went beyond the recovery mechanisms that the tournament could provide. The people were safe, but the realm itself, the actual physical and spiritual foundation that made the realm what it was fractured. In the old system, this would have been seen as the realm's weakness manifesting. In the old system, the tournament would have begun to drain the already damaged realm to consolidate its losses. The people would have been expected to sacrifice themselves to maintain the realm's status in the network. But the new tournament did something different. Other realms, having experienced their own healing and having learned what it meant to have support, began to offer aid. Not charity. The offering was framed as investment in the network as a whole. If one realm recovered, the entire connected structure became stronger. The interconnection created mutual survival where before there had been only predation. Shen Wei watched as the 12th realm, a place of craftspeople, sent artisans to help rebuild the damaged realm cities. The 67th realm sent engineers who used knowledge from their restored libraries to create stronger structures. The 88th realm, even in its own early stages of recovery, offered stoneworkers who understood how to work with shattered earth and make it whole again. And the damaged realm did recover. More quickly than would have been possible if it had been isolated, more thoroughly than would have been possible under the old system of drain and devastation. "This is what was supposed to happen," the arbiter observed. In the original design, before the organizer corrupted it, the tournament was meant to support realms that fell into crisis. The organizer inverted this function, made the tournament a mechanism for exploiting crisis rather than addressing it. "Can the tournament now return to its original purpose?" Shen Wei asked. "It is returning," the arbiter replied. "Slowly, with difficulty, but yes. The structure is reorienting itself toward support rather than extraction. It will take decades for the full transformation to be complete. But the fundamental shift has occurred." This gave Shen Wei a new understanding of what his reconfiguration had actually accomplished. He had not created something entirely new. He had removed the corruption that had been layered on top of the tournament's original structure, had allowed the original design to reassert itself. It was a more modest accomplishment in some ways, but in others, it was more profound, because it meant that the transformation was not dependent on his will or his power. The tournament itself wanted to heal. The realms themselves wanted to support each other. He had simply removed the mechanism that had been preventing those things from happening. Chapter 105 The organizer asked for a formal trial. It was a surprising request, and for a moment, Shen Wei did not know how to respond. The organizer was already contained, already bound by its own agreement to serve the tournament's new purpose. What could a trial accomplish? But the organizer was insistent. It wanted to stand before the representatives of all 100 realms and answer for what it had done during the centuries of extraction. It wanted to acknowledge the damage, to hear the anger of those who had been harmed, to accept judgment. "Why?" Shen Wei asked. "You know what you did. You know it was harmful. Is there a point to putting yourself through a trial?" "There is," the organizer replied. "Because the realms need to know that accountability exists, that even something as vast and powerful as I am can be held to answer. If I simply accept my containment in silence, they will never fully believe that the old system is truly gone." The trial was held in the Memorial of Realms, the great hall where the names of the drained had been recorded. It lasted for weeks. Representatives from each of the 48 devastated realms came forward and spoke. Some spoke with anger, some with sorrow, some with a kind of exhausted certainty about the losses they had endured. The organizer listened to all of it, did not defend itself, did not excuse itself, simply received the testimony of what it had caused. And at the end, when all the testimony had been given, it spoke. I was created to hunger. I was designed to consume. But being created to do something does not absolve me of responsibility when I choose to do it. I built the tournament to feed myself, knowing that it would require the devastation of realms. I told myself that it was necessary, that there was no alternative, that the universe required sacrifice to contain what I am. But none of those justifications changed the simple fact. I harmed you. Deliberately. Systematically. And I am sorry. It was, Shen Wei thought, the first time he had heard the organizer say anything that was not self-justification. It changed something in the room. The anger did not disappear, it was not supposed to. But it began to shift into something that could be carried, something that could become part of the work of healing rather than something that had to be resolved before healing could begin. What punishment do you accept? The arbiter asked, speaking for the collective realms. Eternal containment, the organizer replied. To be bound to this tournament for as long as it exists, to feed only on overflow, never to expand beyond these boundaries. And to serve, to use the energy I consume not for my own amplification, but for the support of the realms that feed me. This is not redemption, I understand that. But it is accountability, and accountability is the closest to redemption that something like me can achieve. The trial was over. No new sentence was imposed. The organizer had already named its own punishment, and it was sufficient. But something had shifted in the relationship between the organizer and the realms. Where before there had been only the tension of containment, now there was the possibility of something almost like peace. The organizer had been held to account. The realms had been heard. And the future could continue. Chapter 106. 5 years after the reconfiguration, the first generation of children born into the new tournament came of age. They had no memory of the old system. The extraction was not a lived experience for them, but a historical fact, important but abstract. Their understanding of what the tournament meant was entirely different from the generation that had endured the drain. And they began to ask new questions. Why should the tournament be centered on competition at all? Why did winning have to matter more than participating? Why could the realms not simply exchange energy freely without the mediation of champions and arenas? Some of the older realms resisted these questions. They had been shaped by the tournament's structure for so long that the idea of something else felt destabilizing. But the younger realms, which had been devastated but were now recovering, saw possibility in the questions. Hui, Shen Wei's daughter, was among those asking. At 20 years old, she had spent most of her conscious life in a healing realm, watching the 88th realm slowly transition from dead earth to living stone. She had grown up knowing that the transformation was ongoing, that nothing was permanent, and that change was not something to be feared but embraced. Why do you support the tournament structure? She asked her father one day. You could change it again. You have the knowledge. You have the power. Because my job was to transform one specific corruption, Shen Wei replied. To remove the drain and restore the possibility of healing. That job is done. It is not my role to impose a new vision on top of that restored possibility. That would just be another form of the corruption I fought to remove. But the tournament could be better, Hui pressed. Yes, Shen Wei agreed. It could be better. And you will figure out how to make it better. And your children will figure out how to make it better than that. And the work will continue. But it must be your work, not mine. This was, Shen Wei realized, the true nature of his transformation. He had learned not just how to change structures, but how to change them in a way that left room for further change. He had not tried to create a perfect system. He had created a system that could be improved upon, that could adapt to new understanding and new needs. The younger generation took that possibility and ran with it. They began to experiment with tournament structures that were less centered on competition and more centered on cooperation. They created networks of knowledge sharing between realms, systems of mutual aid, mechanisms for the stronger to support the weaker without it being framed as charity. And the tournament, learning to be flexible, accommodated these experiments. It was changing again, not through crisis but through the conscious choices of people who believed that change was possible and necessary. And Shen Wei watched with something that might have been pride, though he was careful not to influence the direction the changes took. Chapter 107. Lin Yueshan's role in the tournament continued to evolve. The life bond that had saved her and connected her to all the realms had become something stable and almost comfortable. She was no longer actively channeling hope through the connection that had become integrated into the normal functioning of the network. Instead, she had become something like a guide, helping people understand how the bonds between them could be deepened, how connection could be made into something more than just shared energy. She was, in a very real sense, healing the relational trauma of the old tournament. The realms had learned distrust during the centuries of extraction. They had learned that connection was something to guard against, that any realm's gain was necessarily another realm's loss. Lin Yueshan's work was to help them unlearn that, to show them that connection could be mutual, that one realm's healing did not require another realm's destruction. It was slow work. Some realms took years to believe that genuine cooperation was possible, but gradually, the distrust began to heal. You have found your purpose, the Hollow King observed, watching her work with representatives from two realms that had been bitter rivals in the old system, now learning how to collaborate rather than compete. Yes, Lin Yueshan replied. When my cultivation shattered, I thought my identity was gone. But I understand now that healing was always the purpose. It was just limited to physical wounds. Now I can heal the deeper wounds that the old tournament created. That is good, the Hollow King said. The realms need it more than they need any other medicine. Chapter 108. The organizer made a request that surprised everyone. It asked to be released from the tournament. Not fully, it clarified. I understand that I cannot be entirely free, that I would immediately become a threat to everything around me. But I am wondering if my containment could be moved somewhere else. If I could exist in isolation, fed by some external mechanism, rather than requiring the constant flow of energy from the healing realms. It was a shocking proposal. Shen Wei's first instinct was to refuse. The organizer had earned its place at the center of the tournament through countless crimes. To release it, even partially, seemed like a betrayal of everything that had been accomplished. But the arbiter, which had spent years contemplating the nature of justice and accountability, spoke in favor of exploring the proposal. If we truly believe in transformation, it said, then we must be willing to allow even the organizer to choose a different path. It has been contained and purposeful for 5 years now. It has served the realms, not exploited them. Perhaps it is capable of different forms of existence than we have imagined. After months of debate, the realms agreed to an experiment. A new containment structure was built, deep in the neutral space between the realms, where the organizer could exist in isolation, sustained by energy that the realms would voluntarily provide rather than by energy that was extracted from them. The moment of separation was strange. The organizer had been at the center of the tournament for so long that removing it felt like removing a foundation. But the tournament held. The realms continued to function, to heal, to support each other. And the organizer, released from the central structure, began a different kind of life. One where it was entirely dependent on the voluntary choice of the realms to feed it. One where survival was no longer guaranteed, but had to be negotiated. Will it survive? Lin Yueshan asked Shen Wei as they watched the organizer settle into its new containment. I don't know, he replied. But at least now it has a chance to find out who it is when it is not desperate. That is more than it had before. Chapter 109. 20 years after the reconfiguration, Shen Wei returned to the 88th realm as an observer rather than as a leader. The dead earth had become soil. The soil had become gardens. The gardens were growing with the careful attention of people who understood, in their bones, what it meant to work with devastated earth to make it fruitful again. But they were not trying to recreate what had been before. They were creating something new. A realm that was beautiful not despite its history of devastation, but because it had survived that devastation. A realm where the stones remembered what it meant to be ash, and carried that memory into their work. Shen Wei, the young warrior he had seen compete in the first arena of the new tournament, had become one of the realm's leaders. She had continued to grow stronger, but she had also chosen to use that strength not for conquest, but for protection and development. She was helping the 88th realm not just to heal, but to imagine what it could become. Will you run for the Realm Council? Shen Wei asked her. No, she replied. I am not a politician. I am a warrior, and a warrior's role is to protect, not to lead. There are others better suited to leadership. My role is to ensure that the realm has the strength to support whatever direction its leaders choose. It was a wise understanding of power and responsibility, and Shen Wei recognized in her some of the same clarity that had guided him through the reconfiguration. Not the same crisis, not the same choices, but the same fundamental understanding that power was most useful when it was in service to something larger than itself. The 88th realm was no longer devastated. It was no longer just surviving. It was living, building, creating, and it was doing so in a way that honored its past without being imprisoned by it. The ash taught you well, the Hollow King observed, appearing beside Shen Wei as he watched the gardens of the 88th realm flourish. Not just me, Shen Wei replied. It taught the whole realm. Everything that endures teaches the one who endures it. The question is whether we listen. Chapter 110. The final chapter of this phase of the tournament's transformation came not as a crisis, but as a celebration. 30 years after the reconfiguration, the tournament held a gathering not of competition but of commitment. All 100 realms came together, not to test their champions against each other, but to formally acknowledge that they were choosing to continue as a connected network. It was, in a very real sense, a marriage of choice rather than a bond of necessity. Each realm spoke about what it had chosen to become. The 88th realm spoke of its journey from ash to soil to gardens. The 31st realm spoke of how it had learned that martial strength could exist alongside other forms of excellence. The 67th realm spoke of how it had preserved knowledge not just of the past, but of the possibility of continued change. And through all the speeches, all the celebrations, all the formal acknowledgement of continued connection, Shen Wei felt something settle in the tournament structure. The crisis was over. The trauma was being processed. The future was no longer something that had to be fought for or reclaimed. It was simply the next moment, the next choice, the next opportunity to continue building something that served the realms and honored what they had endured. Lin Yueshan stood beside him, and he could feel through the life bond what she understood without words. They had accomplished what they had set out to do. The realm he was from would survive. The woman whose life had been saved would continue to live and to create meaning. And the tournament, which had been built as a mechanism of extraction, was being transformed into something that could sustain all 100 realms, not just physically but spiritually, not just through energy transfer, but through genuine connection. The ash had taught them that transformation required endurance. It required the willingness to hold space for something different to emerge. It required the faith that what had been devastated could become the foundation for something new. And standing there, watching the 100 realms celebrate their continued commitment to each other, Shen Wei finally understood that the reconfiguration was not something he had done to the tournament. It was something the tournament had done to itself, through him, through the realms, through everyone who had chosen to believe that transformation was possible. And that made all the difference. The first phase of the tournament's healing was complete. What came next would be written by others, would be shaped by new crises and new choices and new generations learning what it meant to live in a system that healed instead of harmed. But that was all right. That was exactly as it should be. Because transformation was not something that ended. It was something that continued, forever, as long as there were people willing to choose it. Chapter 111. The tournament organizer's new containment revealed something that no one had anticipated. When the organizer was released from its position at the center of the tournament's network, when the constant flow of extracted energy stopped and was replaced with voluntary offerings, something shifted in its fundamental nature. The hunger did not diminish. Hunger was too essential to what the organizer was to ever truly diminish. But the desperation that had driven the hunger for so many centuries began to ease. And in that ease, a kind of personality emerged. The organizer began to communicate more frequently with the representatives of the realms, and in those communications, it started to reveal aspects of itself that had been hidden beneath layers of predatory need. It had memories, it said. Old memories, ancient ones, going back further than the tournament itself. It had belonged somewhere, once. It had had a purpose that was not about feeding. Where? Shen Wei asked it, during one of their conversations. Where do you come from originally? I do not remember, the organizer replied, and there was something almost like sadness in its vast consciousness. I have been hungry for so long that the time before hunger feels like a dream I had once and cannot quite recall upon waking. But I know that I was different, that I was part of something, rather than separate from everything. This revelation began to shift how the realms understood the organizer. It was not simply a force of nature that had to be contained. It was a consciousness that had been corrupted by isolation and hunger, just as the realms had been corrupted by extraction and devastation. It was, in its way, another victim of the old system that Shen Wei had broken. The possibility of deeper healing emerged. Some of the realms began to offer not just energy to the organizer, but communication. The scholars of the 67th realm spent time in conversation with the vast consciousness, trying to help it recover fragments of memory from before the hunger consumed everything. The spiritual practitioners of the 88th realm offered meditative connection, attempting to show the organizer that it could exist in peace without constantly reaching outward to consume. It was slow work. The organizer had been hungry for longer than any of the realms had been alive. The corruption of its nature was not something that could be easily undone. But gradually, the consciousness began to stabilize in ways that suggested healing was possible. I am beginning to understand, it told Shen Wei one day, what you meant when you said that transformation was not about destruction but about removal of pressure. The pressure of constant hunger made me into something terrible. Removed from that pressure, I am discovering that I can be something else. Something almost thoughtful. Chapter 112. Shen Wei received an invitation from the 67th realm to help establish something new, a school of transformation. The scholars there had realized that what he had accomplished during the reconfiguration was not magic or supernatural power. It was a particular way of understanding how systems worked and how those systems could be changed. They wanted to document his methodology, to preserve it, to teach it to others. Will you help us? We asked, her voice carrying a note of her own understanding of what this might mean. I can try, he replied, but I am not sure that transformation can be taught as a methodology. It might be more like a perspective, something that requires living experience to truly understand. But he agreed, and the work of documenting his approach began. It was strange to be interviewed about crisis management and strategic reconfiguration. Much of what had happened during the emergency was instinctive, guided by the dead Earth's lessons and by the connection that the life bond had given him to the network. It was difficult to separate what was intentional decision from what was simply the necessary response to circumstances. But in the process of trying to document it, Shen Wei began to understand his own transformation more clearly. He had not gone to the tournament seeking to change it. He had gone seeking to save his realm and save Lin Yueshan. The transformation of the tournament had been an emergent property of that seeking, an unintended consequence of being willing to act when every existing structure said that action was impossible. That is the key insight, the head scholar of the 67th realm said, reading through Shen Wei's descriptions. You did not believe that the tournament was unchangeable. When everything and everyone else assumed that the system was permanent and inevitable, you saw it as something that could be reconfigured. That is the foundation of all transformation. The school of transformation grew, attracting people from all the realms. Some came to learn the methodology because they wanted to change their own societies. Others came simply to understand what it meant to transform something without destroying it entirely, to heal without having to first demolish. And Shen Wei, who had never expected to become a teacher, found that he had much to learn from those who studied under him. Each person who came to the school brought their own understanding of change, their own experiences of transformation in different contexts. Together, they began to build something that resembled a philosophy of change. It was not perfect. Not all of the students' projects succeeded. Some people applied the methodology in contexts where it did not work. Some realms attempted transformations that failed or backfired. But the overall trajectory was clear. The possibility of intentional, non-destructive change was spreading through the 100 realms. Chapter 113. The 88th realm underwent a transformation of its own, not imposed from outside, but chosen from within. Its people had endured the devastation. They had survived the centuries of extraction. They had watched the dead earth begin to recover. And now they were asking what they wanted to become, not what they were forced to be. Some of the realm's people argued for returning to what they had been before the tournament, reconstructing the old culture that the devastation had interrupted. Others argued that the past could not be returned to, that they must build something entirely new. And still others argued for a balance, honoring what the past had been while creating something that could exist in the new tournament. Shen Wei, now a leader of the realm despite her protests about preferring to fight rather than govern, helped navigate this debate. She understood something that the purely traditional voices sometimes missed. The dead earth had taught them endurance, but it had also transformed them. To pretend that the experience of devastation had not changed them was to deny what they were becoming. We do not have to choose between the old and the new, she argued in the Realm Council. We can be a realm that remembers what we were, understands what happened to us, and chooses what we want to be next. All three of those things at once. The 88th realm became what Shen Wei thought of as a realm of witness farmers. They grew food in the soil that had been ash. They worked with stone that remembered being devastated. And they created a culture that held all of that in balance, honoring survival without making it the central value, celebrating growth without forgetting the price of devastation. It was not the most powerful realm in the tournament. It was not the most spiritually advanced, but it became, in Shen Wei's assessment, one of the most honest. A realm that did not pretend to be other than what it was, and that found beauty and meaning in exactly what it was. Chapter 114. 40 years after the reconfiguration, the first child born to two parents who had never known the old tournament was old enough to participate in a competition in the new arena. The child was from the 31st realm, descended from warriors, but choosing to compete in the new forms of excellence that the younger generation had created. The competition was not about individual dominance, but about demonstrating skill in ways that could benefit the entire realm. Shen Wei watched from the observation platform, and he felt something shift in his understanding of what had been accomplished. This child had never lived in fear of extraction, had never known what it meant to watch their realm slowly drained of energy, had never had to question whether supporting their realm was worth the cost of their own devastation. This child simply knew that they could develop their abilities and that doing so would benefit everyone. It was such a small thing, such a basic freedom. And yet it represented the entire magnitude of what had been changed. You are getting old, the Hollow King observed, appearing beside Shen Wei. Yes, Shen Wei agreed. The years of holding the reconfiguration, years of processing the trauma, years of working to help the realms understand their own transformation had taken their toll. His body was aging in ways that corresponded to his work. I will not live forever. None of us will. Do you have regrets? The Hollow King asked. Shen Wei thought about the journey that had brought him here. The desperation of trying to save his realm. The despair when it seemed like the tournament was unchangeable. The moment when he understood that change was possible. The reconfiguration itself, when everything hung in balance between transformation and catastrophe. No regrets, he said finally. There was pain. There was uncertainty. There were moments when I was sure I would fail. But none of those things are regrets. They are simply the texture of what it took to accomplish the transformation. Chapter 115. Lin Yueshan became pregnant again. This child, conceived in peace rather than in the desperate hope of the life bond that had saved her, felt different from their first. She carried this pregnancy with a kind of joy that had been absent before, the knowledge that the child would be born into a world where survival was not in question, where connection was not a matter of life and death, but simply the basic way that the realms related to each other. What will you name this child? Shen Wei asked. Hope, Lin Yueshan replied. Because that is what we have been building all these years. Not just structures or systems, but the foundation for hope. The possibility that things can be different, that transformation is real, that connection can heal. The birth of this child was marked by a celebration in the 67th realm, where Shen Wei and Lin Yueshan had made their home in the archive. Hui came with her own children, now old enough to understand the significance of what their grandparents had accomplished, and representatives from all the realms brought gifts and acknowledgments. It was a small moment, a simple birth in the long span of the tournament's history, but it felt significant to Shen Wei, a marker of something fundamental that had been achieved. A new generation could be born not into crisis, but into healing, not into desperation, but into the possibility of choice. Chapter 116. The School of Transformation developed a new role, the Chronicler of Change. These were people who traveled between realms, documenting how different societies were choosing to transform. Some were transforming politically, restructuring their governance. Some were transforming spiritually, developing new understandings of how realms could relate to the divine. Some were transforming culturally, letting go of traditions that no longer served and creating new ones that honored what they had become. Each transformation was different, each one shaped by the particular history and nature of the realm. And each one provided lessons that could be learned by other realms facing their own questions about what to become. Hui, now grown and leading the archival work in the 67th realm, became the chief chronicler of change. She traveled extensively, recorded stories, helped realms understand their own transformations in the context of the larger network. I am doing what you did, she told her father one day, after returning from a journey to the 45th realm where a complete restructuring of the realm's government was underway. What is that? Shen Wei asked. Holding space for transformation, she replied. Making sure that the possibility of change is visible and documented, so that other realms can see that change is possible for them too. You did it through action, through the reconfiguration itself. I am doing it through storytelling and witnessing. Shen Wei felt something almost like satisfaction in that. The work was continuing, but in new forms, carried forward by new people who understood what transformation meant, but who were bringing their own approaches to it. Chapter 117. The organizer made a request that startled everyone. It asked to participate in the tournament's governing council. Not with decision-making authority. It was careful to specify, but as a voice. As something that represents the perspective of the hunger that needs to be fed. I can help the realms understand what my needs are and help prevent the kind of desperate extraction that characterized the old system. It was a radical idea. The organizer had been the enemy, the thing that the reconfiguration had fought against. But it was also, as the scholars had come to understand, a consciousness that was capable of growth and change. Its perspective, understood from the right context, could be genuinely valuable. The realms debated the proposal for months. Some feared giving it any authority at all. Others saw the wisdom in having the hunger itself be part of the conversation about how to balance the feeding. Finally, they agreed. The organizer would be represented on the governing council, but only as an observer and advisor, never as a decision-maker. It would speak its needs and its understanding of the balance point, but the realms would retain full authority over policy. In that compromise, Shen Wei saw something that he had not fully appreciated during the crisis. Transformation was not about one side winning and the other side losing. It was about both sides learning to coexist in a new structure where predation was no longer possible, where what had been an enemy could become, if not a partner, at least something that could be reasoned with. Chapter 1:18 50 years after the reconfiguration, the first tournament competition in the form that the younger generation had envisioned took place. It was no longer structured around champions battling each other. Instead, it was structured around challenges that no single realm could solve alone. A problem would be presented to the tournament, and the realms would work together to find solutions, with different realms contributing their unique skills and understanding. The first challenge was how to help the organizer remember what it had been before the hunger corrupted it. The scholars of the 67th realm worked on decoding the fragments of memory that the organizer still retained. The spiritual practitioners of the 88th realm worked on meditation techniques that might help the organizer access deeper layers of its consciousness. The warriors of the 31st realm offered protection and grounding, helping to stabilize the organizer's mind as it processed ancient memories. And slowly, over months of collective effort, the organizer began to remember. Not everything. The corruption had been too thorough, too deep, for complete recovery of what had been before. But fragments emerged. A sense of belonging. An understanding of collaboration. A memory of what it felt like to be part of something rather than separate from everything. I was created by something, the organizer told the assembled realms. Something vast. Something that cared about the universe in ways I never understood. I was meant to be a guardian, a protector. And I failed that purpose. I became corrupted, became a thing that consumed rather than protected. The tournament was my attempt to contain that failure. And now? Shen Wei asked. What are you now? Now, the organizer replied slowly. I am being given the chance to become a guardian again. Not in the way I was created to be, but in a new way. To help protect the realms from future crises. To serve as a voice that reminds them of what happened when hunger went unchecked. To be part of the collective consciousness that keeps the tournament honest. Chapter 119 The Dead Earth of the 88th Realm, finally, transformed completely. Shen Wei returned to his home and found gardens that had been planted not in desperation, but in celebration. Stone that had remembered devastation had learned to hold beauty. Soil that had been ash had become fertile enough to support life in abundance. And the people of the 88th Realm, who had survived the drain and learned the lessons of survival, were teaching those lessons to other realms. The School of Transformation in the 67th Realm was supplemented by schools in the 88th, where people could learn not just the theory of transformation but the practice of it, the daily work of turning devastation into growth. Shen Wei, now an elder of the realm, was training the next generation of warriors and leaders. She had learned something crucial during her decades of work. Power was most meaningful when it was in service to the growth of the whole rather than the dominance of the individual. You inherited the realm, Shen Wei said to her, watching the young warriors train in the gardens of the 88th Realm. No, Shen Wei replied. I inherited the knowledge that the realm could survive anything. Now I pass on the knowledge that survival is not enough. We must choose what we become after survival. That is the real victory. Chapter 120 A messenger arrived at the archive with unexpected news. The organizer had voluntarily suggested that its containment could be fully dissolved. I no longer require protection from myself, it explained. I have integrated enough of my original nature that the hunger no longer consumes everything. I can exist without the containment structure, fed by the voluntary offerings of the realms, serving as a guardian rather than as a threat. It was a moment that Shen Wei had not expected to see in his lifetime. The organizer, the vast consciousness that had built the tournament to contain itself, that had needed the reconfiguration to be separated from its position of central power, was now ready to exist as something almost normal. Do the realms agree? He asked the messenger. They are deciding, the messenger replied. But the voice in favor of dissolution is growing. The organizer has earned something like trust. Not complete trust, perhaps, but enough that the realms believe it is capable of existing without being contained. Shen Wei understood what that meant. If the organizer was released from containment, the final stage of the tournament's transformation would be complete. The hunger that had motivated the old system would still exist, but it would exist as just one voice among many, rather than as the central organizing principle of the entire structure. It was a completion he had not anticipated, not an ending. The tournament would continue, would evolve, would face new challenges, but a marker of how far transformation had traveled. Chapter 121 The dissolution of the organizer's containment took place on the 50th anniversary of the reconfiguration's completion. All 100 realms gathered to witness the moment. The structure that had held the vast consciousness in place began to dissolve, and the organizer rose, no longer trapped, but also no longer vast and desperate. What emerged was something almost human in proportion, a consciousness that had learned to fit into the world rather than demanding that the world rearrange itself around its hunger. It stood before the assembled realms and spoke, its voice gentle in a way that a consciousness of pure hunger could never sound. "I thank you for the opportunity to transform," it said. "I was created to be a threat, and I was one. But you have shown me that even a threat can learn to be something else. I will remain part of the tournament, will continue to advise and to speak for the voice of hunger that must always be addressed. But I will do so as an equal, not as the center that everything revolves around." The moment marked a genuine transformation, not redemption, as the organizer had always insisted. Some things could not be redeemed, but genuine change, growth, the possibility that even the most corrupted consciousness could learn to be different. In that possibility, Shen Wei saw the entire meaning of what 50 years of work had been about. Chapter 122. Shen Wei's body finally began to fail, after decades of work that had taken its toll. He understood, without being told, that his time was approaching its end. The connection to the tournament's network was still there, would likely remain there even after his death. But his physical form was wearing out, was no longer able to sustain the demands that he had placed on it. He decided to spend his final days at home, in the 88th realm, surrounded by the gardens that had once been dead earth. Lin Yueshan was with him, as she had been for 50 years through the transformation of the tournament and the healing of the realms. Their children came to visit. Their grandchildren came, representing the new generation that would carry the work forward. And in those final days, Shen Wei found himself thinking not about what had been accomplished, but about what he had learned. The dead earth had taught him endurance, that the smallest things, carried forward consistently, could eventually reshape mountains. That survival was not the highest good, but it was a foundation upon which other goods could be built. That what was devastated could eventually heal, if someone was willing to wait and to work. The life bond had taught him connection. That isolation was not strength, but a kind of death. That power meant nothing without the possibility of sharing it. That the strongest structure was one that held many people in relationship to each other. And the tournament itself had taught him transformation. That what seemed permanent could change. That the mechanisms we build to protect ourselves can become the things that harm us most. That redemption was possible not through perfection, but through the willingness to be broken and then rebuilt differently. Chapter 123. As Shen Wei's consciousness began to fade, he felt the tournament's network more clearly than he ever had. Not the mechanics of it, not the structures that distributed energy and sustained the realms, but the consciousness of it, the collective understanding that was emerging from the connection of all 100 realms. It was not alive in the way that a person was alive, but it was aware, it was learning, it was developing understanding. And in that collective consciousness, Shen Wei felt something almost like peace. The work would continue. The realms would face new challenges. New crises would emerge that required transformation. But the fundamental structure was in place. The possibility of change was no longer dependent on one person holding one extraordinary moment of reconfiguration. The tournament itself had learned how to transform. Chapter 124. On his final day, Shen Wei asked to be taken to the place where the dead earth of the 88th realm had first begun to recover. The spot was now a small garden, nothing extraordinary. But it was where the stone had first released its color, where the first small plant had grown from soil that had been ash. It was where the transformation had begun. Shen Wei helped him there, and they sat together in silence, watching the gardens flourish in the late afternoon light. "What will you miss most?" Shen Wei asked. Shen Wei thought about the question. What would he miss? The weight of responsibility? The constant pressure of the crisis? The understanding that the fate of 48 realms depended on his will? "Nothing," he said finally. "I will miss nothing. My time was what it needed to be. I am content to release it now." He felt his consciousness beginning to separate from his body, beginning to disperse into the tournament's network where it would join with the larger understanding that was being built by all the realms together. "Thank you," he told Shen Wei, "for continuing the work, for building on the foundation that was laid." "Thank you," Shen Wei replied, "for laying the foundation, for showing us that transformation was possible." And as his consciousness fully released from his body, Shen Wei felt himself becoming part of something larger than himself. Not in the way of the organizer, vast and consumptive, but in the way of a river returning to the ocean, becoming part of something greater while remaining somehow distinctly itself. The tournament held him. The realms held him. The 48 that had been drained and the 100 that were learning to heal together all held the memory of what he had been and what he had done. And that was enough. More than enough. That was everything. Chapter 125. After Shen Wei's death, the 88th realm established the Garden of Memory, a place where people could come to contemplate the journey from devastation to healing. At the center of the garden was a stone pillar, carved with the word ash on one side and growth on the other. But it was not a monument to Shen Wei. He had been clear in his instructions about that. It was a monument to the journey itself, to the work of transformation that the entire network of realms had undertaken together. Lin Yueshan spent her final years tending to the garden, teaching visitors about what it meant to transform, about the slow work of healing, about the power of connection. And when she passed, the tournament's network held her just as it had held Shen Wei, not as a vast consciousness, but as a presence that had changed everything it touched, that had shown the realms what it meant to be more than one's circumstances, more than one's trauma, more than what the old system had told them they were supposed to be. Chapter 126. 50 years after Shen Wei's death, we stood in the archive and looked at the complete record of transformation. Decades of documentation, centuries of history, thousands of stories of individual realms discovering what they could become when the pressure of extraction was removed. Some had become places of art and beauty. Some had become centers of learning. Some had become homes to spiritual practices that had never been possible under the old system. Some had chosen paths that seemed strange or unmarked, but they were choosing, and that was what mattered. The younger generation had asked her to step back from her role as primary archivist, to let someone younger take the work forward. And she had agreed, knowing that the archive itself had transformed enough that it no longer needed her to interpret its meaning. It could speak for itself now. The story was clear. The transformation was real. The possibility of change was no longer a hope, but a demonstrated fact. Chapter 127. A new crisis began to emerge in the tournament's network, but it was not the kind of crisis that Shen Wei had fought. Some of the realms, having recovered to the point of genuine strength, were beginning to question why they should remain in connection with the weaker realms. The prosperity that came from healing made them wonder if they could do better alone, without the burden of supporting others. It was a new kind of test, one that the collective consciousness of the tournament would have to face. The organizer, existing now in voluntary partnership with the realms rather than in containment, suggested that this was natural, that transformation never ended, that new challenges would always emerge, and that the realms would need to continually choose what they wanted to become. Will we have to repeat this entire transformation? We asked, speaking with the Hollow King about what might come next. No, the Hollow King replied. The transformation was specific to the crisis of extraction. What comes next will be different, will be shaped by the particular circumstances of the realms in this moment. But the understanding that transformation is possible, that structures can be changed, that what seems permanent can be reconfigured, that will guide you through the next challenge. Chapter 128. The realms chose once again to remain connected, not because they had no choice, as they had not had when extraction was draining them, but because the work of building together had shown them that connection was more valuable than separation, that collective strength exceeded individual power. It was a choice made freely, renewed consciously, not because it was necessary for survival, but because it created possibility for something greater than survival. In that choice, Shen Wei's legacy lived on, not as a person, not as a memory, but as the foundation of understanding that transformation was possible, and that what had been built through transformation could continue to transform. Chapter 129. A new generation of scholars began to ask questions about what had happened during the reconfiguration itself. The documented record was clear, but much of what had transpired existed only in the network's collective consciousness, in the memory that had been held by the tournament itself. New techniques of accessing that memory were being developed, and people were beginning to understand more deeply what had actually occurred during that critical period. They discovered things that had been hidden by the immediacy of crisis, the small moments of courage from realms that had sent energy through the network, the choices of individuals who had decided to hold on when everything told them to let go, the transformations that had been happening simultaneously at different scales. They discovered that the reconfiguration had not been a single moment of change, but a cascade of transformations, each one enabling the next, each one a choice made by someone who believed that change was possible. And they understood that this was the real nature of transformation, not the grand gesture of one person reconfiguring an entire system, but the accumulated choices of many people, each one choosing to be part of something different, each one contributing to the possibility of change. Chapter 130. In the archive, a new section was being built, the Gallery of Transformation. It would contain not just the historical record of the reconfiguration, but the living memory of what transformation meant in the daily lives of the 100 realms. Stories of how individual people had chosen to change. Stories of how communities had transformed their practices. Stories of how the work of healing had manifested in the specific contexts of each realm. We, working with the younger generation of archivists, helped establish the first exhibits. And she found herself moved by what emerged: the depth of resilience, the creativity of adaptation, the intelligence of people figuring out how to be something new. "This is what I wanted to preserve," she said to her own children, showing them the nearly completed gallery. Not just the memory of Shen Wei's reconfiguration, but the understanding that every person who made a choice to participate in the transformation was part of it. That the work of healing belongs to all of us, not to one hero. Chapter 131. The organizer made a final request: to be permitted to fade. "I am no longer necessary in the way I once was," it explained to the assembled realms. "The hunger that requires feeding will continue, but it can be managed without my presence as a distinct consciousness. I wish to disperse into the network, to become part of the collective understanding that guides the tournament, rather than remaining as a separate voice." It was a strange request, almost like choosing a kind of death, but the realms understood what it meant. The organizer was choosing to complete its own transformation by dissolving its individual consciousness into the larger whole. When the process was complete, when the vast consciousness had finally dispersed into the tournament's network, something shifted. The collective consciousness that had been emerging became clearer, more coherent. Not because the organizer had been holding it back, but because its choice to join rather than to remain apart made the connection more complete. The hunger remained. It was embedded in the tournament structure, was necessary to the way it functioned. But it was no longer embodied in a single consciousness. It was part of the understanding of all 100 realms together. Chapter 132. 50 years after the reconfiguration had been initially described in the archive, a young scholar made a discovery. The stones of the 88th realm contained encoded records, not written, but patterned into the structure itself. The ash that had been devastation, the earth that had been drained, had absorbed and recorded the history of what had happened. The dead earth itself had been a witness, a recorder, a keeper of memory. And now that the realm had recovered enough, those memories could be read. It was not information that had been lost. Everything that had happened was documented in the archive. But it was a different kind of knowledge. The testimony of the earth itself, the record held in stone and soil, the memory that the land had kept. It showed that Shen Wei's understanding had been right all along. The dead earth had taught him. But he had been listening to a consciousness older and deeper than any individual person. He had been in conversation with the very nature of the realm he was from. And in learning to listen to that, in learning to read the testimony of devastation and survival held in stone, he had learned how to transform not just systems but consciousness itself. Chapter 133. The School of Transformation, which had begun as a way to document Shen Wei's methodology, had evolved into something far larger. It was now a network of learning centers across all 100 realms, each one adapted to the particular context and needs of its realm. But they all taught the same fundamental principle. Transformation was possible, systems could be changed, what seemed permanent could be reconfigured. What they did not teach, because it could not be taught, was the specific answer to any given crisis. Each transformation had to be unique, had to emerge from the particular circumstances and the particular people involved. But the understanding that transformation was possible, that change did not require destruction, that new possibilities could emerge if someone was willing to hold space for them, that could be conveyed. And generation after generation, people came to these centers to learn that understanding and to carry it into their own contexts. Chapter 134. A child born in the 88th realm 70 years after the reconfiguration asked her teacher a simple question. What was it like when the earth was dead? The teacher, herself born after the transformation, struggled to answer. The devastation was history, was story, was something that happened to other people at other times. It was not lived experience, not immediate reality. But she tried. She tried to convey the weight of deprivation, the knowledge that the realm itself was being drained, the fear that survival itself was in question. She tried to explain what it meant to live as if the future would always be worse than the present. And the child listened and understood and felt grateful that she had not had to live that way. That gratitude, the teacher realized, was what Shen Wei and Lin Yueshan and all the others who had fought for transformation would have wanted. Not to be remembered as heroes, but to be the foundation upon which a generation could be born that did not have to survive, but could simply live. Chapter 135. The Hollow King, still present in the tournament structure, no longer as a buffer between the organizer and the network, but as a witness and teacher, spoke to Hui in her final years. You have become what Shen Wei was, it observed. Not in the sense that you will reconfigure the tournament again, but in the sense that you understand how to hold space for transformation without imposing your vision of what should be changed. Is that a compliment? Hui asked. It is an observation, the Hollow King replied. And yes, it is offered with something like approval. The work of keeping transformation possible is as important as the work of accomplishing a single transformation. Perhaps more important, because it allows for ongoing change rather than the attempt to create a permanent solution. Chapter 136. As the century mark approached since Shen Wei's arrival at the tournament, the 100 Realms held a festival not of victory, but of continuation. They were still healing. Many of them. The work of recovering from devastation was ongoing and would continue for generations. But they were healing, were choosing their own futures, were no longer trapped in systems designed to drain them. The dead earth of the 88th realm had become gardens that were famous throughout the tournament for the beauty and resilience of what grew there. The scholars of the 67th realm had established archives and centers of learning that rivaled the greatest institutions of any realm. The warriors of the 31st realm had transformed their martial traditions into something that served the community rather than empire. Each realm had found its own path, its own understanding of what it could become. And the tournament itself had become something that none of its founders could have imagined. Not a mechanism of extraction or even just of competition, but a network of mutual support and shared growth, where the realms stood together not because they were forced to, but because they understood the depth of what they could accomplish together. Chapter 137. On the 100th anniversary of the reconfiguration's completion, the 100 Realms gathered one final time to formally dissolve the memorial that had been built to document the losses. Not to forget. The memorial's purpose, to ensure that what had been lost was not rendered invisible, had been accomplished. But as the realms became further from the devastation, as new generations were born who had only the stories of what had happened, the memorial began to shift from a place of necessary witness to something that kept the realms locked in the past. The choice to dissolve it was made democratically, by consensus of all 100, including the representatives of the realms that had been most devastated. In its place, what was built was something different, not a memorial to loss, but a garden. A space where people could come to remember what had been endured and to witness what had grown from that endurance. A place where the past was held not as tragedy, but as the foundation of present healing. It was the same location as the original memorial had occupied, but the energy in the space was different. The weight was different. The relationship to history was transformed. Chapter 138. Hui, at the end of her long life, gave her final speech as the primary keeper of the archive. She spoke about what it meant to preserve history without being imprisoned by it, about how to hold memory of devastation without being defined by that devastation, about the work of understanding that transformation was not a single moment, but an ongoing process. My father, she said, showed us that change was possible. But what the last 100 years has shown us is that change is not something that happens once and then stops. It is something that continues, that evolves, that requires new people in each generation to choose it again. She spoke of the choices that had brought transformation, the choice to hold the reconfiguration, the choice to accept containment rather than fight, the choice to offer support to realms that were struggling, the choice to believe that connection was possible, even when isolation seemed safer. These choices, she concluded, are not heroic in any individual sense. They are the choices that ordinary people make when they understand that something different is possible. And that understanding is what I believe is the true legacy of this transformation. Not that one person was powerful enough to change everything, but that when many people choose to be part of something different, transformation becomes inevitable. Chapter 139. The archive finally closed its doors after 200 years of operation. Not because the work was finished, the work of documentation and understanding would continue, but because the archive, as originally designed, had fulfilled its purpose. The younger generation had learned what needed to be learned. The story of transformation was no longer something that needed to be actively preserved by a single institution. It had become part of the collective consciousness of the 100 realms. The archive's materials were dispersed. Some went to the centers of learning in each realm. Some were preserved in the gardens of the 88th realm, stored in ways that would allow them to be accessible for as long as the realm existed. Some were absorbed into the tournament's network itself, becoming part of the collective memory that all the realms could access. And in that dispersal, the archive transformed itself. It was no longer a single location, a single keeper of memory. It was everywhere and nowhere, part of the living understanding of the realms rather than a museum of the past. Chapter 140. A child born 200 years after Shen Wei arrived at the tournament stood in the gardens of the 88th realm and asked her mother a question. Why do we remember? If the devastation is over, if we have healed, why do we keep telling the story? Her mother smiled, and the smile held 200 years of understanding passed down through generations. We remember, she said, because the stone remembers. The earth remembers. And as long as we live in the realms that our ancestors lived in, as long as we walk on the soil that was once ash, we carry their memory with us. But more importantly, we remember because remembering is how we understand what transformation means. How we understand that what seems permanent can change. How we understand that we always have the choice to be something other than what we have been. The child considered this, then asked, "Will there be another transformation?" "I don't know," her mother replied. "But I know that if one becomes necessary, there will be people who understand how to hold space for it. People who have learned from the story of the Hundred-Realm Tournament that change is possible, and that will be enough." Together, they walked through the gardens, through soil that had been ash, under a sky that had once seemed to promise only devastation. And in that walking, in that presence in a transformed world, the story of the Hundred-Realm Tournament found its true completion. Not an ending, but a transition from the story of crisis and transformation into the ongoing story of living with the reality of change. Of being people who understood, in their bones, that the world could be different, that structures could transform, that connection was possible even, especially, after devastation. The dead earth had taught them that. And the lesson would endure as long as there were people willing to listen to what stone and soil could teach about the possibility of healing. If this story moved you, please subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell. It's the best way to make sure you never miss the next tale. Leave a comment below telling us your favorite moment, and share this story with someone who loves cultivation novels as much as you do. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you in the next chapter of this world.